financial relief effort from everything we've seen in the past.
Mhm.
Historically, you hear stimulus payment, and you think, okay, that's debt financed.
Right. Money being printed to inject into the economy, adding to the deficit.
Exactly. And a rebate usually refers to money you get back from taxes you've already paid. It's tied to your tax filing.
Mm-hmm.
By using the term dividend payment, the administration it's subtle, but it's deliberate. They are framing this money as a return on shared national assets.
Okay, so like a company paying out profits to its shareholders.
Precisely. In this case, the shareholders are the American people, and the profit is the revenue generated by these specific tariffs. It's a conceptual shift, and it aims to position the payment as non-debt financed relief.
Which has massive political appeal.
Huge appeal, especially in a fiscally conservative climate. No one wants to hear about adding to the debt.
So it's not just semantics. It's a financial and political statement about where the money is coming from. It's trying to reassure everyone that this isn't just more borrowing.
That's the goal.
Our mission today is really crucial then for any learner who relies on timely, verified financial information. We need to cut through the rhetoric and present all 5 pieces of concrete evidence.
And all of which emerged in, what, a matter of just a couple of days?
Exactly. All pointing to this White House commitment to a $2,000 payment.
Absolutely. And the direct benefit for our audience, many of whom are retirees, older adults, low-income individuals receiving benefits like Social Security, SSI, SSDI.
That's why we have to do a full deep dive. A $2,000 payment is, well, it's substantial.
It's massive. For someone relying solely on a fixed income, especially where inflation has just aggressively eaten away at their purchasing power for the last few years.
Oh, yeah.
That sum could be the difference between making rent, affording essential prescriptions, or just, regaining some measure of financial dignity and stability.
We really cannot underestimate the real-world impact of a payment this big.
We can't.
We have to acknowledge the potential life-changing nature of this sum. The core proposal sets the minimum amount as at least $2,000 per recipient or family.
Right, at least.
And we're defining this proposal based on those initial announcements made by the president just a few days ago. The speed with which the entire administration then mobilized behind this high-dollar figure, that's the key signal we need to decode.
And that phrase, at least $2,000, it's so important. It means this figure is the floor, not necessarily the ceiling.
Good point.
Depending on how they structure the final legislation, maybe it's scaled for families with dependents, or maybe there's a higher amount for certain vulnerable groups. We don't know yet.
But it shows an aggressive, proactive intent. They want to deliver substantial relief quickly, and that just underscores the urgency they're placing on this initiative.
It does.
Okay, let's unpack this with the first major element.
Yeah.
The sheer political heat they are generating for themselves.
Yes.
The administration has, by making these public statements, effectively boxed itself into a very tight corner, politically speaking.
And what's fascinating here is that this observation is woven throughout our source material. The administration is consciously painting themselves into an extremely tight corner by promoting this idea so heavily and so publicly.
This isn't some cautious leak to, test the waters.
Not at all. This is multiple high-ranking officials tying their credibility and the administration's political future to a specific high-dollar financial figure.
And that political implication is just profound. It suggests they are acutely aware that if they failed to deliver, there would be significant widespread backlash.
Especially among the very demographics they're targeting with this message. Retirees, fixed-income earners, low-income voters.
If the commitment is this strong and this public, the implication is that the administration knows they really need to follow through. I mean, failure to deliver $2,000 to people who are struggling financially, that could be politically devastating.
The severity of that potential blowback, should this payment not materialize after this level of public confirmation, it cannot be overstated.
Yeah.
The source material stressed that failure would lead to a lot of really, really upset people. People who were, quite rationally, basically banking on this to happen.
Of course.
So this engineered pressure, it creates a massive, almost irresistible political incentive for the administration to devote every single resource to overcoming any hurdles, legislative or financial.
They've consciously chosen to raise the stakes.
They have, to ensure political movement.
It's a classic high-risk, high-reward strategy. So let's look at the concrete evidence trail that built this pressure cooker. We have to start with the executive commitment itself.
Top down.
We have concrete evidence here. Specifically, 2 public statements detailed in source material screenshots made by the president over 2 consecutive days, Sunday and Monday,
Back to back.
where he decisively doubled down on the $2,000 payment.
And that repetition, day after day, it reinforces the message. It prevents it from being dismissed as, a momentary slip of the tongue or a one-off comment.
Exactly. And the initial language he used is what sets the broad scope for the entire proposal. It defines who the research team should be focusing on.
He announced the distribution of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people.
That phrase, everybody except high-income people, that's the core promise. It dictates a wide distribution intended to encompass the vast majority of working and retired Americans.
And it certainly includes those who rely on any form of social welfare or retirement benefits.
Now, in government, the president sets the policy, but it's the Treasury Department that has to ensure the financial and legal pathway is clear.
Right.
Which brings us to our second critical piece of evidence, the crucial confirmation from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. What exactly did he confirm? How did he move this from just a political post to an active administrative task?
Bessent's statement was key. It provided the necessary institutional and financial grounding for the proposal. It confirmed that this policy is being actively pursued at the highest financial level in the government.
And his specific words.
He explicitly confirmed that the White House is committed to making that happen. But crucially, he added that the team of economic advisors is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
That is not an insignificant phrase.
Not at all. It is the first official confirmation that the government bureaucracy is now engaged in the complex work of figuring out the legal pathways. How do you transfer funds derived from tariffs, a non-traditional source for this kind of relief, into checks for citizens?
So that's a massive step. Active exploration of legal options, specifically related to these, non-budgeted funds. But when we analyze Bessent's statement, what's notably missing that our audience should be cautious about?
Well, for context, Bessent provided absolutely no timeline.
No dates.
No specific dates for payment, no further specific details about the mechanics of the payment or the final eligibility criteria. He only offered the strong commitment itself. He was acting as that high-level assurance that the policy goal is non-negotiable within the administration.
So the absence of a timeline means the process is still fluid.
Completely. It's dependent entirely on the success of that legal exploration and, of course, legislative action.
Okay, so if Bessent gave us the policy commitment and the legal directive, then the administration needs someone to figure out the how.
The nitty-gritty.
And more specifically, whether this whole tariff funding model is even financially viable. That brings us directly to the numbers person, Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor.
Yes, his role is critical. He's responsible for the data, the feasibility, and making sure this idea of using tariffs actually holds water.
He's the one who has to make the math work.
Precisely. Hassett's involvement transforms the promise into a logistical and mathematical problem. He's the one in charge of running the models, checking the ledger for that tariff revenue.
And what did he confirm?
He confirmed that his immediate task is to study the matter and get the numbers straight. He said he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight to provide the president with all the choices he needs to decide on how to execute the payment.
That's a very transparent confirmation that the proposal is now fully in the technical, implementation and feasibility review phase.
It is. It signals the administration is treating this as a serious, calculable policy, not just a talking point.
The coordination is powerful.
Yeah.
You have the president initiating the commitment, the Treasury Secretary backing the legal review, and the economic advisor actively calculating the numbers.
That level of synchronized messaging, it strongly signals seriousness.
And to complete the picture of this high-profile commitment, we have the fourth data point.
Reinforcement from the administration's public face. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
What did she add?
She also spoke out, indicating the administration's ongoing unified commitment to the $2,000 distribution. So this synchronization across the political, the financial, and the communications departments, it just reinforces the gravity and the coordination of the promise.
Yeah, when all 4 of those key players are speaking the same language about the same high-dollar figure within just a few days.
The policy has crossed a major internal hurdle.
So if you were watching over the last few days, you saw 2 posts from the president, and you heard statements from the Treasury Secretary, the economic advisor, and the press secretary.
5 specific data points.
All confirming the same major financial initiative. This is the definition of digging in, and it moves the discussion from if they want to do this to how they will legally and financially execute it despite all that political pressure they've created for themselves.
Exactly.
Let's shift our focus now to the immediate practical concern for our audience. Who is this money intended for? While the president gave a pretty broad mandate, we need to delve into the specific income thresholds that are being researched right now.
Okay, and we have to begin by reiterating that broad initial scope laid out by the president: everybody except high-income people.
That's the guiding star.
It is. For our listeners on fixed incomes, it's essential to understand that this phrasing is intentionally inclusive. It's meant to include Social Security retirees, individuals on supplemental security income, or SSI.
And those receiving Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI.
And low-income veterans receiving benefits through the VA. All of them should fall under that umbrella.
Let's take a second to clearly define these groups, because the distinction is so crucial for eligibility and, protections.
It is.
SSI, Supplemental Security Income, that's a federal program for the aged, blind, or disabled who have very, very limited income and resources. This is the most vulnerable group when it comes to resource limits.
That's a key point. Then you have SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, which is for those who have worked and paid into the system, similar to retirement benefits.
Right, so both SSDI and SSI recipients have critical financial needs, but any one-time payment is often scrutinized very closely for how it might impact their ongoing benefit eligibility, especially for SSI.
And it is for this broad audience that Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor tasked with the actual numbers, provided the first, and so far, the most specific figure regarding income thresholds.
Okay, so what was that initial working figure that Hassett put forward?
Hassett mentioned a $2,000 rebate that would be for families making less than, say, $100,000.
Okay, say $100,000.
Right. This is the first concrete household income figure we've seen publicly associated with this payment. For a significant portion of our audience, especially those receiving fixed income, that $100,000 benchmark serves as a really encouraging sign.
It confirms their likely inclusion, since most fixed income recipients fall far, far below that threshold.
Correct.
But that $100,000 figure, it immediately flags interest. But we need to be very clear about the undecided nature of that threshold. You need to know this is not a final number.
That clarification is vital, and the source material is crucial here. Hassett explicitly confirmed that the $100,000 income figure is not decided upon yet.
Those moving part.
It's still in discussion. This means that while $100,000 for a household serves as an initial working benchmark for their research,
Which lets them model the total cost and scope.
exactly. But the final legislative limit could be lower or higher. Or it could vary based on filing status, Maybe single filers have a $50,000 limit, married filers get the $100,000. It's a working hypothesis, not a confirmed legislative outcome.
So the importance of patience here cannot be overstated for you right now, particularly if you're on a needs-based program like SSI or Medicaid.
Absolutely.
While the commitment to the payment is incredibly strong, the specific eligibility criteria that affect someone receiving Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or low-income veterans, all those specific details about your benefit status, they're still being finalized and debated internally.
It's all part of that exploring legal options phase.
We have to delve into the technical complexity here because this is where a well-intentioned policy can create real harm if it's not legislated correctly.
It's a huge potential pitfall. For Social Security retirees and SSDI recipients, a one-time lump sum payment generally doesn't affect their ongoing eligibility, but for the roughly 8 million recipients of SSI
who face those strict asset and income tests.
Exactly. For them, a lump sum payment carries a significant legislative risk.
So if Congress doesn't include specific protective language, how exactly could this $2,000 payment jeopardize their benefits?
It could happen in two ways. First, if the $2,000 counts as income in the month it's received, it could reduce or even eliminate that month's SSI payment under the income rules.
Okay, that's bad.
But the second way is more critical. If the money is held past the end of that month, it could count toward the SSI resource limit, and that limit is very low.
How low?
Typically just $2,000 for an individual or $3,000 for a couple.
Wow. So the payment itself could put you over the limit.
Instantly. Exceeding that resource limit even by $1 results in the immediate loss of SSI eligibility and, crucially, the automatic loss of Medicaid benefits in many states.
That would completely defeat the purpose of the relief. This means that, historically, with payments like past stimulus checks, Congress had to step in.
They did. They had to specifically and legislatively exempt those payments from being counted as both income and resources for SSI and Medicaid for a certain period, often 12 months.
Exactly. The absence of that specific legislative language right now means we cannot assume this $2,000 dividend will be protected.
And that's why when the Treasury Secretary said they're exploring all legal options, that has to include looking at historical precedent to ensure the specific dividend payment is statutorily exempted from counting against federal benefit eligibility tests.
So our audience has to be aware that this crucial detail is still pending. It's the primary thing we need to watch for in the final bill.
It's everything for that group.
It's also important to contextualize this proposal within the administration's broader focus on, new aggressive financial initiatives. The source material briefly mentions that the president was also discussing 50-year mortgages alongside the stimulus checks.
Yeah, that reference, though it's separate from the dividend, it highlights the aggressive, almost disruptive nature of the administration's current financial agenda. 50-year mortgages are a very unconventional long-term proposal.
Aimed at radically changing housing affordability.
Right, just as the tariff-funded dividend is an unconventional, non-debt approach to citizen relief. This isn't an administration seeking marginal change. They are clearly pursuing large-scale structural modifications to household finance.
And that gives us a strong context for why they are so intensely committed to this $2,000 dividend.
It does. It fits a pattern.
Let's pivot to the financial innovation here. This is where the story gets truly unique, because it deals with how they claim they can pay for this without adding to the national deficit or touching the current budget.
This is the whole strategy. It relies entirely on redirecting tariff revenue.
And the plan, as they've communicated it, is designed for maximum political appeal. The $2,000 checks are proposed to be paid for entirely using that revenue.
It's a deliberate attempt to bypass the traditional budgetary process, which usually requires either cutting existing programs or direct borrowing.
Which results in deficit spending.
Which is politically toxic. They are trying to position this as a fiscally responsible relief effort.
So we should probably briefly explain what tariffs are. They're basically taxes imposed on imported goods.
Right. When those goods enter the U.S., the duties are collected by Customs and Border Protection, and that revenue flows into the U.S. Treasury.
And this revenue stream, which has fluctuated a lot based on global trade tensions and policy decisions, this is what they're saying they want to tap for this dividend.
And Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor, he addressed the feasibility of using this specific revenue stream directly. His claim is the linchpin of the whole financial argument.
It's what's supposed to satisfy the desire for relief while avoiding the usual accusations of fiscal irresponsibility.
Exactly.
So what did Hassett specifically say about the financial feasibility of relying solely on tariffs? Can it be done?
According to him, yes. He stated that he looked at the numbers and confirmed there is enough room and enough revenue to cover those checks and not go into the rest of the budget.
He's saying the money is just sitting there.
He explicitly affirmed that there would be enough money to pay for the $2,000 checks strictly from the tariff revenues that have been coming into the Treasury. That is the administration's official position. The money is available and dedicated.
Okay, now, this is where we have to introduce that crucial note of caution from the source material. This is vital for providing multiple perspectives.
The counter-argument.
Right. While Hassett, the official advisor, claims the numbers work based on his internal review, the source noted significant external skepticism.
Right.
Independent calculations are suggesting that the numbers for funding this strictly via tariff revenue don't really add up on a year-over-year basis. There's a potential multi-billion-dollar shortfall.
And this tension is critical. It really defines the nature of the policy debate here. On one hand, you have the chief economic advisor claiming, based on his internal data, that the funding is secure outside the traditional budget.
And on the other hand,
you have external calculations suggesting the total tariff revenue collected, even with high trade volumes, is just not sufficient to cover a $2,000 payout to tens of millions of people.
So you have to either use just a fraction of the revenue or draw on non-tariff funds.
Exactly.
So if the external skepticism is based in reality, what exactly is the source of the shortfall? Is it that the total tariff collection just isn't large enough, or is it a legal accounting issue?
It's likely a bit of both, and the specifics matter a great deal. The primary skepticism revolves around the sheer scale of this.
The numbers are huge.
Annual tariff revenue is substantial, sure. It's often measured in the high tens of billions. But distributing $2,000 checks to a vast population segment, You're talking potentially 100 to 150 million people. That pushes the total cost into the hundreds of billions.
A completely different order of magnitude.
It is. And if the administration is only referring to a specific subset of tariffs, say those levied on a particular trading partner, the funds available are even smaller.
And there's the legal side, too.
Right. Not all tariff revenue is freely available to just be appropriated for this purpose. Some of it may be legally dedicated to other pre-existing mandates or trust funds.
So Hassett's claim suggests that either they found a large, unrestricted surplus of tariff revenue that nobody else has seen, or
They're counting on highly optimistic future collection projections to bridge that gap.
so even if the math seems questionable to outside observers, the fact that the administration's own expert has gone on the record saying it works.
That gives them the necessary political justification to move forward and argue against the deficit spending claims.
They've put forward their reasoning, and that reasoning is currently backed by the authority of the administration's economic data. So what's next?
It means the immediate path forward is legislative. The debate shifts from whether the money exists to whether Congress has the political will to authorize this specific non-traditional use of the funds. They need a bill.
Which brings us to the formal legal hurdle, Congress. We know stimulus or dividend payments generally require an appropriation of funds.
That is the hard, cold legal requirement. Hassett confirmed this himself. He stated explicitly that the payment will require legislation.
So it can't be done by presidential decree alone, like some executive order.
No. The proposal has to be introduced as a bill, it has to be debated, and passed by both the House and the Senate and then signed into law.
Which is precisely why the political pressure we discussed earlier is so critical. The administration needs Congress to act on their commitment.
They do.
However, there is an optimistic sign mentioned in the source material regarding the legislative branch's attitude.
Yes. The recent information suggests that lawmakers are warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments.
That's a big deal.
It is. This political momentum, fueled both by the White House's public commitment and the popular appeal of the dividend, means the proposal isn't dead on arrival in Congress. It's gaining traction.
Which increases the probability of legislative action being prioritized, maybe through measures designed to expedite spending bills.
And this willingness to even consider a non-debt financed relief measure suggests a potentially successful path forward.
If this moves through Congress, especially if it succeeds with this tariff funding model, it will be a landmark legislative event.
Oh, absolutely. It could set a major precedent for future relief efforts and how large financial programs are structured from now on.
This all sounds very promising, but we have to immediately guide our audience through the practical reality, which is waiting.
Yes.
When people hear $2,000, they want to know how to get it right now.
And the most crucial immediate guidance is tied directly to that legal process. Since this requires legislation, absolutely no action or application is needed from you, the listener, right now.
Let's say that again.
If Congress has not passed a bill, there is no application process. Any suggestion otherwise is either extremely premature or, most likely, fraudulent. The government will contact you if and when a bill is passed.
And we also need to acknowledge the current limitations of the information available. This proposal is still in the research and legislative development phase.
It is.
Our audience, particularly those on fixed incomes and benefits, they have specific questions that are currently unanswerable. We have to detail what we're missing.
That is so vital. Critical details that determine the real-world impact are missing because they are legislative decisions, not administrative ones.
Right.
We do not have information on specific payment dates. We don't know if the payment structure will be a single check or staggered payments. And most critically for our audience, we lack confirmation on how this will affect a recipient's tax status.
Or if it affects eligibility for needs-based benefits like Medicaid or SNAP.
Or if there will be specific garnishment protections for this dividend. All of that has to be in the bill.
So if you are relying on Supplemental Security Income, SSI, or Medicaid, you must wait for the legislative text to confirm how this one-time payment interacts with your existing federal income and resource calculations. We need that protective language.
Precisely. If that protective language is included, the $2,000 will be safe and won't harm your eligibility. If it's omitted, which is why Besson's legal team is reviewing options, the funds could temporarily disqualify you from essential programs.
We're operating on a high-level commitment, not a final law.
Exactly.
And we must use this opportunity to issue a strong critical warning against scams, especially given the highly publicized $2,000 figure and the fact that we're dealing with high-need demographics who are eagerly awaiting help.
The moment a high-dollar figure like this is proposed and widely discussed, the stammers mobilize immediately. They often use fear and urgency to target older adults and low-income individuals.
It's disgusting.
It is. We have to strongly advise our audience. No government agency, whether it's the IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, or the VA, will ever call you, text you, or email you asking for money, banking information, or personal identifiers in order to receive this payment.
This is a fundamental rule.
Yeah.
The government does not initiate contact this way for benefits.
Never. Any official communication will come via a verifiable physical letter sent to your address on file or through your official My Social Security online portal.
So if someone asks you to pay an application fee or buy gift cards or send a verification code or click a link in some unexpected email.
It is a scam 100% of the time. Do not engage. Report it immediately.
And even if you receive the payment, we have to address the topic of garnishment protection from private creditors.
Yes. While certain federal benefits are automatically protected, a one-time dividend payment like this requires specific legislative instruction to prevent garnishment.
This is a lesson we learned from past stimulus payments, isn't it?
It is. If Congress passes this as a true dividend, they must include specific language to shield those funds from being seized by private creditors, debt collectors, or collection agencies once they hit your bank account.
So our listeners should be aware that until the bill is passed and signed, those specific protections, especially for non-federal debt, are not guaranteed.
It's yet another detail the legislative text must confirm.
So our guidance is practical. Make sure your current direct deposit information is up to date with the SSA or VA. Use official government websites ending in .gov for information.
And most importantly, do nothing right now but wait for the official legislative announcement.
Let's pull all this evidence together and look at the immediate and long-term implications. We've established that the administration has created intense political pressure to deliver this $2,000 dividend using a non-traditional funding source.
Right. And to summarize the 5 core facts we analyzed. First, the unprecedented coordinated commitment level.
The president, Treasury Secretary, Economic Advisor, Press Secretary, all in a few days.
Exactly. That elevates the priority level tremendously.
Second, the specific amount is concrete, at least $2,000 per recipient or family. That sets a strong financial floor for the relief.
Third, the target audience is broad. Everyone except high-income people. It's likely centered around that initial working benchmark of $100,000 household income, but that number is still fluid.
And we are closely monitoring the required protection clauses for needs-based programs like SSI and Medicaid.
Critically. Fourth, the proposed funding mechanism is novel. Tariff revenue. It's based on the economic advisor's claim that the numbers work and the money is available without adding to the general budget or the national debt.
Despite that external skepticism about the total revenue available.
And fifth, the status, it is not yet law. It requires specific congressional legislation, meaning it's not final, but political momentum is building. The probability of passage is increasing significantly.
So what does this all mean when we zoom out? The administration is attempting to redefine how social relief is financed. They're trying to create a direct link between tariff revenue, a stable non-debt source, and citizen dividends.
It's a potential new template for federal financial relief, and it's a very high-stakes gamble.
This brings us to the final provocative thought we want to leave you with, the learner. Given this immense political pressure, this strong public commitment to a $2,000 dividend funded by tariffs, we have to consider the long-term implications for American financial policy.
Because if they succeed in establishing tariff revenue as a viable, dedicated, non-debt funding stream for citizen dividends, what does this mean for how social relief programs are structured and financed in the future?
We're looking at 2 major possibilities that will define the political conversation moving forward.
The first is what you could call the temporary fix argument. Proponents would argue this is a politically savvy, one-time measure. It's designed to alleviate immediate inflationary pressure and secure political capital without incurring new debt.
So a short-term solution.
Right. Once the immediate pressure subsides, the tariff funding stream may be quietly abandoned, and this dividend is just considered an emergency anomaly.
And the second possibility.
The new paradigm argument. This suggests a real structural shift. If this legislation passes, it successfully establishes a precedent for non-debt financed relief based on a dedicated existing government revenue stream.
And could that signal a permanent shift in how the government transfers money to citizens? Could it establish a new model for, say, universal or targeted basic income programs?
Funded not by perpetual borrowing, but by a share of trade income derived from tariffs. That's the big question.
That question, is this a temporary political solution or the beginning of a new, sustained approach to citizen income? That is the one that will shape economic and political debate for years to come.
The financial success and the legislative pathway of this one $2,000 payment could redefine the entire debate around social safety nets and fiscal responsibility.
We encourage you to continue following these updates extremely closely. We will be tracking every step of this proposal as it moves through Congress and the various administrative offices.
And we'll be specifically watching for those crucial protection clauses for SSI and low-income beneficiaries.
Make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an immediate update as the legislative details, the specific eligibility thresholds, the payment dates, and those crucial protections are finalized.
It's the best way to stay informed.
If this information was helpful and gave you the deeper context you needed, please share it with friends and family who rely on fixed income or who need this potential financial help. Being well-informed is the best tool you have right now. Thank you for joining us for the deep dive. Are you ready for a major financial update that could put at least $2,000 directly into your pocket?
And we should be clear.
Yes.
This is not based on rumor or, some political speculation.
Not at all. We are talking about an unusual, really an unprecedented level of committed language coming straight from the White House.
And it's all backed up. It's backed up by specific, coordinated statements.
From 3 extremely high-profile officials, and all of this happened within just a 72-hour window.
That's right. Multiple administration officials have gone explicitly on the record. Just within the last few days.
And they're reinforcing their promise.
Publicly reinforcing it. They want to deliver a new $2,000 payment, which, and this is interesting, they're calling it a stimulus check sometimes, and other times a national dividend.
It's definitely not just a political talking point anymore. It's moved way beyond that.
Oh, absolutely. This is an active policy discussion now, with a highly specific and I'd say somewhat controversial proposed funding source.
They are strategically painting themselves into an extremely tight corner on this issue.
They really are.
And when commitments reach this level of public visibility, this kind of coordination, it means the political pressure to actually deliver is immense.
Which suggests the likelihood of this legislation moving forward is surprisingly high.
Very high.
So today, we are diving deep into all the necessary context. We're going to analyze this unified messaging, we'll dissect the viability of that tariff revenue funding source they're talking about, and we will define who the president wants to include in this relief.
So if you receive Social Security SSI or SSDI, stick with us. This deep dive is your shortcut to being well-informed on this potential financial support and, I think, crucially, how to protect your existing benefits if this payment arrives. Welcome to the deep dive. Our mission today is to move beyond the headlines and really provide some objective, actionable context. We're talking about the administration's clear commitment to deliver a new $2,000 financial payment.
And they keep framing it interchangeably, right? A stimulus check or dividend payment.
Exactly. And the rhetoric around it, it's just escalated dramatically in the last few days.
Well, and for so many people listening, especially those who are navigating life on fixed incomes or disability benefits or just struggling with this ongoing inflation.
$2,000 is not a trivial sum.
Not at all. It represents vital breathing room. It's a chance to catch up on bills or maybe just regain a measure of financial dignity.
Our approach today is analytical. It's not political.
Right. We are approaching this material not as speculation, but as a synthesis of concrete evidence. This whole deep dive is based entirely on a collection of recent, very high-profile statements and written communications.
All from the highest levels of the administration.
And they all confirm this strong intent to make the payment happen. We're not looking at hearsay. We're synthesizing 5 specific pieces of evidence that, when you look at them together, they demonstrate a really unusual level of seriousness and commitment to this proposal.
This is not your typical White House messaging.
Far from it.
And we really want to acknowledge the personal importance of this update for you, the listener. If you're receiving Social Security retirement benefits, SSI, SSDI, or low-income veterans benefits, navigating this kind of financial news can be confusing.
And sometimes deliberately overwhelming.
Yes. These potential funds could provide much-needed stability. So our goal is clarity context, and I think absolutely crucially, the necessary safeguards you need to know about.
Especially concerning your existing means-tested benefits.
Exactly. Before any money potentially moves, you need to know that.
And the overarching context here is strategic. I mean, the administration is clearly trying to generate substantial political momentum and public expectation.
No doubt.
When they commit publicly like this, across multiple departments, including the economic advisor, they're elevating this proposal. It moves out of the realm of, abstract possibility.
And it becomes a mandatory legislative objective.
That's it, exactly. It's a deliberate tactic to force Congress's hand. So we will detail precisely what was said, who said it, and how they propose to pay for it.
Which involves that specific strategy concerning tariff revenue that is, frankly, fascinating.
It really is.
Our journey starts by systematically examining the combined weight of these official statements, because understanding that unified front is really the only way to gauge this proposal's true political viability. Okay, let's unpack this official commitment. This is the first layer of evidence, and it's so critical because it shows coordination.
It really does.
It's not just one person talking on background or, testing the political waters.
No.
It's a unified message, delivered in quick succession, almost as if they are actively trying to generate the public demand needed to push this legislation through.
That coordinated rollout is the critical takeaway here. When you see policy announcements delivered simultaneously by key economic personnel, the head of Treasury, and the communications staff,
It sends a signal.
it signals that the proposal has moved past that preliminary internal review and has been officially sanctioned as a key immediate administration objective.
So where do we start?
Let's start with the economic heavy hitter, because his job is to provide the fiscal foundation for all these promises. The first crucial piece of evidence comes from Kevin Hassett, the administration's economic advisor.
Okay.
And his role is not political hype. His job is to provide the fiscal rationale, to analyze the economic impact, and to crunch the numbers necessary to make a policy feasible.
So when he speaks on viability, he's not just freelancing.
No, he is speaking with the backing of the White House's internal research team.
Okay, so what did Hassett specifically confirm about the process? Because this is where the conversation really shifts from just generalized political promises to, concrete procedural facts that reveal how deep the planning really is.
He confirmed two major procedural facts that are essential for our listeners to understand. First, he was asked directly if the $2,000 checks derived from tariff revenue would happen, and he stated unequivocally that this plan will require legislation.
That's vital information.
It is. It means this is not something the president can just enact with a stroke of the pen, through an executive order.
Congress has to act.
Congress must introduce, debate, and pass a bill. So for our listeners, that means the timeline is dependent entirely on the speed, the cooperation, and frankly, the political will of lawmakers.
Requiring legislation immediately introduces political friction, certainly.
Yeah.
But Hassett's second point seems to indicate the White House is already far past that initial conceptual hurdle.
Right. He also confirmed that he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight.
And why is he doing that?
So the president can make a final informed decision on the specific design of the payment.
Wow. Okay, so if Hassett, the guy who's responsible for the administration's economic modeling and costing, if he's actively crunching the numbers on the funding source,
which we will get into in a moment,
and defining the specific eligibility criteria, then this proposal is fully operational. It's undergoing deep research inside the White House policy framework right now.
Precisely. They are trying to build the legislative blueprint as we speak. His involvement alone raises the credibility of this proposal significantly.
So it moves from potential political rhetoric to
a serious, internally researched fiscal undertaking.
And just to put Hassett's involvement in perspective here, most large, complicated financial relief programs, they often take months to get to this level of modeling.
That's a great point.
The fact that the economic advisor is speaking publicly about the legislative need in the active study phase suggests a very accelerated internal timeline.
So moving from that essential economic groundwork to the political and implementation backing, we then had confirmation from two other extremely high-profile figures.
Which signals commitment from where?
From the financial mechanism and the communications arm of the administration.
Okay, so Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, he confirmed departmental involvement.
He did.
And while the source material we analyzed doesn't really detail his exact quotes on eligibility, the simple fact that the head of the Treasury is publicly addressing this, That confirms the government's financial arm is actively engaged in the planning. His department would be the one ultimately responsible for issuing the checks or deposits.
Through existing structures, like the Bureau of Fiscal Service and coordinating with the SSA.
Right. And then you have the official White House communications channel.
A press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. And her job is to deliver the definitive official position of the administration, leaving zero room for media misinterpretation.
Her statement acted as the ultimate public mandate.
It did. That is the definition of a binding public statement.
Yeah.
Leavitt stated plainly, and this is a quote, "The White House is committed to making that happen." Yes.
Yes, just point blank.
Point blank. And that the team is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
And that phrase, exploring all legal options, that just reaffirms Hassett's point about the legislative necessity, right? They want to make sure they have the strongest legal basis possible.
It all connects. The trio of Hassett for fiscal viability, Besson for implementation, and Leavitt for the public mandate, all speaking in quick succession. It creates this immense coordinated pressure on Congress to act. And then finally, this escalating commitment was cemented directly by the president himself.
In writing.
In two separate written posts, one from Sunday and one from Monday. This effectively reinforced their stance on the $2,000 payment promise,
Solidifying it as his personal and immediate policy priority.
Exactly.
The specific language used in those posts is extremely important. It sets the scope of the payment, and it introduces a nuanced distinction that I think we need to clarify for our listeners.
I agree.
The president's crucial language promises a payment of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid.
That phrase, at least $2,000, is key. It establishes a floor, not a ceiling.
That's a really important detail.
It is, because it suggests flexibility. The final legislative number could potentially be higher if Hassett's tariff revenue projections are, extremely robust.
Or if Congress decides to use this mechanism to channel additional relief funds.
That's another possibility.
Now, let's go back to that key distinction, addressing some of the feedback we received. The administration keeps using stimulus check and dividend interchangeably. Why is calling it a dividend a key rhetorical and financial strategy?
It's politically sophisticated. A stimulus check traditionally implies government spending funded by taxes or debt aimed at boosting a sluggish economy.
Right.
A dividend, in this context, suggests a payout to the nation's citizens derived from a common pre-existing asset or revenue stream, in this case, the tariffs.
So it reframes the whole issue.
Completely. It suggests the payment is not a cost borne by taxpayers, but rather a share of the profits or revenue generated by trade policy. This framing is deliberate. It's designed to support the financial justification we're about to discuss, and it makes the entire proposal sound much more fiscally responsible.
So to summarize this section, the evidence is pretty overwhelming that this is a fully sanctioned, intensely researched, and publicly mandated policy objective of the administration.
They're all rowing in the same direction.
Which significantly increases the political stakes for Congress. Okay, here's where this proposal moves from just being interesting to being fundamentally different from past relief efforts. The proposed mechanism for funding this $2,000 payment is not general revenue or traditional deficit spending.
No, it's the redirection of specific tariff revenue streams.
It's a bold move.
It's a very bold move. By identifying a dedicated, non-traditional funding stream like tariffs, the administration is attempting to circumvent the inevitable criticism from fiscal conservatives and deficit hawks that this is just another massive expenditure.
They're trying to preempt the budgetary argument.
Exactly.
So let's look at the financial justification provided by the economic advisor Hassett. He laid out the arithmetic, he claimed, and this is a quote, "If you look at how much tariff revenue has been coming in, then there would actually be enough room to cover those checks and not go into the rest of the budget."
That is the pivotal statement. That's what gives the entire policy its perceived viability.
He's claiming that the current inflow of money from tariffs is sufficient to finance $2,000 checks for the targeted low and middle income population.
And the implication is profound. The economic advisor, the person who is expected to have mastery over the data, is using a specific available revenue stream to justify the payment.
Which is designed to shield the proposal from immediate budgetary conflicts.
By arguing it is an affordable, viable, and self-funding endeavor.
And this directly supports that dividend narrative we just discussed.
It does.
Instead of tariffs being seen as a cost that's ultimately passed on to the consumer, a hidden tax, if you will, they're reframed as an asset.
A national revenue source that is directly distributed back to the very consumer who paid them.
Exactly.
And this justification creates strong political momentum because it gives lawmakers who are, sensitive to the national debt a compelling argument for passage.
They can say, we are providing substantial financial relief without adding to the national debt or tapping into existing programs.
That's the narrative. And whether or not it holds up under strict academic scrutiny, that's what matters in the halls of Congress right now. It is the political engine driving this proposal.
But we have to be diligent. We have to address the necessary financial scrutiny. The source material we looked at notes that the numbers being calculated by Hassett, quote, on a year-over-year basis, don't really add up, according to some external analysis.
This is where we need the deep dive.
Yes.
This is the friction point where policy meets reality. When the administration claims a massive targeted relief program is fully funded by a single revenue stream, external number crunchers, independent think tanks, opposition party economists, the Congressional Budget Office,
The CBO.
they will inevitably dissect the figures. This isn't unusual. This is the legislative process in action.
Wait, so the top financial advisor for the administration is pushing numbers that external analysis suggests are soft or maybe incomplete. Isn't that a massive red flag that this might just be political posturing?
Well,
Designed purely to gain public support, and that Congress will just immediately dismantle the funding mechanism.
that's the exact question we need to ask. It's possible that Hassett's calculation relies on different accounting methods than those used by his external critics.
Instant.
For instance, he might be utilizing gross tariff revenue projections without subtracting the crucial administrative costs required to collect and enforce the tariffs.
Or the costs to actually disperse the $2,000 checks.
That too. Those costs aren't zero.
So he's presenting the top-line revenue without the necessary operating expenses. That significantly changes the true net availability of the money.
Precisely. Another factor could be the population estimate. If Hassett's calculation relies on a very aggressive exclusion of high-income earners, let's say assuming only 60% of the population qualifies, the total cost would be much lower.
Which makes the tariff revenue look sufficient.
Right. But external critics may be scoring the program based on a broader eligibility assumption, which would immediately push the costs way beyond the tariff revenue pool.
So the conflict isn't necessarily that the tariff money doesn't exist,
No, the money is there.
but that the cost of the program, based on a realistic legislative scope and administrative overhead, likely exceeds the net funds Hassett is claiming are available.
That's the most accurate assessment. However, and this is the important part, so what remains? Despite the external skepticism, the administration's top economic advisor is publicly vouching for the viability of tariff funding.
And that creates the political momentum.
Strong political momentum. It supports the narrative that this is an affordable, viable plan. For the purposes of getting a bill passed, the political viability, the ability to tell a compelling story about a dedicated funding source, that often outweighs the academic debate on the exact arithmetic.
It's essentially presenting Congress with a prepackaged plan that includes both the benefit and the perceived funding mechanism.
Which makes their job easier and their refusal harder.
It changes the debate from where will we find the money to do you oppose returning tariff revenue to the people? That's a much harder political position to defend against. This moves us to the most pressing question for you, the listener. What do we know about the specific income requirements? And does that phrase, dividend to everybody, truly mean what it sounds like?
We have to synthesize the two different, but I think complementary eligibility criteria that have been presented by the administration officials themselves.
And while the final legislative details aren't set,
the direction is unequivocally clear. This is targeted relief aimed at the low and middle class. The first data point on eligibility came from the economic advisor, Hassett. He specifically mentioned a rebate for families making less than, say, $100,000.
Okay, so that sets a concrete middle-class income threshold.
And most benefit recipients fall well below that.
And the second data point came directly from the president with the broader promise of a payment to everybody except high-income people.
Right. So when you interpret the overlap, the clear intention is to target the entire spectrum of low and middle income Americans and explicitly exclude the wealthy.
This distinction is immensely crucial for our listening audience.
It is. If the income cap lands anywhere near that $100,000 mark for a family, or even slightly lower for individuals, say $50,000 or $75,000.
It strongly suggests inclusion for nearly all current federal benefit recipients.
Yeah.
Let's connect that directly to our core audience who rely on federal benefits. The vast majority of people receiving Social Security retirement benefits, SSDI or SSI.
Social Security, disability insurance, and supplemental security income.
Their incomes are significantly below that $100,000 threshold. In fact, most SSI recipients have near zero or extremely low other countable income.
So, based on the stated intent, the proposed income caps virtually guarantee inclusion for these groups.
It seems like it.
This is clearly targeted relief for the most financially vulnerable citizens and those who have felt the pinch of inflation the hardest over the last few years. The payment is clearly aimed at providing economic support to communities where every single dollar makes a difference.
However, we do need to acknowledge the uncertainty. When Hassett was asked if that $100,000 threshold was final, he hesitated.
He did. He said, we haven't. It's in discussion.
It's in discussion.
Which reiterates a necessary point of caution. The final income cutoff is still in discussion. They haven't decided on that yet.
And for the average retiree whose income is fixed and predictable, this might not seem like a major variable.
But for certain benefit recipients, specifically those on means-tested programs, the fine print of that cutoff definition is everything.
Why does that ambiguity matter so intensely for groups like SSI recipients or, say, SSDI beneficiaries who may be working part-time?
It matters because of the technical definitions in the final bill. The legislation will determine several critical factors.
Like what?
First, what constitutes family income? Is it based on last year's tax return? Current benefit income? A combination? We don't know.
Okay.
Second, for working SSDI beneficiaries who have strict substantial gainful activity limits, SGA limits, we need clarity on whether this $2,000 payment counts toward their monthly income threshold.
The intent suggests it shouldn't, but the law has to say so explicitly.
It has to.
So we're waiting for the legislative language to define precisely how that $100,000 threshold interacts with these complex benefit systems.
Right.
Until that legislative draft is public, the inclusion of, say, SSI or working SSDI beneficiaries remains a projection based on the stated intent, not a legal certainty that safeguards their current benefits.
Exactly. The administration has made their intent clear to help low and middle income earners, but the legislative language must explicitly translate that intent into rock-solid protection for those relying on federal assistance to survive.
We have to temper all this enthusiasm with realism and process. The question isn't if the administration wants it to happen.
No, that's clear.
But how and when it can realistically move through the legislative gauntlet. This is the difference between a high-profile commitment and a delivered check in your bank account.
This is where we shift focus from the White House's intention to Congress's mechanics. And the path forward is complicated, and clarity on the timeline is currently the single biggest missing piece of information. As we've established from Kevin Hassett, this measure absolutely requires Congress. The current process is the administration studying the options and finalizing the details of their proposal.
But lawmakers have to introduce and pass the bill.
They do. And given the political importance, this will likely be pursued through a dedicated standalone bill or perhaps attached to a larger must-pass piece of funding legislation to ensure its passage.
So it doesn't get stalled by political opposition.
Exactly.
Now, the source material did mention the reported warming up of lawmakers to the idea. In legislative terms, that political momentum is the first crucial sign of life for any major spending proposal.
It is. When lawmakers see their constituents reacting positively and with urgency to a presidential announcement of this magnitude, they become significantly more motivated to deliver.
The administration's tactic of generating that intense, unified public commitment, it increases the political cost of opposing the payment.
Absolutely. And the fact that the funding is claimed to come from tariff revenue, not general debt, also provides political cover for those lawmakers who might otherwise oppose new spending.
It gives them a defensible reason to vote yes.
It does.
However, we still have to acknowledge the reality. We don't even have a bill number yet. The administration is still crafting the foundational documents.
Indeed. And since the White House is still exploring all legal options, and Press Secretary Leavitt confirmed she has no timeline, we currently have no specific delivery dates.
We have a commitment, but no execution schedule.
That's a good way to put it.
And for our listeners who need to budget, the lack of a timeline is frustrating. But we can use historical context from past relief payments to paint a picture of what a realistic administrative timeline might look like once the bill is passed.
We can. Based on previous relief packages, the moment the president signs the legislation, the Treasury, in coordination with the Social Security Administration and the VA, enters a, say, 4 to 6 week administrative preparation phase.
And what happens during that time?
This time is used to load payment files, update IT systems, finalize procedures for non-tax filers, and ensure they have current banking information for every single beneficiary.
So if a bill were to pass next month, for example, the payments would likely start arriving 6 to 8 weeks after that signing date.
That's a reasonable estimate.
And we often see a tiered distribution based on historical data, correct?
Yes, based on precedent, payments are often staggered. The first wave typically goes to those who receive benefits via direct deposit and who have clear tax records on file with the IRS.
Okay, and after that?
Following that, there is often a sequence based on benefit type. Social Security retirement, then SSDI, then SSI, and finally VA benefits. Payments are also sometimes staggered by birth date. For example, beneficiaries born on the 1st through the 10th of the month might receive theirs first.
And what about the physical methods of delivery? That's really important for seniors and disabled individuals, many of whom rely on specific systems.
We expect the methods to align perfectly with existing government disbursement systems. This means direct deposit will be the fastest.
And paper checks.
Paper checks will be mailed out for those who still receive benefits that way, which inevitably adds a layer of delay due to postal processing.
And crucially, the Direct Express card.
Crucially, yes. We expect the money to be loaded onto the Direct Express card system for many SSI and SSDI recipients. The administration will leverage the SSA and VA's existing payment files to expedite the process as much as possible.
What about those who use representative payees? People who manage the funds for beneficiaries, who are unable to manage their own finances.
That is a key logistical hurdle. It requires specific administrative guidance, which contributes to the delay. Treasury and the SSA must formalize procedures for how the $2,000 dividend is delivered to the payee, ensuring transparency and accountability for the beneficiary.
So until the legislative guidance is established, those details remain fluid.
They do. So until the legislative draft is released, the best advice remains preparedness. Ensure your address and direct deposit information on file with the SSA or VA is current, and monitor the official portals for updates.
Exactly. We have to wait for that legislative draft to move this conversation from a high-level commitment to physical execution.
This next section is paramount. When substantial money is being discussed, we absolutely need to address financial safeguards and critical protections for the beneficiary community. For our listeners on fixed or limited incomes, ensuring this $2,000 does not negatively impact their existing support like health insurance or food assistance is just as important as receiving the money itself.
This is where the fine print dictates survival. If the government fails to explicitly legislate protections, this $2,000 dividend could inadvertently become a financial trap that costs the recipient much more in lost benefits than they gained. First, let's nail down the necessary clarity on tax status. Will this $2,000 dividend be counted as taxable income, or will it be designated as tax-free relief?
Well, based on the administration's use of the term dividend from tariff revenue, it could technically be subject to taxation, depending on how the final legislative language designates it.
So Congress has to act.
Congress must explicitly designate it as a non-taxable grant, similar to past stimulus payments, to ensure the full $2,000 provides benefit. If it's taxable, even if the overall tax burden is low, it diminishes the impact, and it creates unnecessary complexity for seniors who might not otherwise file taxes.
The second, and far more serious concern, relates to means-tested programs, and this is a critical expansion of detail. We need explicit protection against impact on federal benefits like SSI, Medicaid, and SNP.
Absolutely. For low-income programs, the rules are unforgiving. Let's use SSI, Supplemental Security Income, as the clearest example.
Okay.
SSI recipients face two major tests, an income test and a resource test. The resource test states that an individual cannot have more than $2,000 in countable resources, like money in a bank account, at the end of the month.
Or they lose their benefits.
Exactly.
That is a tiny cap. For many people, that $2,000 is their total savings buffer.
Precisely. Now imagine a struggling SSI recipient receives the $2,000 dividend in their checking account. If they already had $500 saved, their total resource count jumps to $2,500.
Which is $500 over the limit.
This $500 excess immediately violates the $2,000 resource limit, meaning they could lose their next SSI payment and potentially face a difficult administrative review to regain eligibility.
And the worst part is the immediate cascading impact.
Right.
Losing SSI often means automatically losing associated state Medicaid or FEB benefits, which are essential for healthcare and food security. The $2,000 payment would cost them critical long-term support.
This is why the legislative solution is so vital. We have to monitor for clear language ensuring these vital funds do not jeopardize existing support.
Specifically,
The legislation must include what is known as a period of disregard. This means Congress explicitly tells the SSA, the VA, and state welfare agencies to ignore this specific payment for a defined period. Historically, it's been 12 months, treating it as if it never existed for resource or income calculation purposes.
without that specific protective language written into the bill, the $2,000 can become a financial hazard.
A huge hazard.
So when the bill is released, you need to check immediately if it contains specific wording that guarantees the money will be treated as an exempt asset for at least the first 12 months you possess it. This is the difference between relief and ruin for the most vulnerable. Beyond protecting benefits, we have to address debt collection. For many struggling seniors or SSDI recipients, outstanding medical debt or consumer loans are a major burden. If they receive this money via direct deposit, will it be safe from seizure?
We saw the scenario play out with previous relief payments. While standard federal benefits, like Social Security and VA benefits, are generally protected from garnishment before they're deposited,
Once the money hits a bank account.
it can become vulnerable to seizure by third parties, such as private debt collectors, unless specific temporary legislation is passed to shield those funds.
Therefore, the bill must include specific language to protect the $2,000 funds from garnishment by debt collectors, ensuring the money provides the needed relief directly to you, the listener, and doesn't just disappear to satisfy an old, often predatory debt.
This protection is often called a look-back period. The legislation needs to mandate that banks cannot comply with garnishment orders related to these specific relief funds for a certain period. This is the only way to guarantee the funds meet their stated goal of providing breathing room and stability, especially for those with low balances and old judgments against them.
This discussion of large, anticipated payments brings us to the single most important safety measure we can offer.
I agree.
A strong, detailed warning against the inevitable, anticipated scams that will flood mailboxes, phones, and computers once this news hits the mainstream.
Scammers are professionals at exploiting the high hopes and urgent needs of vulnerable populations when big, unexpected money is promised. We need to be absolutely crystal clear about how the government handles official contact.
So listen carefully to this warning. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, and the VA will never call, text, or email you demanding information, money, or verification details to receive this $2,000 payment.
Never.
They will never ask you to pay a processing fee, purchase gift cards, or provide credit card or checking account information over the phone to unlock or expedite your dividend.
The procedure is simple and absolute. The only trusted information sources regarding this payment are official letters received via the U.S. mail in your verified mailbox or secure verified government portals like the My Social Security portal.
So if someone calls, texts, or emails you about the $2,000 payment,
It is a scam.
it is a scam, and you must hang up immediately. Do not engage. Do not confirm any detail.
And if you encounter suspicious contact, report it. You should immediately report any attempt to solicit personal or financial information related to this dividend to the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, and the relevant agency's Office of the Inspector General.
Protecting yourself from fraud is the absolutely critical first step in receiving this aid safely and securely. Let's connect this high-stakes commitment to the broader political and economic strategy. Why is the administration pushing so hard for this right now, and what does this payment represent in terms of future economic policy?
Well, this move is strategically aggressive and calculated. It illustrates a clear intent to deliver tangible, immediate financial relief to a key constituency, the low and middle income earners. And it's a strategy explicitly designed to force congressional action. Let's revisit that idea that the administration is painting themselves into an extremely tight corner. This intense, multi-department public commitment is a form of political leverage directed squarely at Congress. By having 3 top officials and the president all confirm the $2,000 payment, They have raised public expectations to a level that failure to deliver would carry extremely significant political consequences for any lawmaker who votes against it.
That public pressure increases the urgency and likelihood of Congress delivering the bill. Lawmakers are extremely sensitive to disappointing a large, organized bloc of voters who have been directly promised relief.
This public relations strategy is specifically designed to bypass the usual bureaucratic inertia and accelerate the process.
And by making the claim that the funds are available now via tariff revenue, they are neutralizing one of the primary legislative arguments against the relief, which is the cost.
Right. This leaves lawmakers with fewer legitimate fiscal reasons to block the measure, forcing them to take a potentially unpopular political stand against direct relief.
Now, this payment is fundamentally different from routine cost of living adjustments, or COLA, for Social Security, and that distinction is key.
It is.
It represents a novel use of tariff revenue as an economic tool to provide targeted relief.
It is a critical distinction to grasp. A COLA is an adjustment based on inflation data and is intended solely to maintain purchasing power. This $2,000 dividend is intended as an additional economic boost.
A specific use of dedicated revenue to counteract current economic pressures.
Exactly. And if it's successful, this could illustrate a potentially permanent shift in how federal aid might be structured, using specific non-general fund revenue streams to bypass traditional budgetary conflicts and deliver direct payments.
It sets a precedent for how specific revenue mechanisms like tariffs, often criticized as a cost, could be repurposed to deliver visible, immediate financial benefits to the same consumers they might otherwise negatively impact.
It connects abstract trade policy directly to the average household budget in the most tangible way possible. If this model proves successful in its legislative execution, we could see it deployed again in future economic cycles as a targeted tool for relief.
Okay, as we wrap up this deep dive, let's reinforce the most important facts you need to walk away with. This is your essential checklist for clarity and preparedness.
First, the committed payment amount is at least $2,000.
Right.
Second, the commitment level is extremely high, with 3 top officials and the president confirming the plan in quick succession.
Third, the proposed funding source is tariff revenue, which totally alters the political and budgetary dynamic.
Fourth, eligibility is targeted at low and middle income Americans, making inclusion highly likely for those receiving federal benefits, though the final protective language for SSI and Medicaid is still being written.
And finally, the primary barrier and required next step is that legislation must be passed by Congress.
That's the big one.
This potential $2,000 payment represents hope and a necessary lifeline for many struggling with high costs, whether they are retirees managing a fixed income or disabled individuals navigating complex healthcare needs. We are committed to being the objective, authoritative voice guiding you through the legislative process and ensuring you have the clarity and context you need, especially regarding those critical benefit protections every step of the way. Thank you for joining us for this crucial deep dive into the administration's financial commitment. Before we go, let's leave you with a final provocative thought to consider.
Okay.
Considering the administration is justifying this payment based on specific tariff revenue rather than general funds, how does the idea of using non-traditional, dedicated funding sources for immediate financial relief change your perspective on the long-term stability and political viability of federal aid for seniors and low-income citizens? Is this model, which links benefits to specific trade policies, a sustainable or advisable path for future economic support?
And you have to think about how linking a direct benefit to a specific revenue stream might change public support or opposition for that underlying revenue stream itself. It creates a new form of public investment.
It's a fascinating question. We will, of course, continue watching the legislative movement, the specific language of the bill, and the definitions of eligibility, especially for our listeners relying on SSI and other means-tested programs.
And if that legislative draft moves forward this week,
you need to know about it immediately. Please subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update as the legislative process moves forward.
And please share this deep dive with family or friends who need this clarity. Help them understand what is being promised, where the money is expected to come from, and the critical safety steps they need to take right now to protect their existing benefits. We'll catch you on the... Okay, let's unpack this. Because there is a phrase floating around right now that has completely hijacked the internet, the news cycle, and I'm willing to bet your family group chat.
Oh, yeah.
It is the topic that dominates the kitchen table conversation whenever the economy gets tight. Two words that instantly grab everyone's attention: stimulus, checks.
It is the topic that never really goes away, does it? It's like the zombie topic of the American economy.
It is.
Just when you think it's buried, it claws its way back out of the ground.
It really is, but this time it feels a little different. The numbers are bigger, the promises seem louder, and honestly, the confusion is just at an all-time high.
It's through the roof.
We are hearing about a potential $2,000 payment to Americans, and naturally, people are freaking out in both good ways and bad. I mean, if you check social media right now, half the people are planning how to spend it, and the other half are arguing about whether it's even real.
Right. And the confusion is totally understandable because the terminology keeps shifting under our feet. You see headlines about a stimulus, then you see tweets, or truths rather, about a dividend, and then other people are calling it a rebate.
Right.
It leaves a lot of people asking the most basic question. Is this real money? Is it a tax credit? Is it like a loan? Or is this just internet noise designed to get clicks?
Exactly. So our mission for this deep dive is to cut through that noise. We are not here to speculate on rumors or read tea leaves. We are strictly looking at the source material.
The direct source.
A detailed breakdown of the president's direct social media posts from November 9th and 10th. We are going to separate the wishful thinking from the actual text, and more importantly, we are going to do the math, the actual hard arithmetic, to see if the check can actually clear.
And that math is where things get really, really interesting. Because when you look at the funding mechanism here, tariffs, it changes the entire economic conversation we're used to having about government relief.
How so?
This isn't just printing money, it's
Right.
capturing it.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Allegedly is the key word there. So let's dive right into the core proposal. This all stems from a flurry of activity on Truth Social. It wasn't just a one-off comment during a rally where someone might have misspoken, was it?
No, and that's a crucial distinction. Often in politics, you have these off-the-cuff remarks that get walked back by press secretaries the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
What he meant to say was clarification. This was the opposite. This was a statement followed by a clarification, followed by a double down.
The double down is what really caught my eye in the notes. The president posted on November 9th, but then came back the very next day to make sure everyone understood exactly what he meant.
He didn't let it fade away.
No, he amplified it.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And the phrasing he used is fascinating from an analytical perspective.
Oh.
Words matter, especially in economic policy. He didn't use the word aid. He didn't use welfare. He didn't even use relief, which was the buzzword of 2020 during the pandemic.
So what was the word?
The specific phrase used was a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
Dividend. That sounds corporate. That sounds like I'm a shareholder in Apple or Exxon and I'm getting my quarterly cut.
That is exactly the connotation. A dividend implies a share of profits. Relief implies you are in trouble and need help. It implies charity or a safety net.
Right.
Dividend implies the country is making money, specifically from these tariffs, and you, the citizen, are the shareholder who's entitled to a cut of that profit.
So it's a huge psychological shift.
It is. It's a significant psychological shift in how the government positions its relationship with the taxpayer.
It's almost like rebranding citizenship as an investment. You hold a share in USA Inc., and now USA Inc. had a good quarter, so here's your check.
That's a great way to put it. It reframes the payment not as a handout, but as a payout, a return on your investment.
So let's look at how this message evolved, because the definition of who gets that dividend changed pretty quickly, over just 24 hours.
It did.
And this is where I want our listeners to really lean in, especially if you are on a fixed income, because the details here are absolutely vital.
They are. Let's look at the timeline. Day 1, November 9th. The message was very broad. The post essentially said this money would be paid to everyone, with the only exclusion being high-income people.
Which sounds great on paper. Everyone is a big tent. It implies universality. But then day 2 rolls around, November 10th.
Right. The language tightened up significantly. In that follow-up post, the president specified that the payments would go to low and middle-income USA citizens.
Okay, so we went from everyone except the rich to specifically low and middle income. Why does that specific distinction matter so much? Is it just semantics?
It's definitely not just semantics. It's all about signaling. Think about the audience listening to this right now. Think about the people who rely on fixed incomes, Social Security recipients, veterans on disability, people on SSI or VA benefits.
The people who need it the most, generally speaking.
Exactly. But these are also the people who often feel invisible in these broad economic discussions.
Yeah.
When a proposal just says taxpayers, they panic. They worry they don't qualify because they might not file active taxes every year. They think, I haven't filed a return in 5 years because my only income is Social Security. Does that mean I'm left out?
That is a huge anxiety, a really common one.
It is. So by explicitly naming low and middle income, it sends a green light signal to those specific groups. It tells them, you are the target demographic for this money. We see you.
It's reassurance.
It shifts the focus from taxpayer rebate to income support.
That's a huge relief for a lot of listeners, I'm sure, but it immediately brings up the next big question, the one I know everyone is shouting at their device right now.
Go on.
Am I low income? Am I middle income? Where is the line? Because my definition of middle class might be very different from the government's definition.
This is the $1 million question, or rather the $2,000 question, I guess.
Right.
The source material is very transparent about this. Currently, in the proposal as it stands on social media, there is no hard number. Nothing is written in stone. The posts didn't say anyone earning under X amount.
So we have to do a little detective work here. We have to look at the precedents. We have to look at what the government has done before to guess what they might do now.
We do. We have to look at history. If we look at previous stimulus rounds, specifically the ones from the early 2020s, we can make a really educated guess on where those thresholds usually land.
And why is that?
The government rarely reinvents the wheel on these things because building a new system just takes too long. They usually use the existing pipes.
Got it.
The source suggests the likely cutoff for an individual would be around $75,000 a year.
Okay, $75,000, that covers a significant chunk of the population. And for married couples, is it just double?
Likely double that, so $150,000 for a household filing jointly.
That feels pretty standard, actually.
It is standard for these types of programs, and context here is key. The average household income in the U.S. is around $83,000. So if they set the limit at, say, $50,000, they would be excluding the actual middle class. To hit low A&D middle, you have to go up to that $75,000 to $100,000 range.
That makes sense. You can't promise money to the middle class and then set the limit below the average national income. That's just bad math and even worse, politics.
Exactly. It would be a political disaster to promise a middle-class dividend and then disqualify the average family from getting it.
But here is another anxiety point that came up in the source material, and I think it's a valid one. What about the income metric itself? I know people who are retired, or maybe they've been out of work for a year, or they're on disability. They are thinking, I don't have a job right now. Do I count? Does zero earned income count as low income?
This is a really important reassurance from the source. In the eyes of these government distribution systems, income is just a metric of eligibility. It is not a requirement of employment.
Wait, let's slow down and unpack that. That is a critical distinction.
Sure. Think of it as a ceiling, not a floor. When they're designing these eligibility rules, they are looking for reasons to exclude you, not to include you.
They're looking for the cutoff at the top.
They're looking to see if you are high income.
Okay.
So if you have zero income, or if you have fixed income from Social Security or disability payments, are you high income? No. Therefore, you generally fall right into the eligible bucket.
So the system is built to find the rich people and stop them from getting it.
Precisely. It's designed to filter out the rich, not to punish the poor or the retired for not having a traditional paycheck.
Yeah.
If you are breathing and you are a citizen and you make less than 75 grand, you are likely in.
That is a great way to put it. They are looking for the ceiling, not the floor. That should help a lot of people breathe easier.
Perfectly said.
Yeah.
And when you apply that filter, excluding the top earners, the scope of this proposal is massive.
Oh, massive.
If the math follows the patterns of the 2021 checks, the $1,400 ones, we're talking about roughly 85% of the entire population.
85%.
Roughly 284 million people.
Wow. Okay, 284 million people receiving $2,000 each. I'm doing some mental math here, and those zeros are starting to stack up really, really fast.
They add up.
That is not a small line item.
And this is where we hit the reality check. This is section 3 of our dive, the math. Because you can't just tweet money into existence. Well, you can tweet about it, but the Treasury has to actually find it somewhere.
Right. And the proposal says this is funded by massive tariff income. So let's look at the ledger. Does the U.S. have massive tariff income?
We have significant tariff income, yes. But massive it's a relative term. According to the source data, year to date, The United States has brought in about $195 billion in tariffs.
195 billion. That sounds like a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. It averages out to about $1 billion a day. If you were running a lemonade stand, you'd be thrilled. It is a massive revenue stream compared to zero.
Okay, $1 billion a day. I'd take that.
Absolutely. But now, let's look at the cost column. If you want to send $2,000 to 284 million people,
Let me guess. It's more than 195 billion.
it is significantly more. You would need approximately $568 billion.
Whoa. Okay. Let's just pause there for a second. We have 195 billion in the bank, essentially.
Cash on hand, yes.
But the bill is 568 billion.
We are roughly a third of the way there.
That's a pretty big shortfall. That's not a rounding error. That's nearly $400 billion missing.
Correct. And this creates an immediate contradiction in the messaging, which the source pointed out.
What's that?
The president's post mentioned using money left over from the payments to pay down the national debt.
Left over? How can there be money left over if we are starting $400 billion in the hole?
Yeah.
That's like saying, I'm going to use the money left over from buying a Ferrari to pay my rent, but I only have enough cash for a Honda Civic.
That is the analytical disconnect. Based on current cash on hand, the money actually sitting in the account right now, there is no leftover. There's only a deficit.
Okay.
However, and here is where we have to widen the lens to understand the government's logic, the proposal isn't necessarily about using today's money.
What do you mean by that?
The source highlights a 10-year horizon. The projection is that these tariffs will generate $3 trillion over the next decade.
3 trillion. Okay, now 500 billion sounds a little more manageable.
Exactly. If you look at it over 10 years, the revenue covers the cost very easily.
Right.
But that brings us to the mechanism of how this would actually work.
Right, because people need the money now.
The government doesn't wait 10 years to collect the cash before sending the check. They can't say, here's your stimulus, it'll arrive in monthly installments until 2035.
So they have to use a borrow and payback strategy.
Yeah. Effectively, yes. That's what the source suggests. They would borrow the $568 billion now, immediately adding that to the national debt, and justify it by promising to pay that debt back with the future tariff revenue that's coming in over the next decade.
So when they say funded by tariffs, they really mean funded by debt that we hope tariffs will pay off later.
That is the precise economic translation. It's a cash flow issue. You need the liquidity now, but the revenue is a slow trickle over time.
It's like a mortgage.
It's exactly like buying a house. You don't have the cash for the house today, so you take a mortgage, which is debt, and you pay it off with your future income. In this case, the income is the tariffs, and the house is the $2,000 dividend for every American.
That puts a whole new spin on the leftover money comment. It sounds a lot like creative accounting.
It's extremely creative, and it relies entirely on those tariff projections, holding steady for 10 years.
Which is a big if.
A huge if. If trade policy changes or if imports drop because the tariffs are too high, that $3 trillion number could shrink. And then we are just left with the debt and no way to pay it.
It's a gamble. A $3 trillion gamble. But here's the thing. This isn't the first time we've heard this gamble proposed. The source points out a really interesting pattern here.
No.
This isn't a brand new idea that just popped up in November.
No, and this history is vital for context. The source calls this the fourth iteration. If you have been paying close attention to the news cycle over the last 10 months or so, this promise has been evolving, shifting, and reappearing like a ghost.
Walk us through the timeline, because I think a lot of people might have missed the earlier versions amidst all the other news.
Sure. It started way back in February with what was called the Doge dividend idea, a proposal for $5,000.
$5,000. We started high.
We did, a very high starting bid. Then, in August, we saw a more formal attempt with the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025. Introduced by Senator Josh Hawley.
And what was that one for?
That was for a $600 rebate.
Okay, so we went from $5,000 to $600. That's a massive drop. That's a huge deflation of expectations.
It was. But then in October, specifically October 2nd, there was an interview where the figure bounced back up. The range mentioned was between $1,000 and $2,000.
And then came November.
And finally, we arrive at the November 9th and 10th posts on Truth Social, explicitly stating $2,000.
So we've seen 4 distinct versions of this promise in just 10 months, February, August, October, November. Why does the frequency of this matter? Is it just them, testing the waters?
It matters because of expectation management. The source brings up a very valid concern here: the risk of becoming the boy who cried wolf.
Ah, the credibility crisis.
Exactly. When an administration floats a specific financial promise 4 separate times
Mm-hmm.
and puts specific dollar amounts on it, they're painting themselves into a corner.
Mm-hmm.
They're raising the expectations of the public so high that not doing it becomes politically dangerous.
It's like promising your kid a trip to Disney World 4 times in a year. Eventually, if you don't get in the car and go, you're in big trouble. You can't just keep saying, maybe next month.
That is a perfect analogy. And the source argues that this creates a bad messaging campaign if it fails. It implies that the only escape route for the administration now, the only way to save face, is to actually send the money.
They've built the hype train.
Now they have to drive it into the station.
That political pressure might actually be the best news for the listener hoping for this check. They kind of have to do it now, right?
It certainly increases the probability. Political will is often just as important as economic math. If the political cost of not sending the check is higher in terms of votes or approval ratings than the financial cost of borrowing the money, they will likely borrow the money.
Now, I want to pivot a bit to the tone of the source material itself, because while we are analyzing numbers and tweets, there is a very human element to this commentary. The person breaking this down acknowledged the emotional side of it all.
Yes, explicitly asking the listeners, how would you feel? Happy? Excited? It grounds this abstract policy in real emotion.
It does.
For a lot of people, $2,000 isn't just a dividend. It's rent, it's car repairs, it's breathing room. It's the difference between sinking and swimming for a month or two.
And for our listeners on fixed income, Social Security, SSI, VA, that amount is huge. A $2,000 lump sum could be a life-changing buffer against inflation.
Absolutely. And that's why the clarity on who qualifies is so vital. It provides a sense of hope, but also a sense of, okay, I can plan for this if it happens.
But there was also a moment in the source that, well, it was just bizarre, and I have to mention it because it made me laugh out loud. In the middle of all this serious debt talk, the skeleton.
And the skeleton in the pocket.
Yes.
Yeah.
The commentator is in the middle of this serious financial analysis, and suddenly he realizes he has a small plastic Halloween skeleton in his shirt pocket.
It was a fantastic moment of unscripted reality. He literally paused the analysis to say, I felt something in my pocket. It's a skeleton. It was just so random.
And honestly, it feels like a metaphor for this whole situation. We're digging through these social media posts, trying to find the money, and we keep finding these little skeletons, like the deficit or the debt, or the fact that the math doesn't quite add up yet.
It really is fitting. Skeletons in the closet regarding the national debt, perhaps.
Yeah.
Or just a reminder that following financial news can be unpredictable and sometimes a little strange.
It kept it real.
It kept the tone grounded. This isn't a lecture from a textbook. It's a person trying to make sense of a chaotic news cycle, just like the rest of it.
Absolutely. But with the excitement and the skeletons comes a very serious warning. And this is the part of the show where I need everyone to turn up the volume and really listen. The source was very clear about the risks involved here.
Very clear. Whenever you have this much excitement and large sums of money being promised, the sharks start circling. The source explicitly warned about scams.
This is so important. If you are listening to this, please hear this part. There is no bill passed yet. There is no website to sign up. There is nothing to apply for.
Correct. The source emphasized keeping a close watch on the official feed, specifically Truth Social in this case, as the primary news source for this. Nothing else.
Let's be specific about what a scam looks like here, because they get more and more sophisticated.
If you get a text message saying, click here to claim your tariff dividend, it is a scam. If you get an email asking for your bank details to pre-register for the payment, it is a scam.
100%.
If someone calls you claiming to be from the IRS or the Social Security Administration and says you need to pay a fee to unlock your $2,000, hang up immediately.
Yeah.
It is a scam.
The government does not call you to ask for money to give you money. It just doesn't work that way.
Never. If this program goes live, it will likely work exactly like the previous stimulus checks. If the IRS or Social Security has your direct deposit info, the money will just appear in your account.
Right.
If you have a Direct Express card, it will just be loaded onto the card. You won't have to apply or give your password or your Social Security number to anyone over the phone or email.
The excitement makes us vulnerable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We want it to be true so badly that we might click the link without thinking.
Exactly. Skepticism is your best defense right now. Until you see an act of Congress signed or an executive order signed and sealed, protect your personal information like it's gold.
So let's try to land this plane. let's wrap this up. What does this all mean for the listener right now?
Okay, so if we summarize the core facts, we have a very clear, very loud proposal for a $2,000 payment.
Mm-hmm.
It is targeted at low and middle income earners, and that specifically includes those on fixed incomes. It is technically funded by future tariff revenues, but realistically, it requires a massive upfront borrowing maneuver to bridge a nearly $400 billion cash gap.
And the political will seems to be there based on the repeat promises.
It does. 4 separate promises indicate a strong desire to make this happen. But as the source noted, we are essentially in a waiting game to see if the math can catch up to the messaging. The tension is between the idea of the dividend and the execution of the debt financing.
It's a fascinating moment in economic history. We are watching a whole new philosophy being tested in real time.
That is what strikes me the most. And if I can leave you with one, think about that shift in language we discussed right at the start.
Yeah.
Dividend.
Yeah.
We are moving from a model where our taxes fund the government to a proposed model where tariffs are supposed to fund the people. If the government starts paying us a dividend, like a corporation pays its shareholders, how does that change the fundamental relationship between a citizen and their country?
That's a deep question.
Do we stop seeing ourselves as contributors and start seeing ourselves as investors who are just expecting a return? And if the company, the U.S. government, runs at a loss to pay that dividend, how long can that shareholder model actually last?
That is a lot to think about. It changes the whole social contract. It turns we the people into we the shareholders.
It really does.
Well, on that heavy note, and keeping an eye out for skeletons in our own pockets, we are going to wrap it up there. Thanks for diving in with us.
Always a pleasure.
We'll catch you on the next one.
Okay, let's dive right in. Picture this. It's a Tuesday morning. You're sitting there with your coffee. Maybe you're looking at your banking app and wincing a little bit.
We've all been there.
Exactly. Or you're just scrolling through your news feed, and then suddenly you see it. It's this one number, and it is absolutely everywhere.
It is.
In the headlines, on social media, cable news, $2,000.
It is absolutely the number of the week. And frankly, you could make the argument it's the most important number of the year so far, just given the context of everything.
It really is. And I think for a lot of people, I mean, especially if you remember 2020, 2021, that number, it just triggers a very specific memory.
Oh,
You
yeah.
think stimulus, you think emergency check, you think, okay, here we go again, the government is printing money.
Right.
But, and this is the thing that makes this moment so different and honestly a little confusing, the branding is completely different this time.
Totally. It's a fascinating shift in language.
We're not seeing the word stimulus nearly as much in any of the official statements. We're hearing a new word, dividend.
Which sounds like a small tweak, just semantics, But it actually changes the entire psychological framework of what this money is supposed to be.
Exactly. And that is why we are doing this deep dive today. We have a huge stack of source material in front of us. We've got transcripts from the White House press secretary. We have interviews with the Treasury secretary, data from economic advisors, and of course, the president's own social media posts.
A lot to get through.
A lot. And our mission today is really simple. We need to separate the noise from the signal. Because I know you, the listener, are sitting there thinking the same thing I am. Is this real? Is this money actually coming?
Or is this just politics?
Is this just political vaporware designed to get us all excited for nothing?
And that is the multi-billion-dollar question, isn't it? Because usually in Washington, you get a lot of smoke without any fire. You hear about exploratory committees, or we're discussing the concept of a plan.
All that vague language. Yeah.
Right. But what we have in front of us today, I mean, this source material we're looking at, it suggests something very different is happening. We are not looking at anonymous sources or leaks. We are analyzing a detailed, coordinated update based entirely on the-record statements.
This is where it gets really interesting for me. The sheer intensity of this push is, well, it's surprising. It feels like they are sprinting toward this, not just floating a trial balloon to see what happens.
They are absolutely doubling down. There's no other way to put it.
Right. I mean, every time a reporter asks about it, the answer isn't maybe or we'll see. It's yes, we are committed. And that leads us to this theory that just kept popping up in our research, and they're calling it the tight corner theory.
A tight corner theory. And this is really the lens, I think, that we have to view this entire situation through.
I agree.
The idea is that the administration has promised so much, so publicly, and in such a short window of time, that they have effectively painted themselves into a corner, a corner where they almost have no choice but to deliver.
Or face the wrath of a very, very disappointed public.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. If you promise a dividend and then you don't pay it out, that's like a political default. It's so much worse than never promising it in the first place.
Okay, so let's start there. Let's dive into the core announcement itself. Let's strip away the hype for just a second. What exactly is on the table?
Well, let's start with the headline number because that's the hook. The proposal is for a $2,000 payment. And, as you just pointed out, the president is explicitly, very deliberately, calling this a dividend payment.
Dividend. I want to stick on that word for a second because words matter so much here. Stimulus just sounds like emergency aid. It sounds like the economy is sick, and this is the medicine.
That's precisely the distinction they're trying to make. A dividend is what you pay out to a shareholder when the company has a good quarter, a good year.
It's a share of the profits.
It's your cut. By using that word, the administration is completely reframing the relationship between you, the citizen, and the government's revenue. They're basically saying, hey, the country made some money on trade, and this is your piece of it.
It transforms you from a beneficiary of aid into a stakeholder in the country's success.
It's a really powerful branding shift.
And it didn't just come out of a dry press release.
Yeah.
This started with the president himself on Truth Social.
Right. And importantly, it wasn't just a one-off post. Our sources really highlight that he announced it and then followed up pretty quickly with what they're calling a double-down post.
So he's not backing away from it.
He's leaning into it. He is putting his name, his brand, directly next to that $2,000 figure. He owns this number now.
So the big question then, who gets it? Because there's always a catch, right? There's always fine print. And I'm thinking about, retirees, people on fixed incomes, families working 2 jobs just to get by. They hear $2,000, they need to know, am I included in this?
Well, the fine print is definitely still being written as we speak, but we do have some pretty strong clues. In the president's own posts, the phrasing he used was that the money is intended for, and this is a quote, everybody except high-income people.
High income. That phrase is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
A lot.
Because that could mean almost anything. I mean, if you live in San Francisco, $100,000 a year, you're barely getting by.
Yeah.
In other parts of the country, that's a fortune.
It is very subjective. But we also have some more concrete statements from Kevin Hassett. Now, he's a key economic advisor here. He's the numbers guy.
Okay.
He clarified that the discussion, at least internally right now, revolves around families making less than, say, $100,000 a year.
Okay, 100,000. Now, that's a concrete number we can work with.
It's a concrete suggestion. We have to be clear on that. Hassett was very careful to say this isn't finalized, this isn't set in stone, but it gives us the ballpark. We aren't talking about a universal basic income for billionaires, but we're also not talking about something that's restricted only to those in extreme poverty. It's aiming right for that broad middle class and working class target.
And that's exciting to see a number like $100,000 thrown out there because that covers a massive chunk of the population. But it does raise more questions, doesn't it? Is that $100K per individual? Is it per household? Is it adjusted gross income?
And those are exactly the details that they're trying to lock in right now. But the intent, the broad distribution, that part is clear. I mean, if you are a senior on Social Security, you are very likely well under that cap.
Oh, for sure.
If you're a veteran on disability, you are almost certainly under that cap. The goal here seems to be to flood the zone with this liquidity for the vast majority of Americans.
Now, you mentioned earlier that this isn't just the president tweeting into the void. It feels like there's a full court press happening here.
That is the best way to describe it. It's a blitz. In the span of just a few days, we saw this incredibly coordinated push. It wasn't just the president. You had the whole machinery of government start to echo him.
So let's talk about the roster here. Who are the key players that we're seeing in these source clips and interviews? Because knowing who is talking tells you a lot about how serious this actually is.
Well, you've essentially got the triumvirate of policy execution here. First, there's Kevin Hassett, who we just mentioned. He's the numbers guy, the economic advisor. His job is to make the math work.
Right. Now how?
Then you have Scott Bessent. He's the Treasury Secretary. Now, that is a crucial voice because he's the person who would actually have to oversee the implementation. He controls the financial plumbing of sending out tens of millions of checks.
When the Treasury Secretary speaks, Wall Street listens.
They do. And finally, you have Caroline Leavitt, who is the White House press secretary. She's the official voice. When she speaks from that podium or in an official interview, that sets the administration's on-the-record position.
So what are they all saying? Are they hedging your bets or are they giving themselves wiggle room?
Not really, and that's what's so fascinating about this. Leavitt, for example, she explicitly stated that the White House is, and I'm quoting here, committed to making that happen.
Committed to making that happen.
Yeah.
That's pretty definitive language for a press secretary.
It is. Usually you get something like the president is intrigued by the idea or we're exploring options.
Right, something they can walk back easily.
Exactly. Committed is a bind. She also went on to say they are exploring all legal options, and she confirmed the president has made his desires very clear to his team. This isn't coming from the bottom up. This is a directive from the top down.
And then you add Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, into the mix.
Right, and he's been out there publicly discussing eligibility. Now, when the Treasury Secretary starts talking about who is eligible for a payment, that moves the entire conversation from wouldn't it be nice if to how do we operationalize this?
It becomes real.
It signals that the administration is aligned. We're not seeing any visible infighting on whether this should happen, only on how it's going to happen.
Okay, so let's recap. We have the, what, it's $2,000. We have the who, it's likely people making under $100,000 a year. Now comes the big one, the how. Where is all this money coming from?
The billion-dollar question. Or $100 billion question.
Right, because I can hear the skeptics already screaming, we can't afford this, we have a deficit, we have inflation concerns. Where does all this cash just suddenly appear from?
And this brings us right back to that brilliant branding, that dividend concept.
Yeah.
Kevin Hassett made a very, very specific claim in the interviews we analyzed. He said the funding would come from tariff revenue.
Tariffs. Okay, so the basic idea is we charge fees to other countries, or, well, to the importers, to bring their goods into the U.S., and that big pile of money then gets handed out directly to Americans.
That is the pitch, 100%. Hassett asserted that if you actually look at the tariff revenue currently coming in, there is, and this is his quote, enough room to cover these $2,000 checks without digging into the rest of the federal budget.
I have to ask the obvious question here. Is that true?
Wow.
I mean, $2,000 times, what, 150 million Americans?
Yeah.
That's a lot of zeros. That's hundreds of billions of dollars. Do we really have that kind of cash just sitting in a tariff jar somewhere?
It is a massive amount of money, and this is where we really have to put on our critical thinking caps and look closely at the source material. The narrator in the analysis we're reviewing points out a pretty significant discrepancy here.
What's that?
They note that if you look at the year-over-year tariff numbers that are publicly available, the math, quote, doesn't really make sense to a layperson.
It doesn't add up.
On the surface, based on the historical data that you or I can look up, it's very hard to see how current tariff levels would cover a multi-hundred billion-dollar payout like this.
So what's the catch?
Well, the source also makes a fair point, which is that Hassett is the advisor with access to all the internal real-time data. He might be projecting future revenues from new tariffs that haven't fully hit the books yet. He might be seeing a revenue stream that the public charts just haven't caught up to.
There was this really interesting moment in one of the interviews where a reporter challenged Hassett on this exact point. They used this analogy about a bank overdraft.
Yes, that was a very sharp question.
Right.
The reporter asked Hassett effectively, isn't this just like using an overdraft to pay off your credit cards?
Ouch. I mean, that is a stinging comparison.
It is. They were directly questioning the financial responsibility of the whole idea. Is this real money, or are we just moving debt around from one column to another? Are we essentially borrowing from our future to pay ourselves a dividend today?
And what was Hassett's rebuttal to that? How did he respond?
He held his ground. He insisted that the math works within the tariff revenue stream. He completely rejected the premise that this was some kind of debt spending. He is really, really sticking to this narrative that the revenue is there, or will be there, to support a direct transfer to citizens.
So to put it simply, the administration is framing this not as government spending, which scares fiscal conservatives, but as a redistribution of trade income.
Precisely. And politically, it's a very clever maneuver. If you call it stimulus, it sounds like you're just printing money and causing inflation.
Right.
But if you call it a tariff dividend, it sounds like profit sharing. It neatly bypasses the whole argument about the national debt, at least in their messaging. It makes it sound like found money.
But messaging is one thing, and reality is another. And this brings us right back to that tight corner theory we teased at the start.
Yeah.
I want to really drill down on this because I think it explains so much of the behavior we're seeing right now.
This is the strategic analysis part of our deep dive, for sure. The source narrator makes this observation repeatedly. The administration is panting themselves into an extremely, extremely tight corner.
Because they've just gone so hard, so fast on this.
Yes. Just think about the sheer volume of their communication. In just a few days, we identified 5 distinct, high-profile data points, 2 direct posts from the president, and 3 on-camera interviews from his top brass.
That's not a trial balloon. That's a full-scale launch.
And what it does is it raises public expectations to a fever pitch.
It does. I mean, once you tell people checks are coming, they start mentally spending that money, don't they? If you are living paycheck to paycheck or you're a senior on Social Security and things are tight, hearing $2,000 isn't just news, it's potential lifeline.
It's a game changer. And that creates a massive political risk for them. If they fail to deliver after this specific coordinated blitz, after the Treasury Secretary and the Press Secretary both said, we are committed, the fallout would be severe.
Oh.
The source material describes it as creating really upset people.
Upset is putting it mildly. It would be seen as a huge betrayal.
Which then makes you wonder, is this pressure intentional? Is this part of the strategy?
What do you mean by that?
The source suggests it might be. By raising the stakes so high, so publicly, the administration might be trying to force their own hand, or, more likely, they're trying to force Congress's hand.
So they're burning the boats. There's no retreat.
That's the theory. The more they talk about it, the more the public expects it, and the harder it is for them to walk it back. If the public starts demanding this because they've been promised it, it becomes very, very difficult for any politician in any party to be the one to stand in the way.
It's a bold strategy. Essentially, let's make a promise so big that we have to keep it. But there is a huge hurdle here that we've kind of danced around, and it starts with the letter L.
Legislation.
Yeah. Despite all the dividend branding, the talk of tariffs, Kevin Hassett admitted something pretty crucial in his interview, didn't he?
He did. Right in the middle of all the optimism and commitment, he said. It's something that will require legislation.
That feels like the record scratch moment in this whole story. The president can't just sign an executive order and have the checks go out tomorrow.
Generally speaking, no. The power of the purse, the power to spend money, belongs to Congress. The president can direct his agencies, he can adjust certain tariffs, but appropriating hundreds of billions of dollars to be sent out as direct checks to the population, that almost always requires a bill to pass through the House and the Senate and land on his desk.
And we all know how fast Congress moves on things like this.
Glacially is the word that comes to mind.
However, the source material does mention something interesting about the political winds on Capitol Hill. It says lawmakers are reportedly warming up to the idea of these payments.
That's right. Which is a shift.
So why the change of heart? Usually, Congress fights tooth and nail over every single penny. Why would they suddenly be okay with sending out billions of dollars?
Well, just connect it right back to that tight corner theory we were just talking about.
The public pressure.
Exactly. If the president has successfully whipped the public into a frenzy where they are expecting a $2,000 check, do you want to be the congressman or the senator who holds a press conference to explain why you're voting no?
That's a very good point. It's populist pressure at its most direct.
It is. There is a populist appeal here that, frankly, crosses party lines. Who wants to be seen as opposing giving money to working families and seniors? It's a hard vote to vote against, especially when the administration is giving them cover by claiming it's all paid for by tariffs and not by tax hikes. It puts any opponents in a very difficult political position.
So what is the actual practical status right now? If I'm listening to this and, checking my bank account for a pending deposit, should I be holding my breath?
I would not recommend holding your breath. The official status, based on the phrases used by the administration, are things like actively studying the matter. We're getting the numbers straight, and it's in discussion.
So a lot of action words, but not a lot of action.
It's process. Hassett himself admitted, quote, "We haven't decided on the exact income cap yet." And Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, when asked for a timeline, said, quote, "I don't have a timeline for you."
So despite all the talk of commitment, the actual plan is still in the research and development phase. It's a stated policy goal, not a signed law.
Correct. You could say it's a destination they're driving towards at 100 miles per hour, but they haven't actually built the bridge to get there yet.
Now, I want to bring up something that gives a little context to why some people might be a bit skeptical of all this. The DOGE connection.
Ah, yes. The ghost of promises past.
The source material mentions a reporter asking Kevin Hassett specifically about the DOGE dividend. Now, for those who don't remember, this is a previous idea that was kind of floated about, efficiencies and crypto-adjacent dividends that never really materialized.
Yeah.
And people remember that stuff.
It's a very valid concern for a reporter to raise. We have heard flashy, exciting promises before that just sort of fizzled out. The reporter asked specifically, should U.S. citizens expect this proposal to be any different from that previous talk?
And the response from the administration was pretty emphatic, wasn't it?
It was. The yes was firm and immediate. They're explicitly trying to differentiate this current push from those vague, kind of internet meme ideas of the past. They're treating this as a formal economic policy, funded by real-world trade revenue, not as some theoretical benefit from government efficiency or crypto markets.
They're trying to signal this is serious.
They want people to know this is the real deal compared to the rumors and chatter of the past. When Scott Bessent from the Treasury talks about it, that gives it a gravity that a Doge dividend simply never had.
That's a great point. They're trying to separate this from internet culture and ground it in actual Treasury policy. Before we wrap this all up, let's talk for a second about the role of the public in all this. The source material we reviewed had a pretty strong implicit call to action, didn't it?
It really did. It emphasized over and over again the need for momentum. The strategy being discussed here isn't just about backroom deals in Washington, it's about generating public pressure.
So things like sharing the news, getting it attention on social media, showing support for it to increase the likelihood of it actually happening.
It all goes back to that idea of creating political capital. If the public demands this, if it becomes a top issue, Congress is far more likely to fold and just pass the legislation. The proposal seems to rely, at least partially, on a wave of public enthusiasm to push these lawmakers over the edge.
So the message seems to be, if you want the check, you can't just sit back and wait quietly. You have to be part of the noise.
In a democracy, the squeaky wheel often gets the grease. Or in this particular case, maybe it gets the dividend.
So when we boil it all down, what does this all mean? Let's just recap the facts. We have a proposal for a $2,000 dividend / stimulus / whatever you want to call it.
It's likely targeting those who make under $100,000 a year, but that specific number is still to be determined.
The administration claims it will be funded entirely by tariffs, according to Kevin Hassett.
But, and this is the big but, it requires legislation that does not exist yet, with a timeline that is, for now, completely unknown.
It really is a high-stakes game of political poker. The administration has gone all in, they've pushed all their chips and a lot of their political reputation into the middle of the table.
And now we all just wait to see if Congress is going to deal them the winning card.
So here's a final thought for you to chew on as we close out. And this is where it gets really provocative for me. The administration says the math works. The critics say it's like paying off your credit card with a bank overdraft. But let's just imagine for a second that this dividend model actually passes.
Okay.
If we as Americans actually start receiving checks in the mail or direct deposits labeled tariff dividend, does that fundamentally change how we view the global economy?
That is the big long-term question, isn't it? Do we stop seeing tariffs as just, taxes on imports, which ultimately make the goods we buy more expensive?
Right.
And do we start seeing them as a direct revenue stream for our own pockets?
Does it turn every American into a de facto shareholder in a trade war?
It could. And if that happens, it could create a political feedback loop that changes U.S. economic and trade policy for decades to come. The public might start demanding more tariffs regardless of the broader economic impact.
And on the flip side of that, if the tight corner theory is true, and they've raised all these expectations, and then the legislation fails in Congress, what happens to an administration that promised a $2,000 dividend and then delivered zero?
A broken promise of that magnitude, that specific and that tangible, is something voters rarely forget.
We will definitely be watching this story very, very closely. As we said, the machinery is moving at full speed, but the final destination hasn't been reached yet. Stay tuned, because this is a developing story with incredibly high stakes.
Indeed.
Thanks for diving deep with us today.
My pleasure. Welcome back to The Deep Dive, where we cut through the noise and deliver the essential facts you need. Today, we are going deep on a financial development that promises some very real, tangible relief for millions of American households. We're talking specifically about those of you relying on fixed incomes, Social Security, SSI, SSDI, a major potential payment that has it's shifted from a political whisper to something that feels like an economic likelihood.
That's absolutely right. I mean, the whole idea of A significant stimulus, or I think the administration is calling it a dividend check, has moved really firmly into the realm of the highly probable.
So it's not just talk anymore.
Not just talk. We now have confirmation from White House economic advisors that a $2,000 payment is not just possible, but highly likely.
$2,000.
And crucially, this comes with a timeline. They expect an official proposal in early 2026. This is no longer just, hopeful chatter.
Okay, let's unpack this. This is exactly what we do here. Our mission today is laser-focused. We're going to analyze the newest statements from the White House economic advisor, Kevin Hassett. He's the one providing the economic justification for why this is suddenly on the table now.
Right, the why is critical.
Exactly. Then we'll define that absolute, non-negotiable $100,000 income threshold for who qualifies. We have to address the worries of seniors and fixed income recipients head-on.
The eligibility question is always the biggest source of anxiety.
And then we tackle the legislative beast, the high-stakes political path, specifically something called reconciliation, that is required to get this money from the Treasury into your bank account.
Understanding the economics and, that legislative mechanism is just paramount here. This deep dive is really designed to give you clarity, to let you filter out the speculation and focus on the real, official milestones to watch for.
All right, let's jump straight in. The source of this newfound confidence seems to be that recent interview with Kevin Hassett. For most of the past year, this $2,000 payment felt like an idea the president was just sort of testing out.
A hopeful aspiration, maybe.
Exactly. So what did Hassett say that changed? What was the specific shift that suddenly confirmed the viability of this plan?
Well, what's fascinating is the sheer shift in certainty. And it's all driven by cold, hard numbers. The president's been talking about this $2,000 idea since July. But Hassett, as the chief economic advisor, he provides the technical confirmation that gives it gravity.
So this is the numbers guy saying, okay, we can actually do this.
Precisely. He openly admitted that over the summer he was very skeptical. He said he wasn't sure there was enough financial space, a check of that size, without, creating major fiscal risk.
And that distinction is key. When an official says there wasn't financial room, it means they were worried about the national debt or sparking more inflation.
Right.
So having the chief economic advisor publicly change his mind and sign off on it, that's totally different from just a political promise.
It's a world of difference. The pivot point is Hassett's current perspective. He now feels, and I'm quoting here, pretty sure that there is space for this payment. And he didn't just offer a prediction. He immediately tied this confidence to specific, measurable economic improvements.
Okay, and this is where we get to the core evidence, the why behind it all. What are those specific positive economic factors he cited? Why is this payment considered, financially responsible now and not 6 months ago?
He laid out 3 clear, really powerful indicators that have fundamentally changed the government's financial standing. First one, strong economic growth. He noted that the economy has had a couple of quarters of almost 4% growth.
Wow, 4% growth in back-to-back quarters is a very strong signal. But how does that translate into cash for relief checks?
Well, think of it this way. Economic growth isn't just a headline number. It means more businesses are profitable, more people are working, wages are higher. And all of that translates directly into higher revenues for the government.
Through taxes.
Through corporate taxes, income taxes, payroll taxes. The whole economic pie is getting bigger, so the government's slice gets larger without having to raise tax rates on anyone. That provides the first crucial cushion.
That makes perfect sense. Increased revenue helps the bottom line. So what was the second factor?
The second one relates to the immediate balance sheet. The government has actually been running a surplus for several months in a row.
Surplus, meaning more money came in than went out.
For that measured period, yes. It's a crucial, even if it's temporary, sign of fiscal health. When you're operating in the green, it immediately creates the opportunity for, extraordinary one-time spending measures, like these checks.
A surplus, after all the massive debt from the pandemic and recovery, that's a huge turnaround. It sounds like the country is sort of moving out of that emergency debt phase.
And the third point really provides the big picture context here. The overall federal deficit relative to last year is down by a massive $600 billion.
$600 billion, that's a staggering number. But let me play devil's advocate for a second.
Go for it.
Critics might argue that a $600 billion drop in the deficit is just, a drop in the bucket compared to the total national debt. Are they arguing this payment isn't really based on responsibility, but more on political timing?
And that's a fair question.
Yeah.
It highlights the difference between debt, which is the total, and deficit, which is the annual shortfall. Hassett is focusing specifically on the deficit, the difference between spending and revenue this year versus last year.
Okay.
Think of it like a household budget. You might have a massive credit card balance, that's the national debt, but if you cut your monthly spending and increased your income, so your new charges, the deficit, are $600 billion lower than last year, you suddenly have a lot of operational freedom.
Right. You have breathing room in your monthly budget.
That freed up space, that $600 billion reduction, is what Hassett is eyeing.
So the economic advisor is essentially saying, because we've slowed the rate we're borrowing and we're taking in more than we're spending each month, we've carved out a justified pool of money for this.
Precisely. This payment is being positioned not as reckless borrowing, but as feasible relief, a dividend tied directly to the government's improved financial standing. It's the difference between funding relief with a credit card versus funding it with a year-end bonus.
So for the person at home on Social Security, the core message here is stability. The proposal for your $2,000 check isn't just a promise. It's backed by documented improvements in the federal balance sheet.
The viability has shot up because the numbers now support it, and that is the necessary first step before you can even talk about the next part, who actually gets the money.
Which brings us to the most critical detail for everyone listening, eligibility. Whenever these large payments are discussed, the first question is always, do I qualify? Is there going to be some complicated hurdle? And it seems we have a very clear, straightforward rule here based on earlier remarks from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
It's about as clear as it gets. The Treasury Secretary indicated, and the source material reaffirms, a very clean line. The payment will go to households making less than $100,000 per year.
$100,000.
That figure, $100,000 in annual household income, is the eligibility anchor for this entire thing. If your household is below that, you're in the qualified category.
And we really have to speak directly to our audience here. Retirees, seniors, people on Social Security retirement, SSI, SSDI. These are individuals on tight fixed incomes who have been hit so hard by inflation.
And this is where we have to dispel a huge source of anxiety. In previous stimulus rounds, there was just chaos because eligibility was tied to filing a tax return.
A total mess.
A total mess. So a very common worry is, I get Social Security, I don't file a tax return because my income's too low, I'm not working, I'm going to be left out right. That is a huge valid concern based on what's happened before.
Completely understandable, given the bureaucratic nightmares some non-filers faced. So what's the absolute categorical clarification here?
The clarification is vital. Eligibility for this potential $2,000 payment has absolutely nothing to do with your filing status, your employment history, or the specific type of federal benefit you receive.
Okay, let's stop and really emphasize that, because this is the central point for millions of people.
It is.
If you are a senior on just Social Security retirement or someone on SSDI or SSI, you are not excluded just because you aren't working or because you don't file with the IRS.
Absolutely correct. The single deciding factor, as confirmed, is that the annual household income is under that $100,000 maximum. And for the vast majority of people on fixed federal benefits, their total income falls dramatically below that ceiling.
So this is really targeted squarely at the lower and middle income brackets.
It is. Now let's talk about verification, because that's the next logical question, especially for non-filers.
Right. If they're not using an IRS tax return, how do they confirm that someone on SSI, for instance, is under the $100,000 cap?
This is where we get into the difference between, say, adjusted gross income, or AGI, from your taxes, and the internal income data the benefit agencies already have.
Yeah.
The Social Security Administration, the VA, they already track all federal benefits paid out.
So they have the data.
They already have the data.
Yeah.
For those whose income is entirely from these fixed benefits, which guarantees they're under $100,000, the agencies possess everything they need for eligibility confirmation. No new application needed.
So if you're on SSI, which already has incredibly strict income and asset tests, the government doesn't need a tax return to know you qualify.
Exactly. The whole filing status complexity really only comes into play when a household has substantial other income, big stock market gains or rental income, which would probably push them over the $100,000 threshold anyway.
And those people would be filing taxes regardless.
They would be. By setting a very high universal income ceiling and explicitly saying benefit type and filing status don't matter, they're designing a system to minimize hurdles for the fixed income community.
That feels like a very conscious design choice. It seems built to maximize the reach to the people who need it most.
It really speaks to the intent. The push behind this is about offsetting inflation for households that are structurally the most vulnerable. Their benefits are fixed, but the market is not. So by focusing only on that $100,000 cap, they ensure that the core demographic SSI SSDI recipients are the primary intended beneficiaries.
So the message is loud and clear. If you receive Social Security, SSI, or SSDI, do not assume you're disqualified. That $100,000 annual household income cap is the only thing you need to worry about.
And the procedural nightmares of the past with non-filer forms for the IRS should, if this is structured correctly, be entirely avoided. The agencies should just handle the data transfer automatically.
All right, so we know the economic math works. Now, the natural next question is the roadblock of Washington. How do they actually get the cash out the door? Hassett confirmed this isn't automatic. Congress has to appropriate the money.
This is a fundamental point. The president proposes the menu, but Congress has to appropriate the funds and write the detailed recipe, the actual bill. Hassett was very clear. Whether revenue comes from taxes or a surplus, Congress decides how and where it's spent. This $2,000 check absolutely requires an act of Congress.
Okay, so the president proposes it early next year, but the money only moves if Congress signs off. And that usually runs into the big problem in the Senate, the filibuster, which requires a supermajority of 60 votes.
That's the traditional legislative speed bump. But what's so interesting here is that lawmakers have already signaled how they plan to bypass that hurdle entirely. The key insight from our source material is the planned use of reconciliation bills.
Ugh, reconciliation. A word that, political reporters love, but sounds like jargon to most people. We need to really explain why this one tool basically determines the fate of the $2,000 check.
It is the difference between a political fantasy and a guaranteed legislative path. And lawmakers have already indicated they anticipate 2 more reconciliation bills between now and early 2027. They're already planning for them.
2 big opportunities. So why does reconciliation matter so much for this payment specifically?
Reconciliation is a special process. It's designed to align laws with the budget, so it's restricted mainly to things involving tax, spending, and the debt ceiling.
And since this $2,000 check is a direct spending item,
It qualifies, exactly. And what reconciliation does is it dramatically lowers the bar for passage. It opens the floodgate, as the source notes, allowing the governing party to pass legislation with only a simple majority vote in the Senate.
so just 50 votes plus the vice president, instead of the usual 60 votes needed to beat a filibuster.
Which means they don't need a single vote from the opposition party if their own party is unified. It becomes pure majority rule on a budget item.
That turns the whole game on its head.
It does. It allows the current majority to leverage their control. The $2,000 payment can just be added as a piece of one of these 2 big reconciliation bills. And once that larger budget measure passes, it goes straight to the president's desk.
And there's the political genius of it. Using reconciliation means the current governing party can claim full, undivided credit for delivering this relief. That's a powerful campaign message.
That is the core political calculus. In a divided Congress, it ensures they can deliver on a highly popular promise without needing to negotiate or compromise. It transforms the $2,000 from a talking point into a high-priority legislative item attached to a must-pass bill.
It also puts the opposition in a tough spot. They'd have to vote against a massive budget bill just to stop a popular payment for seniors.
It creates immense political pressure, and it significantly increases the probability of passage. It moves the odds for this payment from maybe to highly likely just because they've confirmed they intend to use this special legislative tool.
Oh, understanding reconciliation is really the key to understanding why this payment is so viable now. It's the legislative express lane.
We've got the economic viability, we've got the legislative path. Now let's get to the timeline. When should people expect to see some real movement on this? What did Hassett lay out?
He expects the president to bring forth the official proposal in the new year, so early 2026. This isn't just a vague idea anymore. They're tying a specific action to a specific time frame. This proposal is the trigger for everything else.
Early 2026 is the broad window, but, political necessity really narrows that down quite a bit. The source material analysis suggests the proposal is realistically anticipated before mid-February, or definitely before the end of February 2026.
Why that deadline? Why so rigid? Why not wait until April?
It's purely the political clock. It's all tied to the upcoming midterm election. This is a high-risk, high-reward move. If the proposal comes too late, say in late March or April, it really diminishes their ability to message this relief effort as a key achievement that's actually delivering cash.
Right, they need time to propose it, pass it, and ideally see checks either going out or officially scheduled before the heavy campaign season starts.
Exactly. The analysis points out that by the time you get deep into February, Congress is in the full swing of basically making our pitches for the midterm election. This $2,000 payment is expected to be a centerpiece of that messaging.
They want to be able to say, we delivered this relief.
We delivered, not we're thinking about delivering.
So let's talk about that risk reward. If they propose this in January, but Congress stalls or the reconciliation effort fails, what's the risk?
The risk is enormous. The opposition would instantly seize on it, saying they promised you $2,000 and failed to deliver. It turns a positive proposal into a devastating attack ad. So the pressure on the majority party to get this not only proposed early but passed quickly is just immense. Failure isn't really an option if they want to use this for the midterms.
So the window is incredibly narrow. It has to happen within the first 8 weeks of the new year. If you, the listener, don't see an official legislative proposal by the end of February, the momentum starts to fade pretty fast.
And that creates a clear, actionable timeline for you to watch. The official proposal in early 2026 is the first major milestone. If the president hasn't formally presented the request to Congress by that February deadline, you'll know the political timeline is slipping.
So watch the news closely in January and February. That's the moment of truth that moves this from a possibility to a concrete piece of legislation.
Okay, let's move into the practical side of this, but we have to start with a major disclaimer. Because the proposal isn't official yet, the specifics on dates and payment methods, they just aren't there. We have to focus on the procedural reality.
Right. The uncertainty is a direct result of there being no passed bill yet. We don't know the specific payment schedules, the arrival dates, or the method. Will it be direct deposit, paper checks? Will they use direct express cards? All of that is still to be determined.
So the listener has to understand, any specific date you hear before Congress passes a law is just pure speculation. You have to wait for the final law.
Absolutely. And this legislative gap is most critical when we talk about financial protections, which are vital for this community. Crucial details like whether the $2,000 is tax-free or how it affects eligibility for SNP or Medicaid, or if it's protected from debt collectors, all of that will be defined only within the final language of the bill. That is a colossal point. Past stimulus checks, like under the CARES Act, were specifically written into law as non-taxable and protected from garnishment. But that protection is not automatic for this payment.
Correct. Congress has to actively choose to put that language in. Without it, the $2,000 could potentially be seized by creditors, counted as taxable income, or critically, counted as income that pushes a low-income recipient over the limits for benefits like SSI or Medicaid.
So for our listeners who rely on those programs, the text of the bill proposed in early 2026 is what matters. You need to look for specific clauses that say this payment shall not be considered income and this payment is exempt from garnishment.
That's the essential insight. We anticipate they will include these protections. It would be politically disastrous not to. But until that bill is signed, there is no guarantee.
And we have to use the fact that this is still just a proposal to launch an extremely strong warning against scams. They are inevitable.
The warning cannot be strong enough. This is where you need to be so vigilant. Scammers thrive on this kind of ambiguity and hope. You have to remember this immutable rule. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the VA, will never spontaneously call, text, or email you asking for money or personal details for this check.
If you get a call or a text saying, we need your bank routing number to process your $2,000 check, that is a scam. Full stop. The government does not work that way.
Not before the law is even passed. Any official communication will only come through formal letters mailed to your address or through verified government websites after the proposal is signed into law. No one has the details yet, so anyone claiming to is trying to steal from you.
So wait for the official proposal and never, ever give out personal financial information to unsolicited calls or texts about this payment. Okay, let's zoom out for a moment. We've covered the economics, eligibility, the legislative path. What are the broader implications of this potential payment? How should we classify this kind of relief? Is this a permanent fix?
We should clearly classify this as a likely one-time financial boost, an emergency relief measure. It is so important to distinguish this from something permanent, like a cost of living adjustment, a CLA, which increases your monthly benefits forever. This is a one-time injection of funds.
So it's designed to provide immediate breathing room, Pay off a bill, buy groceries, fix something in the house.
Exactly. Using that revenue the government has unexpectedly collected. It's a targeted stimulus measure designed to put money into the hands of people who are most likely to spend it quickly on necessities, which in turn helps the local economy.
And connecting the dots, the political move to use reconciliation here is really significant beyond just the $2,000 itself.
It highlights a powerful intent.
Yeah.
Using reconciliation demonstrates a clear political commitment to use federal revenue to directly assist these communities. It's a statement that says, we view financial relief for this demographic as a top priority, important enough to bypass the traditional 60-vote hurdle.
It's basically them saying that despite all the gridlock, providing this tangible relief is important enough to warrant using their most powerful unilateral tool.
That's the implication. When you see Congress ready to use reconciliation, you know the item is considered an urgent, high priority for the governing party.
Which brings us to our final provocative thought for you, the listener, to mull over. We've established that the majority party is planning on using reconciliation, that simple majority tool, to push through this payment. If they are willing to open that door for this, what other critical financial reforms or benefit increases might they be able to push through using this same powerful tool?
That's the profound question. Reconciliation isn't limited to a one-time check. It can be used for significant long-term changes to budgetary items, things like drug pricing, maybe even aspects of Social Security solvency or expanded benefit amounts, all only requiring a simple majority. If the political priority is clearly fixed income relief, could they attach other key permanent reforms to the next reconciliation bill? The mechanism is now proven and ready for major policy changes.
The legislative door is wide open for substantial, single-party action on issues that fundamentally affect your monthly budget. That's the true power we're watching unfold. All right, let's summarize the core actionable information our listeners need to walk away with today. First, the amount. $2,000. That's the figure confirmed as highly viable by White House economic advisors, a one-time relief payment.
Second, the eligibility test. The $100,000 annual household income cap. This is your firewall. Don't worry about filing status or benefit type. If you're on Social Security, SSI, or SSDI, you are almost certainly qualified.
And finally, the timeline to watch. Early 2026. Look for that official presidential proposal, ideally before the end of February. That 2-month window is absolutely critical for political reasons.
And a final word of guidance. The viability of this has been confirmed by economic indicators. The $600 billion deficit reduction, the surplus. But patience is still required. Your next step is not to apply. It's to watch for the official proposal and the debate in Congress. This is a time to be informed, not anxious.
Exactly. Focus your attention on those official government announcements coming in the first couple of months of 2026. And please share this deep dive with family and friends who rely on these benefits. Getting the facts out now helps everyone avoid scams and prepares them for what's next.
Stay informed, look out for one another, and we will continue to bring you updates as this process moves forward.
Thank you for joining us for the deep dive.
We have a major financial update that could affect, well, potentially hundreds of millions of low and fixed income Americans. It's a number that gives, immediate clarity and a sense of hope for a lot of people. A proposed direct cash payment.
Right.
A $2,000 dividend distribution per person.
And this isn't just, some kind of political talk aimed at the wealthiest people. The proposal is specifically, explicitly, targeting low and middle income USA citizens.
Exactly.
We are talking about retirees, people relying on Social Security, the disability community on SSDI and SSI. These are the exact individuals who have been just battling the corrosive effects of inflation.
Every single day.
Every single day.
That's right. So this money is being framed as essential, immediate financial relief. It could provide that breathing room that so many people have desperately needed just to pay bills and, maintain some dignity. But here's the puzzle we really have to solve.
The big one.
How do you fund a cash outlay of this magnitude?
The proposed funding mechanism is, well, they're calling it massive tariff income. But when we actually look at the numbers, the math required to fund this payment is just staggering. We're talking over $500 billion needed immediately.
Wow.
So our deep dive mission today is to unpack where this proposal came from, really examine that controversial funding mechanism, and clarify who might actually qualify from the fixed income community.
And maybe most importantly, what the realistic timeline looks like for you. We're going to cut straight through all the political noise to deliver the facts you need. Welcome to the deep dive. You sent us a stack of sources detailing these recent, very high-profile statements about what's being called a new $2,000 stimulus or a dividend or a rebate.
The terminology keeps shifting.
It does. But whatever you call it, the potential impact on your daily life is huge. So our mission is to give you clarity and fast on what could be a life-changing financial benefit. We're going to dissect this proposed $2,000 payment. Where did the idea come from? How is it mathematically supposed to be funded? And what does it really mean for those of you relying on fixed or low incomes?
And, the initial hook from the source material is absolutely critical for our audience. It provides a level of specific clarity that, frankly, a lot of past relief discussions just didn't have.
What do you mean?
The sources explicitly state that the payment is not for high-income people. It is explicitly for low- and middle-income USA citizens.
That distinction, the explicit exclusion of high earners, that's a direct answer to a constant concern we hear.
Right.
From people on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, who always worry they're going to be left behind or, deemed ineligible because their income comes from a government benefit.
Precisely. It really sets the stage for a targeted relief effort. And that's why we have to start by dedicating some real time to decoding this $2,000 dividend proposal and figuring out who exactly stands to benefit.
Okay, let's unpack the language then. The sources consistently describe this as a dividend distribution rebate, or, more simply, a dividend of at least $2,000 a person. Why that specific word, dividend, instead of stimulus or, welfare?
The word dividend is very strategic. It frames the payment not as a handout and not as new debt, but as a return of revenue.
A return.
Exactly. In this case, tariff revenue, return to the citizens who, ultimately fund the government. And the inclusion is just as important as the exclusion you mentioned. The payment is explicitly not including high-income people, but, and this is the key phrase, will be paid to everyone otherwise.
And the source material noted a recent, very critical confirmation that the proponent of this idea doubled down on it just a few days ago, specifically reiterating that language about it being aimed at the low and middle income community.
Right.
So this is not some idea that's been retracted or pushed to the side. It actually appears to be gaining momentum.
That sustained momentum is key. And that brings us directly to the fixed income community. We know that the largest segment of our audience is made up of individuals receiving Social Security retirement, SSDI, that's Social Security Disability Insurance, and SSI, which is Supplemental Security Income.
Right, for low-income seniors and the disabled.
Exactly. These are the people with the deepest, most urgent questions about whether they'll actually qualify.
Of course. The reports highlighted a massive volume of questions pouring in from people in that exact situation. On a fixed income, maybe no other income, people who might not even file a traditional tax return.
And they're all asking, will my benefit type count?
Yeah.
And this is where we can reassure you with some historical context. While the source didn't name the specific benefit types, it didn't list out SS, SSDI, and SSI, the key metric that has always been used for distributing these large-scale relief and stimulus payments is income.
Just income, not the source of the income.
Precisely. If you fall into the low or middle income category, where that income comes from, whether it's a government pension, a VA benefit, or a disability check, it becomes secondary to the final dollar amount of your income.
So the focus on low and middle income strongly suggests that the vast majority of fixed income recipients, who typically fall well below any established high-income thresholds, would be the primary recipients.
Oh, absolutely.
We're talking about ensuring eligibility for millions of seniors and disabled individuals whose annual income is often, $30,000 or less?
That is the logical conclusion. And there's an even clearer indicator, which you pulled from the source material. It's the explicit language about using the money left over from the $2,000 payments.
The money left over after paying low and middle income citizens.
Yes. Using that leftover money to pay down debt. The intent there is just unmistakable. Target the middle and the bottom of the economic ladder first.
Okay, but this brings us to the most crucial piece of missing information, which the source has definitely highlighted.
The big question mark.
We are completely missing the definition for the line in the sand. What exact income level constitutes the cutoff for high income?
And without that specific definition, the whole proposal, as exciting as it is, it remains ambiguous for millions of people who are sitting just above those traditional low-income thresholds.
Sure. If you're a couple and you're earning, say, $100,000 a year, you need to know if you're categorized as middle or high.
It's everything. That number determines everything.
So this raises a really important question. What can we reasonably anticipate for that threshold based on what the government has done in the past?
The sources introduce some speculation, but it's grounded in very strong historical precedent. We can look back at the coronavirus relief efforts.
Right.
The payment system there needed to be set up quickly and broadly. In those instances, the likely thresholds were set around $75,000 annual income for an individual
Okay, 75K for an individual.
and $150,000 for a married couple. These figures have provided a usable historical precedent for who is considered non-high income.
And those figures have to be put into context with today's economic realities, too.
Of course.
The source noted a very relevant data point. The average household income last year was around $83,000.
Right.
So if the purpose is to include the middle class, the threshold for an individual certainly can't be set much lower than that, or you'd miss the middle income demographic entirely.
Precisely. I mean, if they set the threshold too low, say 50,000 for a single filer, they would immediately exclude millions of working class people who are not high earners by any standard measure. The goal, if they really intend to pay everyone except high income people, is to capture a huge portion of the country.
That's a huge number. The source estimated that using those typical thresholds, they would be making about a couple 100 million people eligible for this type of payment.
A couple 100 million.
That estimate alone, 200 million people, it just underscores why defining this income line is so crucial.
And think about it this way. For our listeners who are relying solely on their fixed benefits, Social Security, SSI, or disability, their income is often less than $25,000 or $30,000 a year.
Easily.
They fall squarely and safely into that low-income category. They would certainly be eligible under those speculated thresholds. The real uncertainty rests mainly with the upper bounds of that middle income bracket.
So, while the definitive dollar figure for the cutoff is the central piece of missing legislation, the clear intent to exclude only the top earners is a very strong positive signal for the retiree demographics and the entire fixed income community.
Absolutely. But we have to emphasize, that until that dollar figure is formalized into law, the excitement should be appropriately tempered by that uncertainty.
Right. We have to wait for the definitive line.
But the strong historical indicators do point toward broad inclusion.
Okay, so that defines the who. But the massive scale of that who, couple 100 million people, brings us directly to the other side of this financial puzzle, which is, I'd argue, even more complex.
The funding.
The funding. We need to dissect the proposed mechanism. So let's talk about the tariff funding mechanism and the financial reality.
The phrase massive tariff income sounds great, It sounds like a ready-made money stream. But the math is what makes or breaks this whole proposal. We can't just talk about massive money. We have to talk in concrete billions and trillions and compare that against the immense cost of this dividend.
Okay, so let's provide those hard numbers from the source material regarding tariff revenues. What is the current status of that cash flow?
The sources confirm that the U.S. has brought in about $195 billion in tariff revenues so far this year.
$195 billion.
If you break that down daily, it's averaging about $1 billion a day, which is an astonishing figure.
Wow, $1 billion a day.
Which works out to roughly $30 billion a month. So based on that pace, the annual projection suggests the U.S. is on track to collect about $350 billion over a 12-month period.
$350 billion a year. And what about looking further out? That long-term forecast seems to be the foundation for this whole financing plan.
It is. The long-term projection for this revenue stream is enormous. The U.S. is on track to bring in about $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
$3 trillion.
That's if current trade policies and global trade volumes hold steady. That massive figure is what makes the long-term math possible. But, and this is a big but, it doesn't solve the immediate cash flow problem.
Right. And now let's address the elephant in the room. The estimated cost of actually sending out these checks today. This is where the logical inconsistency, as the source pointed out, becomes really clear.
Yeah. To establish the cost calculation, the source used the metric from the last major stimulus payment.
The $1,400 check in 2021.
Exactly. That payment covered approximately 85% of the population, which equated to about 284 million people. And that includes dependents and non-filers.
Okay, so if we use those same parameters, Assuming 284 million people qualify for the full $2,000 dividend,
Oh.
what is the total price tag?
The total cost would be a staggering immediate cash need of $568 billion.
$568 billion.
Now let's compare that needed amount, $568 billion, with the projected annual tariff revenue of only $350 billion.
That's a massive shortfall. We are hundreds of billions short of being able to fund this entire dividend based on the tariff income generated in just 1 year.
Right.
Mathematically, the annual tariff income is really a little more than 50% of what's needed. That's a fundamental problem.
It's a huge problem, even if we assume the eligibility threshold is a bit stricter and the cost comes down to, say, $400 billion, which is still a conservative estimate.
You're still short.
You're still short by $50 billion. The cash just isn't there right now.
So the sources acknowledge this logical gap. How do the proponents of this dividend suggest they would bridge that financial difference and still get the money out immediately?
The core of the financing strategy is that this payment isn't about having the cash on hand today. The proposal relies entirely on leveraging that huge $3 trillion 10-year projection.
So they're borrowing against the future.
Yes, the money would have to be borrowed today and then explicitly paid back over time using future tariff revenue.
Okay, I want to challenge that point because this is where the political messaging gets really complicated. If they know they have to borrow over $200 billion today, why do they lead with the message that tariffs pay for it?
I love that.
That seems like a political strategy designed to mask the short-term cost.
That's a crucial distinction for you to understand. It is a political strategy. They are accurately stating that the source of the repayment will be tariffs, but they're sidestepping the uncomfortable truth that the method of payment is initially debt.
So it adds to the national debt.
The implication is clear. This action would technically add to the national debt in the short term. They would be borrowing or fronting the money to recipients, sending it out, and then dedicating all that future tariff revenue over the next decade to paying off the newly incurred debt.
Think of it like the government taking out a massive mortgage on a future stream of revenue.
That's a perfect analogy.
They need $568 billion now, so they borrow it against the promise of the $3 trillion coming in over the next decade. And that initial loan is what hits the national debt immediately.
That's it, exactly. The sources used an analogy of the national debt moving up like the numbers on a fast gas pump. It's just happening in the billions daily. This method ensures immediate relief for the fixed income community, but it comes at the short-term cost of increasing the debt ceiling.
So the narrative of tariffs paying for it is only true in the long term, over a decade, and that's provided those tariff revenues continue flowing.
Right.
But in the short term, to get that money into your hands next year, it means adding hundreds of billions to the national debt.
And that distinction explains how something that's mathematically infeasible in 1 year can become politically feasible over 10 years. That $3 trillion projection is the financial bedrock. As the source concluded, even compared to $3 trillion over 10 years, a $568 billion outlay is a manageable fraction.
So they could swing it.
They could easily swing a $2,000 payment, as long as they're willing to borrow it first.
This transparency on the funding mechanism is so vital. It also brings us directly to your most pressing concerns.
Yeah.
Once you figured out if you qualify, you need to know when and how this payment would actually arrive.
Right.
We need to transition now to addressing listener logistics.
This is the practical side of the deep dive. The questions just flood in every time. When will I get this $2,000 payment?
And the unspoken reality we have to state clearly is that because this is still a proposal that requires the full legislative process, debate, passage, signature, there are no specific dates, no schedules, no payment methods, no details on direct deposit, paper checks, or the all-important direct express cards for so many fixed income recipients. None of that is announced yet.
That lack of detail is just inherent to a proposal. The when is entirely dependent on Congress acting. However, we can use past context and processes to give you a rough idea of what the administration of this payment would look like if it were to become law.
Okay, so assuming this moves forward quickly, how would the payment mechanism typically work, especially for people receiving Social Security or SSI who may not file traditional tax returns or who rely on a direct express card?
We can assume the process would closely mimic the past major stimulus payments. These operations rely heavily on the existing benefit administration systems across government agencies.
The SSA, the VA, the IRS.
Exactly. The Social Security Administration, the Veterans Affairs, and the Internal Revenue Service.
And that system proved to be highly efficient in 2021 for the $1,400 checks, specifically because it could immediately identify and verify eligibility for the millions of fixed-income recipients already receiving benefits.
Exactly right. And the source material strongly suggests that no application would be needed for most people.
That's fantastic news for seniors.
It's huge. The government would rely on the income data they already have in their systems, whether that's from tax returns for middle-income workers or from established benefit statements for low-income SSA, SSDI, and SSI recipients.
So if you are a retiree and your monthly Social Security ticket or your SSDI check goes into your bank account via a direct deposit or onto a Direct Express card, that would be the channel they would use for the $2,000 dividend.
That's the idea.
It just cuts out all the bureaucratic red tape.
That is the most efficient method, and it minimizes delays. However, we do have to discuss the typical processing times. Even when legislation was passed quickly in the past, it still took the Treasury Department several weeks, sometimes months, to process hundreds of millions of payments.
Right.
We saw the first wave go out quickly, but subsequent waves, particularly for those with unusual circumstances, took a lot longer.
And what are those common complications that lead to delays? What should people be aware of?
Well, we saw delays for people whose addresses were outdated, for example, for international recipients who required special verification, or for individuals who use representative payees.
Explain what a representative payee is.
A representative payee is someone appointed by the SSA to manage benefits for another person, often an incapacitated senior or a disabled person. When a large lump sum like this comes in, the Treasury and the SSA have to ensure the payee handles those funds appropriately, which can sometimes slow down the disbursement process for that specific group.
And all those highly specific logistical details, the specific payment schedule by birth month or last name, the exact date the SSA sends the file to the Treasury.
Right.
Those can only be provided once the legislation is formally enacted and the Treasury outlines its disbursement plan. Until then, we just have to rely on the established system.
And until that formal announcement, any discussion of specific payment dates is pure speculation. The main takeaway for logistics right now is that the vast majority of our fixed income listeners should not have to do anything but wait for the official notification once the law is passed.
That assurance of no application needed is absolutely critical. Now, let's talk about the deep financial anxieties that come with receiving a large one-time payment, especially for those on means-tested programs. We need to move to Section 4, Financial Protections and Scam Warnings.
For those relying on benefits just to make ends meet, the need to know how this $2,000 affects their overall financial stability is paramount. The crucial concerns for beneficiaries really center around three main pillars: taxability, continued eligibility for vital programs like Medicaid, and protection from debt collectors.
Let's start with the first fear, taxability. Is this $2,000 payment taxable or tax-free?
Without formal legislation, this detail is fundamentally unknown. We just don't know for sure. However, we can use the structure of past payments as a guide.
Okay.
Past rebate checks and stimulus payments were typically structured as tax credits, specifically refundable credits. This means they are not treated as taxable income, which makes them tax-free for most recipients, especially those on low or fixed incomes.
That structure is vital. If it were treated as ordinary income, it could not only reduce the net benefit, but could potentially push some low-income individuals into a higher tax bracket or affect their eligibility for other tax credits next year.
Oh, absolutely. The structure matters immensely.
So you have to assume that the law would need to explicitly state the tax status.
Yes, but the political incentive is very strongly aligned with making it tax-free relief.
Okay. Next, let's address the biggest fear for the low-income community, especially our listeners receiving SSI, the impact on other benefits. Will receiving a $2,000 lump sum affect your eligibility for means-tested programs like SNFP, that's the food stamp program Medicaid, or housing assistance?
This is perhaps the most serious concern for low-income beneficiaries. Means-tested programs often have very strict limits on assets.
Right.
They're typically capped at $2,000 for a single SSI recipient and $3,000 for a couple. Receiving a $2,000 lump sum could, in theory, immediately push an individual right over that resource limit, and that could lead to benefit termination.
That's a catastrophic trade-off. You get $2,000 now only to lose access to your food and your health care later.
Exactly why protections are so necessary. The good news is that when relief funds are distributed as a one-time payment intended for financial relief and not as regular income, they often include statutory protections.
What kind of protections?
These protections specifically exempt the funds from counting as income or resources for a specified period, usually 12 months.
So an SSI recipient would have a full year to spend down that money without it jeopardizing their eligibility for SSI, Medicaid, or SNAP.
That's the goal.
But those protections are not automatically applied. They have to be written into the legislation itself.
Precisely. This must be confirmed by the Social Security Administration or the relevant agency once the legislation is formalized. For most fixed-income individuals, like those on Standard Social Security Retirement or SSDI, a one-time payment generally doesn't affect their benefit status. But for the very strict programs like SSI and certain housing benefits, the specific language in the bill is literally life-changing.
And the third major concern is garnishment. Will debt collectors be able to swoop in and take this payment before it even hits your bank account?
This is a scenario we saw play out during past stimulus efforts. Protections against garnishment, meaning shielding the funds from private debt collectors, are typically included in relief bills. However, the legislation has to be explicit. If passed, the language must specifically state that the funds are protected under law, or they could potentially be subject to collection.
Okay, we must issue a strong, authoritative, crucial scam warning right now.
Yep.
This is a massive dollar amount we're talking about, and whenever a proposal for thousands of dollars hits the news, scams multiply instantly.
Oh, yeah.
And they specifically target seniors and low-income individuals who are eager for information.
This warning cannot be overstated. If you are listening, please internalize this one fact and share it with everyone you know. The Social Security Administration, the IRS, or the VA will never call you, text you, or email you asking for money or personal information to process a payment. Never. If you receive a communication asking you to pay a fee, or purchase a gift card, or confirm your bank details to release your $2,000 dividend, it is 100% a scam designed to steal your money or your identity.
So what should you do?
Trust only official government letters and verified government websites. If someone calls you claiming to be the IRS or the SSA, just hang up immediately. If you're unsure, go to the official SSA website or call the agency directly using a verified phone number, not the number the caller gives you.
Be skeptical, be safe. This vigilance is essential while this proposal is still being debated.
Now that we've covered the logistics, the safety net, and the potential pitfalls, let's zoom out to the bigger picture and political context of why this massive proposal just keeps resurfacing now.
Why now? This dividend proposal feels like a repeating cycle. We hear a new version of a potential payment, often in the thousands of dollars every few months. What's driving this repetition?
This is where we have to analyze the political repetition. The history provided in the sources is striking because it shows a really clear pattern of commitment. This is now the fourth time that the idea of distributing money in the thousands of dollars has been endorsed or seriously proposed since January of this year.
The fourth time.
In less than 10 months.
Walk us through those previous iterations. It helps to contextualize this latest $2,000 push.
Certainly. Back in February, there was the mention of a $5,000 Doge dividend, which was, more symbolic, but it set a very high dollar expectation.
Right.
Then in August, we saw a formal proposal for a $600 rebate check introduced in Congress. It failed to gain traction, but it demonstrated legislative intent.
Yeah.
And prior to this most recent $2,000 dividend announcement, there was a separate interview in early October where a distribution somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000 was mentioned.
So that's 4 major public endorsements of large-scale payments in less than a year. What does that repetition tell us about the credibility of the latest proposal, and maybe more importantly, the political pressure behind it?
The sources analyze the political implication of this repeated high-profile endorsement as, quote, painting themselves into a corner.
Painting themselves into a corner.
The messaging is, without a doubt, awesome and exciting. It promises real, tangible financial help to a critical voting demographic, the low and fixed-income Americans who desperately need relief from inflation.
But the political danger lies entirely in the follow-through, or the lack of it.
Exactly. The source suggests that if the proposal does not follow through this time, after 4 separate high-profile endorsements, it would result in a really, really bad messaging campaign.
And a loss of credibility.
A loss of a ton of credibility. The analogy used in the source is powerful. This is becoming analogous to the kid who cried wolf. If they promise this life-changing relief 4 times and fail to deliver, the audience will stop believing them. and that political capital is just lost.
So the political pressure to deliver is immense, precisely because the idea has been floated so often, and the financial needs of the target audience are so acute.
Right.
That pressure has to be what's driving the insistence on the tariff funding plan, even with the short-term debt implication we just discussed.
And this leads us to the heart of the confusion, and I think the most fascinating financial contradiction within the proposal itself. We're talking about the debt paydown paradox.
Okay, this is where the political messaging and the raw math seem to diverge dramatically.
They do.
The proposal includes a supplementary claim that any money left over from the massive tariff income after the $2,000 payments are sent out would be used to pay down the national debt.
Now, hold on. Let's just revisit the mathematical reality we established in Section 2. We concluded that the government would have to borrow over $200 billion to finance the $568 billion payment in the short term.
Right. The annual tariff revenue is only $350 billion.
That is the paradox. How can proponents claim there will be leftover money to pay down the national debt when the annual math shows they need to borrow hundreds of billions just to make the payments in the first place?
It feels like they are making two competing promises at the same time.
They are performing a very complex political calculation. They're essentially proposing to do three things. One, create new debt in the short term to deliver immediate relief.
Okay.
2, pay down that new debt over 10 years using future tariffs. And 3, claim there will be surplus tariff money left over to pay down the existing national debt.
It sounds like a strategy designed to appeal to both sides of the aisle, those who need immediate financial assistance and those who are concerned about fiscal responsibility and the national debt.
It's a political masterstroke if it works.
But a financial tightrope walk in reality.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The key tension is that the $3 trillion 10-year projection has to cover both the roughly $568 billion used for the dividends and any subsequent debt reduction. If that trade revenue falls short, the entire financial strategy collapses, and the short-term debt just remains or grows.
And the sources highlighted this deep tension.
They did, noting that the proposal simultaneously promises a $500 billion payment and a plan to reduce the national debt when the funding mechanism inherently requires short-term borrowing that adds to that debt.
So the bottom line for you, the listener, is that this financial structure requires a huge leap of faith in the long-term consistency of tariff revenues. It's a crucial aspect to recognize when you're evaluating the real feasibility of this plan.
Indeed. The willingness to borrow so aggressively suggests that the political pressure to deliver on this promise after repeating it 4 times may just outweigh the immediate fiscal concerns of adding to the national debt.
This has been a crucial deep dive into a major financial proposal that affects millions of people who need this financial clarity. Let's synthesize the critical key takeaways you need to know right now.
First, the amount. This is a significant proposed dividend of at least $2,000 per person, intended to provide genuine, immediate financial relief.
Second, who qualifies? The focus is explicitly on low and middle-income USA citizens. This effectively covers the entire fixed-income community retirees, those on Social Security, SSI, and SSDI, who fall well below the speculated high-income thresholds of $75,000 or $150,000.
And no application is expected to be needed for most beneficiaries already in the system.
Third, the funding source. It is to be paid by massive tariff income, but because the immediate cost is over $500 billion, it requires borrowing against future revenue.
Which means it will technically add hundreds of billions to the national debt in the short term, even if that debt is paid down over the next 10 years using the projected $3 trillion in tariff revenue.
And finally, the status. This remains a major, repeated proposal. There are no official payment dates, no finalized legislation, and crucial details about taxability and necessary benefit protections, especially for SSI and SNOP recipients, are still unwritten.
You know, this proposal highlights the profound tension between the political imperative to provide immediate, life-changing financial relief to those who need it most, and the massive, uncomfortable financial hurdles, the need for hundreds of billions in short-term borrowing to deliver on that promise.
Yeah.
The real question for you, the listener, is whether the political corner created by these repeated high-profile endorsements will finally be enough to move this from a tempting concept into a signed law. The credibility of the proponents and the hope of millions of fixed-income Americans really depends on it.
Citizens vigilant for scams. Trust only official government sources like verified SSA or IRS websites, and never provide personal information over the phone or text. We encourage you to share this deep dive with others who need this clarity on eligibility and funding. Thank you for joining us. We'll keep watching this story unfold and bring you the next crucial update the moment the
Okay, let's just jump right into this, because the financial rumor mill has been spinning completely out of control, and you, especially those of you relying on fixed incomes like Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, you need clarity, and you need it right now. We are talking about a major high-profile financial discussion that could potentially put a dividend of at least $2,000 directly into your pocket.
That's right. That is the core update we're tracking. We've seen a really significant political endorsement behind a proposal for a $2,000 dividend payment, or you could call it a rebate. And crucially, the language has started to solidify. It now specifies that this payment is targeted directly at low and middle income U.S. citizens.
Which focuses the relief where the need is really the most acute. And, that clarification is everything. I mean, if you are a senior living on a fixed retirement benefit, or if you're a person with a disability on SSDI or SSI, you've been asking that one single burning question. Am I included in this? Is this money finally for me? Especially when we're all watching inflation just continue to eat away at our buying power for, essentials like food and medicine.
And that really defines our mission for this deep dive. We are going to get into the exact language used in the most recent post, the official statements surrounding this, to try and eliminate all that ambiguity. We need to define as best we can who is included in low and middle income. We have to analyze this really unprecedented funding mechanism using massive tariffs. And then finally, we have to talk about the reality of when or, if this $2,000 boost could actually arrive.
The stakes are just incredibly high for millions of Americans. So stay tuned, because the deep dive into the proposed $2,000 payment starts now. We're aiming to give you the comprehensive, actionable clarity you need. Welcome back to the deep dive. Today, our focus is razor sharp on a major financial proposal that has really been dominating the conversation. We've taken a look at recent public statements, social media posts from high-level political figures, all about this massive proposed distribution plan. And our goal isn't just to report what's being said, it's to translate the policy talk into something tangible, something you can actually understand, especially for our community of fixed income listeners.
Right. The mission here is to dissect the specifics of this proposed $2,000 dividend payment and really clarify what the implications are for you. I mean, when the cost of living feels like it's going up every single month, a $2,000 payment is not a small thing. It's not just a talking point. It could genuinely be the difference between catching up on bills that are past due and, spiraling into even greater financial hardship.
That's why the details matter so much.
They really do.
And what grabs your attention immediately is that central figure. A proposal for a $2,000 dividend distribution or rebate per person. We're not talking about some marginal tax break that you might not even feel in your paycheck. This is a sum of money endorsed to go directly into citizens' hands. And it specifically targets those who are struggling the most right now with the persistent draining effects of inflation.
And that direct cash injection model is critical here. It's designed for immediate impact. We know from past economic relief efforts that direct payments like this are, they're highly effective at providing instant financial relief, and they often inject immediate spending power right back into local economies, which is, the stated goal behind this kind of action.
Now, here's where the proposal took a turn that is, I think, profoundly beneficial for our core audience.
Yeah.
Initially, the public discussion was about a payment being made to, and the quote was, everyone, not including high-income people. That generic term, everyone, it left a huge number of our listeners, Social Security, SSI disability recipients, just wondering about their status.
Absolutely, especially if they didn't file traditional income taxes or just felt, generally overlooked by these broad stimulus measures in the past.
Exactly.
And that ambiguity, that was a major source of concern for so many people. And that's precisely why the subsequent, and I think very deliberate clarification is so crucial. The language was refined. More recent posts and comments specifically stated the payments would be made to low and middle income USA citizens.
And that's a huge shift.
It's a profound policy signal. It shifts the primary metric of eligibility squarely onto financial need. It sort of bypasses that old, confusing tax filer versus non-filer debate that complicated so many of the past relief rounds.
So for our listeners who are low income or on a fixed income, this directly answers that lingering question, right?
Yeah.
Will we get it? By identifying low and middle income specifically, the proposal seems to intentionally guarantee inclusion for these financially vulnerable groups.
That transition from everyone to low and middle income, that's not an accidental change in wording. It's not a slip of the tongue. It's a decisive, intentional move. It's designed to reassure people on federal benefits. We have to understand that when the proponents of this plan use this language, they're tacitly acknowledging that the vast majority of those on Social Security, SSDI, and SSI inherently fall into those brackets. They are speaking directly to you.
So if you are a fixed income recipient, this targeted language is probably the strongest signal you could get that you would be a primary beneficiary if this plan moves forward. It's a political commitment that really hinges eligibility on need, not just on whether or not you filed a tax return last year.
And to really grasp the seriousness behind this $2,000 proposal, we have to look beyond just the dollar amount. We have to examine the source of the communication and its history of repetition. The most recent and critical clarification, the one that confirmed the focus on low and middle income, that was relayed via a recent post on the social media platform Truth Social.
And the specific language in that post is what we really have to analyze closely. It confirmed the demographic, and it also preemptively addressed the financing. It said, quote, all money left over from the $2,000 payments made to low and middle income USA citizens from the massive tariff income. That one sentence, it serves as the policy anchor. It gives us the target low and middle income, and it clearly links the payment to a very specific, I would say unconventional, funding mechanism. Massive tariff income.
Yeah.
The very fact that this specific official public statement exists elevates the whole proposal. It's no longer just political chatter. It's a concrete, defined intent.
And this is where it gets really interesting, because this isn't just some flash-in-the-pan idea that popped up last week.
Right.
Our sources are confirming this is the fourth time in less than a year, specifically since late January, that the idea of distributing thousands of dollars directly to the public has been seriously endorsed or floated by this specific political sphere.
That signals a sustained, consistent policy drive. It indicates significant momentum and I think a high internal priority.
A pattern is definitely forming.
It is. And if we connect this repetition to the broader policy landscape, it demonstrates a pattern that generates real political weight. Let's quickly outline the previous 3 times this idea came up, because they really show the progression toward what we're seeing now. So first, back in February, this was the initial high dollar concept. It involved a proposed $5,000 Doge dividend.
Right, I remember that one. It was a little out there.
It was. And while the funding mechanism mentioned then was rooted in the niche and pretty volatile world of digital currency, the underlying endorsement was clear. A large, direct cash dividend was the goal. It sort of established the upper boundary for the dollar amount.
Okay, then things started getting a bit more traditional, a bit more grounded in actual legislative mechanisms.
Exactly. Then in August, we saw the endorsement of the $600 rebate check proposed by Senator Josh Hawley. That was under the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025. That iteration showed there was a political appetite for formal legislation, even if the amount was smaller. It was a move from a broad concept towards something that could actually be a legislative reality.
A more realistic number, maybe.
Perhaps. Then the third iteration, that was on October 2nd. An indication was made during a separate interview that a dividend distribution would fall specifically between $1,000 and $2,000. And this was a crucial signaling event. It tightened the projected amount, it moved the floor up from that $600 number, and it made the potential payout sound much more achievable.
Which brings us to where we are now, the current proposal in November. The dividend has settled at a high figure, at least $2,000 for low and middle income citizens. This repetition, the steady increase in specificity, the clarification of who it's for, these are all key political signals.
And what's fascinating is the sheer consistency, especially in targeting the low-income community. This high-frequency specific messaging has an inevitable consequence. It creates a tremendous level of expectation among the target audience, our listeners who are watching this whole conversation so closely to, shape their own financial outlook.
Yeah, the political cost of not delivering on this is growing with every single mention.
Exponentially.
It's moving from just being a political talking point into what many people are hearing as a concrete promise. Like the source material suggested, this repetition means the political figures involved are, they're painting themselves into a corner. The expectation is built. And now, delivery is essentially required to maintain any credibility.
And that, ironically, is what makes the possibility of this payment very real, even if the timeline is still so uncertain. All right, so now we move to what is probably the most critical section for our listeners: eligibility. When we talk about low and middle income, The specific concerns we hear come from recipients of Social Security retirement benefits, individuals on SSDI, those on SSI, seniors, people with disabilities, all relying on federal benefits.
And understanding the differences in those benefit types is really crucial to figuring out eligibility.
It is.
So let's start with that key distinction. We have to reiterate that the primary metric for a general stimulus distribution, like we've seen in the past, is almost always total annual income. The specific benefit you receive is secondary to your income level. If your total income falls below whatever this proposed high-income threshold is, you're eligible, period.
That distinction is paramount. It's so important, especially for those who might confuse the different types of federal assistance. Let's break it down. Think of it this way. SSI, or Supplemental Security Income, is a strictly need-based program. It has very stringent asset limits. Right now, it's $2,000 for an individual, and very strict income ceilings. So if you are an SSI recipient, by definition, you are already classified as low income. You would certainly qualify.
Okay, that's clear for SSI. But what about Social Security Retirement, or SSDI? Those are based on your past earnings and your work history. So those recipients aren't automatically defined as low income.
Right. That's correct. They aren't automatically defined that way, but the reality is that the vast majority of those recipients still receive benefits that place them well within the lower to middle income bracket, especially when you factor in fixed costs and rising inflation. The common denominator for all these groups is that their annual income often falls far, far below the thresholds that would categorize them as high income.
So the bottom line is, if the payment is genuinely targeted at low and middle income, then the inclusion of almost all fixed income beneficiaries is, well, it's highly probable.
It's almost a certainty by design.
Okay, let's move into the realm of, let's call it educated speculation. The current proposal doesn't have a defined dollar amount for what high income is. But we can use historical precedent and current economic data to make a pretty good guess at this critical cutoff.
We can. And based on how the government has structured previous blanket income cutoffs for direct payments, we can speculate with some confidence that the high income cutoff will likely be set around $75,000 a year for individuals, and probably around $150,000 a year for married couples who are filing jointly.
So why that number? Why does $75,000 keep popping up in these kinds of relief bills?
Well, it serves as a historical benchmark. It's often seen as the point where economic hardship is statistically assumed to lessen. But more than that, setting the ceiling near $75,000 is politically and economically rational. Last year, the average U.S. household income was cited as being around $83,000.
So you can't set the middle income cutoff below the actual national average.
You can't. A plan focused on low and middle income has to ensure that the threshold isn't set below the national average, or it completely fails its objective. Setting it at $75,000 ensures that a huge portion of the middle class is included, right alongside almost all fixed income beneficiaries.
So I think this is the most reassuring point for our entire fixed income community. Given that most Social Security or SSDI beneficiaries typically get annual benefits well below, say, $30,000, and SSI recipients are even lower by law, virtually the entire fixed income demographic would automatically fall well within the low or middle income categories. If this plan is enacted, your eligibility is effectively guaranteed.
And that's exactly the message the proponents are aiming for. By explicitly mentioning low and middle income individuals, they have politically committed to covering this financially vulnerable community.
Okay, moving on to the practical side of this, the application. If this payment is approved, will our seniors or disabled listeners have to go through some complex, bureaucratic application process?
This is where prior experience gives us a lot of confidence. We can strongly stress that based on all the preceding stimulus rounds, no application would be needed for the vast majority of people already receiving benefits. So Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA. The government already has your income data. It has your direct deposit details through the SSA and VA systems.
So the payment would just be automatic.
It would be automatic, and it would likely be sent using the exact same method as your monthly benefit.
That would eliminate a massive administrative burden. I mean, it prevents a huge source of confusion and frustration for people who might struggle with complex paperwork.
It does. But, and this is a major caveat, since the plan is still just a proposal, specific administrative details are entirely unknown at this point. This includes things like how non-filers who don't get federal benefits might register, or how pro-rated payments for brand new recipients would be handled. We just don't know that yet.
So we're really just relying on the expectation that the payment system will mimic the speed and simplicity of previous emergency distributions.
Yes, with the SSA and the VA acting as the primary distributors for their beneficiaries. So while we wait for that final defined income cutoff, the high probability of inclusion for our fixed income audience, that remains the central takeaway on eligibility.
All right, now we have to address the mechanism that elevates this proposal beyond just another spending bill. We need to talk about the funding. The proposal explicitly relies on a source of revenue that, well, it hasn't been used for this kind of direct cash injection in generations.
That's right. The proposed funding source is a reliance on massive tariff income generated by the United States. A tariff is essentially it's a tax on imported goods. The political argument here is that this is an external revenue stream paid by importers, ideally, and so it doesn't require raising domestic income taxes or other taxes on U.S. citizens.
That's the theory. But let's ground this in the current numbers. Our source material indicates that the U.S. has brought in roughly $195 billion in tariff revenues so far this year.
Correct. And annual projections suggest the U.S. is on track to collect maybe $350 billion in tariff revenues over a full 12-month cycle.
Those are substantial figures, sure, but they seem to pale in comparison to what this dividend would actually cost.
We do. We have to walk through the critical math here. If we use the eligibility metric from the $1,400 stimulus check back in 2021, which covered about 85% of the population, totaling around 284 million people, once you include dependents, the numbers become staggering.
Okay, let's run those figures. You take 284 million eligible people, and you multiply that by the proposed $2,000 dividend. The total estimated cost for just this one round of payments shoots up to $568 billion.
More than $500 billion.
Right.
So we immediately see this massive disparity. The needed $568 billion is significantly higher than the $195 billion currently collected in tariffs this year, and it's substantially more than the full-year projection of $350 billion.
So the logical mathematical reality is that the required $568 billion is not currently sitting in a bank account somewhere ready for distribution today.
Not at all.
So this raises the really challenging question. How can this proposal guarantee an immediate $2,000 payment when the money, that $500 billion, clearly hasn't been collected yet? It seems like a massive fiscal hole.
And that's where the long-term financing plan comes into play. The proposal relies not on today's tariff revenue, but on the projected, guaranteed future revenue stream. The projection is that tariff revenues will reach an enormous $3 trillion over the next 10 years. Okay, so the government is basically using that future $3 trillion as collateral, which means the money isn't available right now. The government would have to borrow or front the money today to send out the payments quickly, and then use the next decade of tariff collection to pay back that initial loan.
Precisely. To make an immediate payment, the Treasury would effectively have to issue short-term debt, Treasury bills or notes, equivalent to the required $568 billion. You can think of the tariff revenue as a dedicated, guaranteed 10-year repayment plan.
So it's like putting a large necessary expense on a credit card.
That's a great way to put it. The government takes out a short-term loan today, knowing that this specific high-yield revenue stream will reliably pay off the balance over the next decade.
Okay, so this means the money gets into people's hands quickly.
Right.
But the short-term consequence is that this action would technically add to the national debt in the short term. In the short term, yes. Even though proponents argue that it's fully paid for by a dedicated revenue stream over the long term, which minimizes the impact on the general budget. But this policy is a huge shift. If we consider that historically, before the income tax era, tariffs were the primary source of federal revenue. Now we're seeing them used not just for revenue, but as a specific tool for direct income redistribution.
And what's particularly interesting is that subtle detail in the proposal's language. The statement that any money left over after the $2,000 payments would be used to pay down the existing national debt.
Right. That speaks to the political confidence in this long-term revenue stream. They're not only confident that the tariff revenues will cover the $568 billion dividend, but that the surplus from that huge $3 trillion projection would be substantial enough to actively contribute toward deficit reduction.
And that gives them the political cover for the short-term borrowing needed to finance the immediate payouts.
Exactly. The math is complex, but the underlying confidence in the funding source is undeniable. So as we move from, feasibility to reality, we have to confront the biggest unknown, the wild card in all of this. Will this proposal actually be fulfilled? Despite the high frequency of endorsement, this plan is still just a proposal. It is not formalized policy or law.
And this brings us right back to the political messaging risk we talked about earlier. We've established this is the fourth time this idea has been endorsed in under a year. If the plan is not ultimately delivered, the political cost, as our sources suggest, will be measured in damaged credibility. It would be a really, really bad messaging campaign.
The risk of failure is severe for the political figures involved. They have, as we noted, painted themselves into a corner. They've significantly raised expectations among a deeply engaged and, frankly, financially vulnerable segment of the population.
Failure to deliver, especially after targeting the low-income demographic so explicitly, would risk a major erosion of trust.
It risks becoming the ultimate example of the boy who cried wolf, and it could potentially undermine future necessary relief efforts.
So for our listeners, this really means maintaining a stance of cautious optimism. The consistent messaging suggests high intent, but until a bill is passed and signed, nothing is guaranteed.
Exactly. Now, let's pivot to something incredibly important: financial protections. Since this is only a proposal, specific details about these protections are not finalized. However, based on the history of previous direct payments, we need to address 3 critical areas that must be included in any final legislation to protect our fixed income audience.
This is so critical. For those on fixed incomes, these protections are often the difference between the money being truly helpful and it just becoming an administrative nightmare. So what's the first essential protection?
First is taxability. Previous direct stimulus payments have almost universally been designated as tax-free. For low and fixed income individuals, it is absolutely essential that this $2,000 dividend remains non-taxable. This ensures the full benefit reaches you and doesn't complicate your tax situation or, potentially bump you into a different tax bracket.
And the second protection is arguably the most complex and critical for our listeners who receive means-tested benefits.
That is benefit eligibility protection. This is particularly for those receiving SSI, SNAP or food stamps, Medicaid, or housing assistance. These programs are all means-tested, which means your eligibility is based on having low income and low assets.
Right.
Without specific legislative protection, receiving a $2,000 lump sum could be disastrous. For example, SSI recipients are subject to that strict asset limit of just $2,000 for an individual. If you receive the $2,000 payment, your total countable assets could instantly exceed that $2,000 limit.
Which would make you temporarily ineligible for SSI.
Right, and crucially, it often forces you to lose your associated Medicaid coverage.
Losing essential health coverage like Medicaid over a one-time relief payment would just be a catastrophic net loss. It would completely defeat the purpose of the dividend.
It would. Therefore, the legislation has to actively and explicitly state that this dividend will not be counted as income or as a countable resource for a specified period, usually it's 12 months, for the purpose of determining eligibility for those programs.
That legal language is absolutely non-negotiable.
It has to be in there. If this plan is enacted without that explicit means testing waiver, it would harm the very people it's intended to help.
And the third essential protection relates to debt. We know our fixed income listeners are often battling medical debt, consumer debt. What about garnishment protection?
This is another major historical sticking point. In past relief rounds, we saw fierce battles to protect those funds from creditors. While some of the CARES Act payments had federal protection against garnishment by, say, federal agencies, state governments, and private debt collectors often tried to seize the funds the second they hit a bank account.
So the money needs to be protected from that.
It must be. If the $2,000 dividend is intended to provide breathing room, it has to be legally protected from seizure. The law must clearly state that these funds are exempt from collection by creditors' banks, private debt collectors, and in many state-level judgments.
This ensures the money goes toward your immediate needs: groceries, rent, utilities, instead of just servicing old debt.
These details, taxability, means testing, and garnishment protection, they are the legislative backbone of a truly helpful payment. We have to monitor the proposal to make sure these critical details are written in.
Absolutely.
Now, let's pivot with all the seriousness this deserves. Because this announcement is so high profile, because it involves a large, life-changing amount of money, and because it targets financially vulnerable populations, scams will follow immediately. This is our paramount warning.
We know that our listeners on fixed incomes are often targeted by these bad actors because of their perceived vulnerability and their reliance on government payments. We need to deliver this anti-scam advice with maximum clarity.
You must internalize this core, simple piece of advice. The Social Security Administration, the SSA, the IRS, the VA, or any official government agency will never initiate contact with you via a phone call, a text message, or an unsolicited email asking for money. They will not ask for your banking details, your Social Security number, or other sensitive personal information to get a payment like this $2,000 dividend.
They will not ask you to go buy gift cards. They will not demand you pay a processing fee to unlock the money. And they will never tell you to click a link in a text message to verify your identity. These are all immediate, 100% red flags.
If you are contacted suspiciously about the $2,000 dividend or any benefit update, assume it is a scam. Hang up the phone or delete the message immediately.
Only trust official letters delivered by the U.S. Postal Service or secure, verified government websites like the official My Social Security portal to manage your benefits and get updates.
We just cannot stress this enough. Protect your information. Being informed is your absolute best defense against these people.
Okay, we have completed our deep dive into the $2,000 dividend proposal, covering all the financial, political, and eligibility details. Before we wrap up, let's just quickly reinforce the core facts that you need to take away right now. First, the amount. This is a proposed dividend of at least $2,000 per person.
Second, eligibility. The proposal is now strongly targeted at low and middle income USA citizens. This gives us high confidence that fixed income beneficiaries, Social Security, SSI, SSDI will be included as long as your income is below that anticipated high income threshold, which we speculate is around $75,000 for individuals.
Third, funding. The proposed source is derived entirely from future tariff revenues, which are projected to reach $3 trillion over the next decade. However, this does mean the money has to be borrowed upfront, adding to the debt initially, but it's earmarked for repayment by those future revenues.
And fourth, status. It is absolutely crucial to remember that this is currently a proposal and an endorsement. It's been repeated 4 times, but it is not yet an official enacted law. We have to wait for the formal legislative process to finalize the details, including those essential protections we just discussed.
But even with that necessary caution, the repeated, specific messaging focused on low-income individuals, it provides a significant, genuine sign of hope. It signals a major political commitment to delivering substantial financial relief to the communities struggling the most with the current economic climate, a commitment that carries that massive political risk if it's not fulfilled.
And this commitment, it signals something really profound about the future of fiscal policy. It signals a willingness to use non-conventional means like a dedicated tariff stream to provide direct support to vulnerable populations.
And that leads us to our final provocative thought for you to consider as you process all this information. Given the enormous financial projection, that $3 trillion in tariffs over 10 years, and the clear political commitment being made to this idea of direct, non-taxable dividends, the conversation is really shifting. It's moving from simply debating if relief is coming to how frequently and permanently dividend payments could become part of our nation's standard fiscal policy.
If this model proves successful funding direct, immediate relief to low-income citizens using a reliable, dedicated tariff revenue stream, it raises the distinct possibility that this could become a formalized, recurring, maybe semi-annual or annual dividend. Such a mechanism would provide predictable, structural support and stability for seniors and disabled Americans who often lack effective protection against persistent inflation.
And that prospect, a permanent mechanism for direct relief for those on fixed incomes, well, that changes everything about the future economic security of our community. We will continue to track this proposal and bring you immediate updates the moment eligibility details are solidified, the moment those critical protections are written into law, or when a timeline for the payment is finally announced. Thank you for trusting us. Are you tired of inflation eating away at your fixed income? Well, get ready. This administration has just doubled down on a major financial announcement that could put some serious money right back into your pocket.
We're talking about a commitment that's been confirmed by the President, the Treasury Secretary, and the Chief Economic Advisor. They are actively pushing for an immediate one-time payment of at least $2,000.
At least $2,000.
And this is for virtually every American family making less than $100,000.
And look, this isn't speculation anymore. They have painted themselves into a corner, making this huge, public, high-stakes commitment to deliver this cash.
And we're going to break down the 5 pieces of evidence, who qualifies, and how they say they're going to fund this massive financial relief using tariff revenue.
Without touching the budget, so stick around. This deep dive is absolutely critical to understanding what could be coming next for your finances. Welcome to the deep dive. Our whole mission here really is to get you the clearest, most direct knowledge on these big financial updates that, really matter.
We know that economic uncertainty is a daily reality.
It really is. Especially for those of you relying on a fixed income, maybe managing retirement savings, or just finding that rising costs are eating away at every single dollar.
And right now, we're tracking a financial story that has moved so fast. It went from just a single remark to this unified institutional promise in, a matter of days?
Just a couple of days.
Yeah.
And that speed, that's what we really have to focus on.
Right. Our deep dive mission today is pretty singular. We're here to unpack this sudden, highly visible commitment from the administration about a pretty significant new financial injection.
The $2,000 dividend payment.
Exactly. And this isn't, a leaked memo or some trial balloon they're floating. This is a public coordinated policy push. And it just demands our immediate attention because of how directly relevant it is to you financially.
And I think the most compelling part is just the sheer coordination behind it all. I mean, we aren't hearing from some junior staffer.
No, not at all.
We have multiple high-profile administration officials. We're talking about the president himself, Kevin Hassett, who's the chief economic advisor, and Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary.
Right. All of them.
All of them are showing this massive, vocal, and like you said, coordinated commitment to deliver this $2,000 payment.
And that level of institutional support deployed so quickly. I mean, that's what really elevates this from just a suggestion to a matter of serious political and financial gravity.
So to help you really understand the weight of this commitment, we've stacked our sources.
We have a collection of 5 recent, very specific data points. This is our evidence stack, really. It establishes their intent and the mechanism they plan to use.
So what's in it?
It includes 3 crucial clips from these high-ranking officials we mentioned, and 2 specific posts from the president, all reinforcing that specific $2,000 commitment.
And all announced within days of each other.
In close succession, yeah. The speed and the unity of these 5 statements, that's the fundamental evidence we need to look at to figure out, what's the likelihood they're actually going to follow through.
So why does this matter so immediately to you, the listener? We're not just here to talk about political strategy, even though we have to understand it.
Right.
We're here because this is a potential $2,000 financial boost. And if it lands, and if you are one of the millions struggling with economic pressure right now, that money could provide some critical breathing room.
It really could. A chance to pay down some high-interest debt or cover an urgent medical bill.
Or just provide some dignity against, this backdrop of persistent inflation. So we're going to guide you through the raw evidence, the political pressures that make delivery almost mandatory at this point.
And crucially, the detailed mechanics of how this money is supposed to be generated and then sent out.
It's just so important to treat this promise with the utmost gravity. I mean, for many low-income households, an unexpected, maybe tax-free $2,000 could be genuinely transformational.
Absolutely. So the analysis we're going to do today will help you prepare and just understand the specific hurdles this proposal still has to get over.
Okay, let's unpack this, this political phenomenon, I guess we'd call it, starting with the concept of this commitment and the intense political pressure cooker the administration has actively built around itself.
The speed and the intensity of this whole thing are really remarkable. I mean, think about the hierarchy.
Okay.
You've got the chief economic advisor. He's the one who validates the numbers.
Right.
Then you have the Treasury Secretary, who handles the logistics, the actual payout.
Makes sense.
And then the president, who is championing the political promise. And all 3 are speaking on this, stating the exact same dollar amount and the same target group within a 48-hour window.
That is not an accident.
No.
Yeah.
That signifies serious strategic intent.
It almost feels like they skipped the whole internal debate phase and just went straight to the public declaration. Like they're trying to create a done deal before Congress even gets a chance to push back.
That is the political strategy, exactly. And this brings us right into what we are calling the tight corner analysis.
Okay.
When an administration, especially one that's facing some economic headwinds, makes such a high-stakes, unified, public pledge about a direct financial benefit to people, well, they are painting themselves into an extremely tight corner.
So let's elaborate on that. What's the consequence of being in that corner? I mean, what's the implied penalty if they go this public and then they fail to deliver?
The political implication is it's catastrophic failure. They almost must follow through now.
Yeah.
Failure to deliver on a promise that's been championed by the highest economic and executive offices would lead to this monumental, very focused backlash, and it would come from the exact group of people they're trying to help.
The low and middle income families who are battling inflation.
Exactly. And the source material really highlights this risk. It notes that if they fail, and I'm quoting here, there's going to be a lot of really upset people out there who've had their hopes up and who are basically banking on this to happen.
And that's a group that feels the pinch of economic uncertainty most acutely. Disappointing them after such a visible promise would just be immensely damaging.
It would.
So the political capital they spend on making the promise is now actually greater than the capital it would take to execute it. That inversion of risk suggests either tremendous confidence or, I don't know, tremendous desperation on their part.
It suggests the former. I think it suggests confidence. The level of public digging in, the coordination and the sheer volume of these high-profile endorsements, it suggests that the administration has already done the math.
The political math.
The political math. And they've calculated that the cost of not delivering now is far greater than the cost of finding the funding and pushing whatever legislation they need.
So, because of all that, because of the coordinated statements and the pressure they've put on themselves, there's what did the source say? A pretty high likelihood of this happening.
Yes. They would not risk this level of backlash without a concrete plan for how to get it done.
And let's just reiterate the key terminology they're using, because we have to analyze this. We're talking about a payment of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend.
Right.
We promise to unpack that word, dividend. Why that specific term? Why is that so important here?
This is a crucial distinction.
Yeah.
When we hear stimulus check or, relief payment, we often think of funds that are appropriated from the general treasury.
Which usually means adding to the national deficit.
Usually, yes. But a dividend carries a very different implication. It suggests a distribution of specific accrued revenue or a surplus from a dedicated source.
And in this case, that dedicated source is the tariff revenue, which we heard Kevin Hassett mention.
Exactly. So using the term dividend strategically reinforces the political claim that this isn't spending general tax dollars or, further increasing the deficit. Instead, it frames the whole action as just returning surplus revenue that was collected from trade policy and giving it directly back to the citizens who need it most.
So it differentiates the action both legally and politically from a standard deficit-funded stimulus payment.
It does. It's an attempt to make the measure fiscally palatable to lawmakers who might otherwise oppose any new spending.
That is a remarkable piece of semantic maneuvering. It's designed to bypass the normal political objections to relief spending. But how viable is that claim, really?
Yeah.
To figure that out, we have to move into the heart of our deep dive.
The 5 pieces of evidence.
The 5 pieces of evidence that detail the viability and the commitment.
Okay, so let's break down the evidence stack. We'll analyze the content and the implications of the 3 critical clips, Hassett, Besson, and Leavitt, and then we'll review the 2 presidential posts that really put the initial pressure on.
We need to dissect the so what for each statement to really understand the whole picture.
Exactly.
We begin with the foundation of the plan, which is the numbers. So let's start with the economic brain trust. Kevin Hassett, he's the economic advisor. His comments, which we have from a 30-second clip, are so crucial because they address the financial viability of this whole proposal.
Right. Hassett confirmed 2 major points that really underpin the entire operation. The first is the funding mechanism, which is probably the most controversial and innovative part of this whole plan.
And that is?
He directly confirmed that the funding for these checks would be drawn from tariff revenue.
Okay, so that is an entirely separate pool of money from the general income tax revenue that funds things like Social Security or defense.
Precisely. And Hassett went into specific detail on the financial feasibility. He said, and this is key, that there is enough room to cover those checks and not go into the rest of the budget.
And that statement is the administration's core justification. It's an attempt to legitimize the plan by guaranteeing it won't inflate the deficit or force cuts to other essential programs.
It's presented as a budget-neutral, self-funding relief mechanism.
Okay, now this is where we have to introduce that critical skepticism that was mentioned in our source material. Hassett is the economic advisor. His word carries a lot of institutional weight.
It does.
But the sources also noted that external analysts ran their own calculations, and they suggested that the year-over-year tariff figures, well, they don't really add up to fully cover a multi-billion-dollar payout of this size. So how do we reconcile the administration's public certainty with this reported financial skepticism?
That is the central tension we have to explore. On the surface, the math of funding a universal $2,000 dividend for, potentially 100 million people,
Right.
purely from annual tariff revenue alone. It can look challenging. Tariffs do generate a significant amount of revenue, often tens of billions a year, but that money is typically earmarked or it's subject to fluctuations.
So if external calculations are suggesting a shortfall, why is Hassett so confidently out there claiming it works?
Well, we have to remember Hassett is privy to proprietary data. He sees internal revenue flows, accumulated reserves that are specifically tied to trade agreements or tariffs from past years, and very sophisticated projections.
So he might be counting on money that's already sitting there.
He might be. He could be counting on existing unallocated tariff reserve funds, not just the net revenue from this current fiscal year. If he stands up publicly and asserts that his internal data shows there would be enough money to pay for the $2,000 checks without touching the general budget, then...
Well, for the purpose of the public narrative, the administration has internally justified the financial mechanism.
But for you, the listener, that justification, it's still just an internal administration claim. So what would happen if those external calculations turn out to be right and this dividend actually requires funds beyond the tariff revenue? Does that jeopardize the entire proposal? It would create a tremendous political dilemma, but maybe not a fatal one for the payment itself.
How so?
If they've already built up this level of public commitment, they would likely be forced to bridge any gap using general funds, which would effectively make their no budget impact claim inaccurate.
But they'd still have to pay it.
But the sheer political weight of the promise means they're highly incentivized to either ensure the initial tariff projections hold true, or find a way to reclassify existing reserve funds under this tariff revenue umbrella just to maintain the narrative.
So the political survival of the administration is tied to the success of this funding model.
In many ways, yes. And that makes Hassett's second key insight extremely important: the status of the work.
Right.
He confirmed he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight for the president to make a final decision. This tells us two things. One, the plan is highly active and it's progressing very rapidly. And two, the final sign-off is imminent, pending the completion of his internal analysis, which suggests they're trying to move from economic modeling to a legislative proposal very, very quickly.
And finally, Hassett gave us the first official hint about who exactly is targeted for this financial help.
He did. He specified this would be for families making less than, say, $100,000, and he noted that the exact threshold is still in discussion.
Which is a crucial piece of information. It immediately clarifies this is a targeted relief effort. It's aimed at providing financial breathing room to those most likely struggling with high inflation, not just a universal payment that would dilute the impact.
Exactly.
So Hassett gave us the financial rationale and the initial target group. Next, we move to the official responsible for the actual movement of money, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Right. If Hassett says the numbers work, Bessent has to confirm the payment can actually happen.
And in a 50-second clip, Bessent gave what might be the single most powerful statement regarding the executive commitment.
Yeah.
When he was pressed on the $2,000 proposal, his response was just unequivocal.
The White House is committed to making that happen, yes.
I mean, that's the Treasury Secretary, the financial architect of the nation, providing that confirmation. That level of institutional endorsement means the administrative machinery is already being prepped.
Absolutely. When the Treasury Secretary speaks that way, it means the directive has already gone down to the operational level. He also clarified the action plan status. He confirmed the administration is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
And this is where the mechanics come in.
It is.
So let's explore what exploring all legal options really means in the context of a rapid cash payment like this. What paths would the Treasury typically be evaluating?
There are generally two primary paths, and the Treasury is most likely exploring both to find the fastest route. The first, and most likely, is just leveraging the existing infrastructure, specifically the IRS and the Social Security Administration payment rails.
Because they already have everyone's bank info.
They already have accurate direct deposit information for almost every American who files taxes or receives federal benefits. They could just use tax filing data from the previous year to identify families under that $100,000 threshold and use those banking details for a very rapid dispersal.
So this would be the fastest way, essentially just replicating the process they used for previous stimulus or rebate checks.
Correct. The second legal option is more complex and slow. It would be setting up an entirely new system or requiring some form of limited expedited registration.
Which they probably don't want to do.
Given the urgency and the desire to show immediate financial relief, it's highly probable that exploring all legal options really just translates to ensuring the existing rapid deployment IRS and SSA infrastructure can be legally repurposed for a tariff dividend payment.
And Besson's aggressive language suggests they are prioritizing speed above all else.
I think so. But despite that high commitment and the active exploration of options, Besson did caution a little bit on the timeline.
What did he say?
He stated, "I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm." The president made it clear he wants to make it happen.
Which is critical for our listeners to hear. The commitment is firm, the execution path is being aggressively studied, but until the legislation is actually secured, the precise when is still TBD.
Right. It reinforces the political commitment we analyzed. They're committed to the goal, and the timeline will just be as fast as Congress and the legal review will allow.
Okay, so now let's move to the third clip. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. In the communication machine, she provides that final layer of institutional weight.
Leavitt's statement provides crucial reinforcement. The fact that the communications team, the economic team, and the financial team are all delivering the identical message within the same 48 hours confirms that this isn't just a proposal anymore.
It's a coordinated, multi-department priority.
Directed from the very top. This isn't just a political promise, it's a strategic operation.
Right.
Her follow-through confirms that this directive is being actively managed across the entire executive branch. And this unity of messaging is, arguably, the strongest political signal they could possibly send.
And it's designed to minimize internal dissent and maximize public pressure on Congress.
It's a clear declaration.
Yeah.
The administration is moving forward.
So we have the economic rationale, we have the financial commitment, and we have the communication synchronization. Now, let's go back to the source of the fire. The two presidential posts that kicks this entire high-stakes commitment off.
Here's where it gets really interesting, because these posts, they establish the initial benchmark and the urgency.
Right. The original announcement dropped on a Sunday. The president first proposed the distribution of, and I'm quoting, at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid.
And again, let's just pause on that specific language. At least $2,000.
That suggests $2,000 is the floor, not necessarily the ceiling, which signals the administration is willing to dedicate some serious funds to this.
And the use of dividend, again, linking it directly to the tariff revenue that Hassett mentioned.
Then the commitment was cemented and amplified on Monday. We have a screenshot of the Monday post where the president doubled down.
He did. He reiterated the $2,000 payment, confirming the target group, everybody except high-income people. The rapid-fire repetition Sunday, Monday, followed immediately by Hassett, Besson, and Leavitt. It just shows a machine operating at maximum speed to solidify a policy position.
So let's synthesize this. Why is seeing 5 distinct points of evidence, 3 spokespeople, 2 presidential posts, all converging within 48 hours?
Yeah.
Why is that so politically compelling? And why should our listeners see this as a high-probability event?
Because it signifies a complete non-reversible shift. Government policy usually moves glacially. For a proposal involving the movement of billions of dollars to achieve this level of coordinated high-level support in less than 2 days, it suggests an incredible focus of political will.
They're not just testing the waters.
No, they are staking their reputation on the delivery of this cash. They are trying to create an atmosphere of political inevitability, which makes it much harder for any congressional opposition to mobilize effectively.
So the entire strategy hinges on generating this overwhelming public expectation so that Congress is essentially forced to pass the required legislation to avoid a political disaster.
Precisely. And for you, the listener, that momentum translates directly into a higher probability of success. It means you should be paying very close attention to legislative developments because the White House has positioned this as a must-pass priority.
Okay, now that we've established the commitment and the political stakes, let's drill down into the mechanics of this proposed payment. If this legislation passes, who exactly qualifies and how is the money actually intended to move?
The eligibility parameters are very focused and their income targeted, which is critical for understanding the intent of this relief.
Right.
The overall goal is broadly defined as targeting everybody except high-income people. This ensures the benefit is primarily felt by those who are dealing with immediate economic hardship.
And Hassett gave us the most concrete financial benchmark the administration is looking at.
Yes, the economic advisor suggested a potential threshold of families making less than, say, $100,000. Now, he did note this number is still in discussion.
Which means it could change.
It means the final legislative proposal might adjust this slightly, maybe to $90,000 or $110,000, depending on the final tariff revenue calculations and, political negotiation. But $100,000 is the strong indicator for the intended beneficiary group.
And this targeted approach is very strategic, isn't it? It means the benefit is concentrated where inflation is felt most severely.
Exactly. Among those on fixed incomes, low-wage earners, and retirees. It's a deliberate strategy to ensure the money provides maximum financial impact and immediate breathing room.
So for individuals receiving Social Security, SSI or SSDI, who typically fall well below this threshold, this proposed payment is extremely relevant.
Extremely. It is direct financial relief intended to provide dignity and support against today's rising costs without having to wait for the next CTOLA adjustment.
Okay, let's just take a moment to reinforce the unique funding mechanism, because this really is the linchpin of the administration's whole political argument for the plan.
We have to keep circling back to the tariff revenue funding. As we heard from Hassett, the central claim is that this money is derived from taxes collected on imported goods, which are being treated as a dedicated surplus revenue stream.
Right.
The political magic here is the claim that this massive relief package won't impact the general budget or increase the national debt because it's essentially just returning money collected through trade policy.
Which adds this layer of supposed financial legitimacy that allows some lawmakers who typically hate spending to potentially support it.
Exactly. But the hard truth, as Hassett also laid out, is that the administration can't just mandate this payment unilaterally. This is not an executive order item.
So what's the path forward?
This is the essential bottleneck. Hassett confirmed explicitly that the $2,000 dividend will require legislation. Congress must act.
Period.
The administration can explore the legal options for dispersal and organize the funding stream, but a law must be passed to formally authorize the distribution of these specific funds collected from tariffs.
Okay, so the administration has built the public pressure and defined the funding. Now, they need Congress to respond positively to that momentum.
Yeah.
So what's the legislative status? Is this just doomed to stall out in the typical partisan gridlock we see?
This is where we encounter another unexpected development in the source material. There are initial reports that lawmakers are warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments. Yes, and that is highly significant. It suggests that the political pressure, combined with the perception that the payment is fiscally neutral because it's using tariff revenue, is creating an environment that's actually conducive to bipartisan support, or at least very rapid action.
Why would lawmakers be warming up to a specific one-time payment like this, especially if they're usually so hesitant about large spending bills?
Well, I think several factors are likely converging. First, that tariff funding source makes it politically defensible.
Right. They can say they're not raising taxes or cutting programs.
Exactly. They're just voting to redistribute existing specific revenue. Second, the public demand, which has been fueled by the administration's high-profile coordinated commitment, is probably growing rapidly. And that makes it politically very difficult to oppose.
And the targeting is smart.
The targeting mechanism is very smart. By explicitly targeting lower and middle-income families, it addresses genuine economic hardship in their constituencies without looking like it's catering to high earners.
And it's a one-time thing.
And finally, yes, the nature of a one-time dividend is just less financially binding than, say, a permanent recurring benefit increase.
Okay, let's talk about the timeline again in the context of Congress. If the legislation does pass, how quickly could the money realistically be distributed? Besson said they're exploring all legal options. Does that imply they have a plan for a rapid deployment? We talking weeks or months?
Given the urgency expressed by the President and the Treasury Secretary, they are certainly planning for a very rapid turnaround.
Right.
As we discussed, the Treasury, leveraging the IRS and SSA infrastructure, already has the established mechanism to quickly disperse funds to people who file taxes or receive federal benefits. And that covers the vast majority of the target population under $100,000.
So if Congress clears a legislative hurdle, and if they do it quickly, maybe through some expedited process,
then the mechanism for physical delivery via direct deposit could be remarkably swift. We could realistically be talking about payment windows measured in weeks, maybe 30 to 60 days, depending on how quickly the bill itself moves.
And that rapid deployment capability is what makes this announcement feel so immediate and so different from the typical legislative debates we're used to.
It is. The financial architecture is already in place. They're just waiting for the legal authorization to inject a new source of funds, the tariff revenue, into that system.
Okay, let's zoom out now and connect this proposal to the broader economic reality that so many of our listeners are facing, particularly those on fixed incomes. Why this $2,000 number and why right now?
Well, this proposal connects directly to the broader economic environment where, sustained high inflation has just disproportionately eroded the purchasing power of fixed incomes.
Of course.
And while the source material treats this as a financial dividend and it doesn't explicitly tie it to, say, COA increases or existing benefit adjustments, its function is undeniably to provide an immediate shock of financial relief.
So for seniors, SSDI recipients, and low-income individuals, inflation means essentials, food, utilities, medicine cost significantly more than they did just a couple of years ago.
Exactly. And so this is designed to be a sudden corrective measure to provide that essential breathing room. $2,000 is a significant amount of money.
It really is.
It's enough to clear some high-interest credit card debt or catch up on utility payments or replenish savings that were drained during months and months of high inflation.
So the proposed payment isn't just economic policy. It's an attempt to provide tangible financial security and dignity to the vulnerable populations who have been fighting inflation daily.
The high anticipation around this announcement really underscores the depth of the need in these communities.
Let's focus on the mechanics of financial protection. The sources didn't give us specific tax law details, but generally, how are these types of federal relief payments handled in terms of taxes and eligibility for other programs? We should guide the listener based on what's happened in the past, without making any binding promises.
Historically, one-time federal relief payments that are aimed at lower and middle-income families have often been structured to be non-taxable, or they're offered as a refundable tax credit, precisely to ensure the entire amount provides relief to those with the lowest incomes.
So it would be very strategic for the administration to structure this $2,000 dividend to be completely tax-free.
It would. Taxing it would defeat the purpose of immediate, full financial relief.
And what about that crucial issue of eligibility for other benefits like SNAP or Medicaid or protections against garnishment?
When dealing with federal financial aid for low-income groups, Congress is usually very careful to legislate that the one-time payment is not counted as income or resources for a specific period of time, often 12 months. For the purpose of determining eligibility for federal means-tested programs like SSI, SNAP, or housing assistance.
Because it would be self-defeating if the payment caused them to lose their essential medical or food benefits.
Yeah, it would be. And similarly, these relief payments are often protected from garnishment by private debt collectors, ensuring the money actually goes to the families it's intended for, not to old debts. Given the high commitment we've seen, we should anticipate some robust protective language in the final bill.
And that reassurance is vital for our listeners.
Yeah.
And I guess we should also mention, to be wary of scams.
Oh, absolutely.
The government, the IRS, the SSA, they are never going to call you or text you or email you asking for money or personal information to get this payment.
Never. If anyone does, it's a scam. You should only trust official letters or verified government websites.
Okay, so let's do a quick current status check to just anchor the facts. What is the absolute concrete status as of today?
The status is firm but conditional. Nothing is approved yet.
Right.
The administration, led by Hassett and Besson, is actively engaged in researching the tariff figures and exploring the rapid legal dispersal options. However, the requirement for congressional legislation is immovable.
But the good news is the administration is operating with full commitment, and the political momentum appears to be building rapidly on the congressional side.
It does.
So what does this all mean for you right now? What's the practical advice for someone who hears this and is, maybe counting on this potential $2,000 payment?
First, you have to recognize the high momentum behind this proposal. This is not some distant, abstract possibility. This is an active, aggressive policy push.
So you should monitor official updates.
Monitor official updates from the Treasury and economic advisors, and watch very closely for legislative progress in Congress. If a bill is introduced, you need to know the specific timeline and the finalized eligibility criteria.
We noted that the source material had a very specific call to action about this logic of momentum, suggesting that engagement is actually important.
Absolutely. The logic of momentum here is critical. The administration is using public commitment to force legislative action. The source material notes that, and I'm paraphrasing, the more people that support this, the more momentum that this gets, the higher the likelihood of it actually happening.
So it suggests that acknowledging the need for this relief, sharing this information, engaging in local discussions, can actually increase the political pressure required to push the legislation over the finish line quickly.
It really can.
This is a critical time to be informed and actively watching the legislative process unfold. So let's bring this deep dive to a close by synthesizing the most important takeaways from our 5 pieces of evidence.
Okay, we've established 4 core non-negotiable facts about this rapidly moving proposal.
Number 1, the amount. We're looking at an immediate one-time dividend payment of at least $2,000 for eligible families, which demonstrates a serious investment in relief.
Number 2, the commitment and coordination. This payment has been confirmed by the highest levels of the administration, the President Economic Advisor Hassett and Treasury Secretary Besson. The coordination signifies that they are seeking political inevitability through a unified executive effort.
Number 3, eligibility focus. The payment is specifically targeted at low and middle-income Americans, with the proposed threshold being families making less than approximately $100,000, ensuring the benefit is directed to those who need the most help to counter sustained inflation.
And number 4, status and funding. It requires congressional legislation to pass, but the momentum is high, and the proposal is structured to use tariff revenue as a unique, non-budgetary funding source, which adds this unusual layer of urgency and political viability.
This proposal represents a significant, immediate opportunity for financial relief. But let's return to that critical financial innovation and leave our listener with one final provocative thought about this funding model. What does the specific, successful use of tariff revenue as an immediate funding source truly signal for future economic policy?
Well, this specific use of tariff revenue, it raises a profound question for long-term governmental tools. If the administration succeeds in establishing this model, using a dedicated existing non-budgetary revenue stream to immediately fund a nationwide dividend targeted at the vulnerable, it essentially creates a template.
A new template.
A new template. Could this specific mechanism be utilized for other urgent relief efforts, like disaster recovery or future targeted inflation responses? It offers a novel way to potentially bypass the standard, slow budgetary hurdles and the high deficit concerns that often plague urgent financial aid proposals. It could fundamentally alter the landscape of how relief might be delivered in times of economic distress.
That is a fascinating implication. A potentially powerful new tool in the National Economic Toolkit that could be deployed whenever quick, targeted relief is deemed necessary. You need to keep up with every twist and turn of this proposal. Don't miss the next critical update as Congress begins its work on this proposed $2,000 payment. If you found this information helpful, please subscribe to The Deep Dive and share this episode. Make sure everyone who needs this potential relief understands the status and the urgency of this commitment. Until next time, we have major financial news to break down for you today.
We're talking about a significant commitment from top administration officials.
It's a potential $2,000 payment aimed directly at millions of Americans, especially those of you on a fixed income.
That's right. The White House isn't just suggesting this, they're doubling down on making this $2,000 dividend a reality.
And this is crucial. It's designed for middle and lower income families. We're talking households with an income under $100,000.
So stick with us. You're going to hear directly from the economic advisor, the Treasury Secretary, and the press secretary.
And we're going to reveal the one critical hurdle this payment still needs to clear before that money can hit your account. Welcome to The Deep Dive, where we take your essential sources, the articles, the transcripts, the official statements, and we distill the core intelligence you need to be thoroughly informed without the information overload.
And today we are tackling a story that is profoundly important for the financial stability of millions of Americans. If you are a retiree, if you are a senior, if you are relying on any form of fixed income, you really need to pay close attention to what we're about to unpack.
We are diving deep into a remarkable commitment. And I don't use that word lightly. It's a commitment made by the highest levels of the current administration.
Yeah.
We are talking about a potential direct financial injection, a $2,000 payment for millions of qualifying Americans.
And this isn't just a rumor, floating around on the internet.
No, not at all. We have a stack of recent public statements, all confirming the White House is not only proposing this, but is actively doubling down, as they put it, on their promise to deliver this $2,000 dividend.
The specifics are what make this so crucial for our audience today. This payment, it's explicitly and narrowly targeted.
Right.
It's for middle and lower income families. And they've set a bar specifically in income under $100,000.
So for anyone listening who's on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or veteran benefits, this is an update that speaks directly to your household budget. This is for you. Our mission today is surgical. We're going to dissect the collective evidence. We've got comments from the economic advisor, the Treasury Secretary, and the press secretary.
All the key players.
All of them. And we're going to understand the weight of this commitment, who qualifies, the controversial funding source they've proposed, and maybe most critically,
The single biggest hurdle.
the single hurdle this payment must clear to shift from a powerful promise to, physical reality.
Let's just get straight to the central question, because when a promise this large is made, there's always intense public scrutiny. And there should be.
Of course.
So is the $2,000 payment a firm reality? Who exactly is guaranteed to get it? And what are the economic mechanics behind how the government intends to pay for it without, and this is a direct quote from the source material, digging into the rest of the budget?
Okay, let's unpack this. The speed, the succession, and, the sheer seniority of the officials making this commitment, that's what elevates this from just a policy suggestion to a central administrative objective.
It's a full court press.
It really is. And the political stakes are just enormous.
To really understand the weight of this, we have to establish the timeline.
Mm-hmm.
This announcement didn't roll out over weeks of quiet preparation. It was sudden. It was coordinated. The president himself kicked this off just a few days ago on a Sunday.
Right, on Sunday.
He explicitly called for at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend. And his words were that it was destined for everybody except high-income people.
And that Sunday night post, that was just the opening salvo, wasn't it?
Just the beginning.
Because what followed was a rapid-fire succession of endorsements from the administration's financial and communication leadership. It was one after another.
It really was. And when you see multiple high-profile administration figures, we're talking about the people who manage the economy and speak for the White House globally.
Those big names.
Exactly. When they come out within 48 hours to confirm and elaborate on that initial promise, that signals an intense institutional resolve.
That institutional resolve, that's the key piece of evidence here, I think.
It absolutely is. They are not merely testing the waters with this. They are using the full credibility of their top spokespeople to validate a major financial proposal.
So this isn't some trial balloon they're floating.
No, not at all. It's a declaration of intent.
Okay, so to give you a clear picture of this coordinated effort, we've actually identified 5 distinct data points from our source material. And together, they demonstrate this extreme level of commitment. They were all gathered in just the last few days. And we really need to look at who said what, because the roles of these individuals, they matter deeply.
They do. The first 3 pieces of evidence are direct public statements from critical officials.
Right.
First, we had comments from economic advisor Kevin Hassett. Second, statements from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And third, comments from the press secretary Caroline Leavitt.
And each of these voices, they serve a different strategic purpose, don't they?
Completely.
Kevin Hassett, he's the economic advisor.
Yeah.
So he's responsible for certifying the financial viability. When he speaks, he's basically providing the technical stamp of approval, assuring everyone that the math works.
Right. He's the numbers guy.
He's the numbers guy. And then you have Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary.
Yeah.
He's the one who will ultimately oversee the distribution. He sets up the systems for the how and who of the payment.
So his commitment is crucial. It speaks to the implementation, the infrastructure.
Exactly.
And then there's Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary. She acts as the institutional voice. Her confirmation signals that this is a formalized White House directive.
So it's not just the personal preference of one financial advisor or a cabinet member.
Precisely. The fact that all 3 of them confirmed the commitment in such rapid succession right after the president's post, it just shows a deliberate strategic effort to make sure this proposal is seen as serious and really non-negotiable.
And that coordination is then reinforced by the 2 statements from the highest office itself. We have the screenshot of the president's original announcement post from that Sunday, and then the critical follow-up screenshot from Monday, where he was, as we said, clearly doubling down on the payment.
And that quick move from Sunday to Monday is so telling. It indicates that any initial internal debate, if there was one, was settled very quickly. The unified position is full steam ahead.
Which brings us to a crucial analytical insight that was provided in the source material. And that is that the administration is really painting themselves into an extremely tight corner on this issue.
And this is where we need to spend some time, because that observation is the true predictor of action here.
Exactly. When we talk about a tight corner, we are talking about political science. It's about the management of public expectation.
Right.
The administration is essentially leveraging its own credibility as currency. By getting Hassett, Besson, and Leavitt all on the record within days, they have raised the public's expectations to an almost irreversible level.
And if a payment of this magnitude, I mean, $2,000, is promised so widely and so quickly by the most senior staff, the political cost of failure becomes astronomical. The administration knows that for millions of potential recipients, particularly those on fixed incomes or struggling with inflation, this isn't just abstract policy.
No, for them, it's financial breathing room. It's groceries. It's paying the light bill.
Exactly. It's real life.
The sources we looked at specifically note that this payment is something people are now basically banking on.
That's a powerful phrase, banking on it.
It is. So if the administration fails to follow through, the public backlash would be severe, it'd be immediate, and you could argue it would be more damaging than if they had never proposed the payment in the first place.
They've created a situation where they almost have to deliver.
They've forced their own hand.
And that, for you listening, is the key analytical takeaway. The high likelihood of this payment ultimately materializing isn't just based on some economic calculation. It's based on political survival. They have invested so much political capital so early that the commitment itself becomes a powerful predictor of future legislative priority.
It's the highest form of public commitment you can get, short of the legislation actually passing.
That's a great way to put it.
They've gone on record, repeatedly, with the most senior staff, and the pressure is now squarely on Congress. And this high-stakes political investment, it naturally dictates precisely who they are targeting with this promise.
Which brings us to the next section, and this is probably the most direct application of this information for our audience. The commitment is targeted, and understanding the eligibility criteria is paramount. This is not a universal check. It has a very clear financial cap.
And that clarity came directly from the administration's financial leadership.
It did.
Both Treasury Secretary Scott Besson and Economic Advisor Kevin Hassett, they indicated that the rebate would be specifically for families making less than, say, $100,000.
That's the current reliable figure we have to focus on, $100,000. And that hard number, that $100,000 threshold for families, it aligns perfectly with the president's initial statement. He promised the $2,000 dividend to everybody except high-income people.
So in this context, the administration is defining high-income people as anyone earning above that family threshold. They're focusing the relief squarely on the middle and lower economic brackets.
And this is where we really need to zero in on our audience.
Yeah.
When we talk about fixed-income individuals, retirees, or people relying on government benefits, this $100,000 threshold is exceptionally broad.
It really is. The vast majority of recipients on Social Security, on Supplemental Security Income SSI, Social Security Disability Insurance SSDI, and low-income veteran benefits, they naturally fall well below this family income cap.
So let's just define those terms for a moment, just for clarity, because they are so central to this discussion.
Good idea.
Social Security provides retirement benefits to older Americans and survivor benefits to their dependents. SSDI, that's Social Security Disability Insurance, is for individuals who have paid into the system but can no longer work because of a severe disability.
Okay, and then there's SSI.
Right. SSI, or Supplemental Security Income, is different. It's a needs-based program for the aged, blind, and disabled who have very, very limited income and resources. It's not based on your work history.
So the key takeaway here is that if you're receiving SSI, SSDI, or, a standard low to moderate Social Security benefit, you are the intended core beneficiary of this potential boost.
Absolutely. The payment is specifically designed to alleviate the pressure that you are feeling from the current economic climate. If your primary source of income is these fixed benefits, you can be highly confident that you meet the announced eligibility threshold.
We should also probably touch on the terminology briefly.
We should.
You've heard it called a stimulus check, a rebate, and a dividend payment.
All three. And while the administration seems to use these terms somewhat interchangeably for public communication, they do carry different technical meanings.
Right. A stimulus usually implies a general economic boost. A rebate often refers to returning collected taxes.
And a dividend suggests distributing a share of profits, or in this case, government revenue.
And the sources we've seen consistently use the term dividend, which really aligns with their stated funding mechanism, this idea of sharing tariff revenue.
But look, regardless of the technical term, the core specifics are consistent.
That's the important part.
The amount is consistently referred to as $2,000, and it is targeted at families earning under $100,000. That is the reliable, quantifiable promise.
This clarity on who gets it and how much they get is robust. But the promise is only as good as the plan to fund it.
Exactly. And that funding plan is where the administration has faced the most external scrutiny.
Right. If you are announcing a direct payment of $2,000 to tens of millions of families, that requires billions upon billions of dollars.
A huge sum.
So the question isn't just if they will pay, but how they will pay without creating a massive new hole in the federal budget.
The administration understood that. They knew the funding question had to be addressed head-on to maintain credibility. And their answer is this proposed mechanism, which they claim makes the whole thing fiscally responsible, the use of tariff revenue.
So let's break down what tariff revenue actually is for our listeners.
Good idea.
Tariffs are essentially taxes. They're taxes collected by the government on imported goods. When a company imports a product, they pay a percentage of its value to the government.
And this revenue has spiked recently because of, international trade dynamics and some policy changes. So the administration's proposal hinges on using this specific dedicated pot of money.
And this is where the economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, really takes center stage. His job was to provide that technical assurance that this revenue stream is adequate. His statements were clearly designed to preempt any concerns about budget impacts or increasing the national debt.
And we need to detail his specific findings precisely. When he was directly questioned on the viability of using this tariff revenue, he confirmed he has personally looked through all the tariff revenues.
All of them.
All of them. And he stated unequivocally that his calculations showed there would be enough revenue to cover the $2,000 checks and not dig into the rest of the budget.
That is a powerful official claim.
It is. The argument is that these tariffs are generating enough surplus revenue right now to cover this specific one-time expenditure.
So in the administration's view, this is not money taken from existing defense spending or from Social Security trust funds or from infrastructure projects.
No, it's presented as a separate self-sustaining funding source derived from international trade taxation.
Okay, now here is where we have to introduce the nuanced skepticism, which is essential for a balanced deep dive like this.
It is.
While Hassett is the official voice, the source material does note that outside observers and analysts, independent economists and think tanks, they've looked at the numbers, and they've suggested that when you calculate tariff revenues on a year-over-year basis, the numbers don't really add up to fully cover a nationwide payment of this projected size.
And this is the internal conflict that you, the listener, must understand. Why the discrepancy?
Right.
Well, external analysts often look at net revenue, what's left after all the administration costs, collection expenses, and accounting adjustments.
Okay.
The administration, on the other hand, might be focused on gross receipts, or perhaps they're making projections based on peak collection periods. And on top of that, tariff revenues are notoriously volatile.
They fluctuate wildly.
Based on global trade volume exchange rates. So relying on a historically unpredictable source for a massive fixed cost expenditure is where that professional skepticism originates.
So on one side, you have the administration's top economic expert staking his professional reputation on the claim that the money is there, it's sufficient, and it's separate.
And on the other side, you have independent calculations suggesting a potential shortfall, or at least a need to tap into revenue streams that are already allocated elsewhere.
The takeaway for you listening is critical, though. Despite the conflicting math that external analysts are pointing to, the official line is paramount.
It is.
Because it is the position the government will use to argue for the bill's passage.
No.
The source material captures this dynamic perfectly by stating, if he says it works, then I guess it works, right?
And that's the official narrative. The strength of their political commitment suggests they are willing to defend this narrative vigorously against any critique internal or external.
In fact, the intensity of their commitment, that tight corner we discussed earlier, is directly linked to this funding mechanism.
It has to be.
They wouldn't put their most senior economic advisor out there to stake his reputation on this tariff claim if they weren't absolutely prepared to push this through. It's an economic shield built to protect a major political promise.
But this economic defense only gets them so far. The money might be theoretically available, but the system isn't automatic.
Right.
Now that we've confirmed the commitment and the proposed funding, we must discuss the most critical step, the one standing between this powerful commitment and the money actually arriving in your bank account.
And this is the absolute crux of the entire update. All the assurance, all the political pressure, all the certified math, it all means nothing if this one single crucial hurdle isn't cleared.
The officials were crystal clear about this. This proposal will need to be out of Congress.
That is a foundational constraint.
It is. The administration cannot simply issue an executive order to distribute collected tariff funds. A direct payment of this nature, tied to a specific funding source and eligibility criteria, it requires legislation.
Legislation to authorize both the expenditure and the mandate for the Treasury to distribute it.
Exactly.
This instantly clarifies the state of the payment. It is a powerful, undeniable proposal backed by the administration's highest offices, but it is not an approved payment yet.
Not yet. It is entirely dependent on the legislative branch, the House and the Senate, to draft, debate, and pass a specific bill.
Economic advisor Kevin Hassett confirmed this reality directly, didn't he? He said, well, it's something that will require legislation.
He did, and that's the reality check. The administration can promise, but Congress must ultimately approve and fund the distribution.
So this raises a crucial question for you listening at home. What are the legislative steps required? And why does requiring Congress instantly mean a slower, less certain timeline?
Well, the legislative process is famously slow.
To put it mildly.
To put it mildly, yes. First, the administration's economic team, as Hassett mentioned, is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight to finalize the bill text. They want a bulletproof proposal.
Okay, so once that's finalized, the bill has to be introduced in either the House or the Senate.
Correct. Then it goes to committee, probably the Ways and Means Committee in the House and the Finance Committee in the Senate, for what they call markup, debate, and potentially amendments.
And that process alone can take weeks or even months, depending on the urgency and, the partisan consensus.
And if it passes the committee, it then moves to the floor for a full vote. It must pass both chambers in identical form before it can be sent to the president for his signature.
That whole legislative journey is the source of all the timeline uncertainty.
It is. And Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirmed that the White House team is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
That phrase is telling.
Very telling.
Yeah.
It suggests they're looking for the fastest legislative vehicle. They might try to use a mechanism like reconciliation, which limits debate in the Senate and allows passage with just a simple majority.
Or, and this is probably more likely, they might try attaching it to another must-pass piece of legislation.
Right, like an upcoming government appropriations bill.
And attaching it to a larger necessary bill, that's a classic political maneuver.
It is. It forces lawmakers who might be skeptical of the $2,000 dividend itself to vote for it anyway, just to ensure essential government functions continue.
They're looking for a way to bypass the slow, traditional route.
They have to. And the early indications regarding the congressional response are also a developing story. The sources we've reviewed suggest that there is already information indicating that lawmakers are warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments,
which would indicate some potential political expediency. Lawmakers understand the intense public appetite for direct financial relief.
especially among vulnerable populations like seniors and the disabled. It's a popular idea.
This positive reception is encouraging, but it does not guarantee quick passage.
Not at all. Even with broad support, the legislative timeline is unpredictable. Amendments can be introduced, procedural hurdles can be erected.
And the inevitable partisan jockeying for credit can slow things down immensely.
Always.
So, what does this all mean for you, the listener, hoping for this check soon?
It means the high-level commitment is secured, the funding source is identified, but the timeline remains a massive question mark.
And the press secretary confirmed this directly when she was asked for specifics. She said, "I don't have a timeline for you or any further details, but I can confirm for you that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen."
So we have to manage expectations carefully. While the political momentum is immense, we cannot provide specific dates or confirmed timeline until Congress formally introduces, debates, and passes that necessary legislation.
Because this payment is contingent upon Congress, we really need to focus heavily on how you can protect yourself from misinformation and ensure you're ready for action once a bill is signed.
Exactly. When massive payments are promised and timelines are vague, the information environment, it just quickly fills with noise, speculation, and worst of all, scams.
This is where we need to arm you with critical thinking and a healthy dose of caution.
Since this entire proposal is contingent on Congress, no official delivery dates, no specific methods like direct express card distribution or direct deposit, and no application procedures are confirmed.
None of that is set in stone.
Nothing. Therefore, you must only trust the official word coming directly from the administration, confirmed through official congressional channels, and ultimately the Treasury Department.
The moment this becomes law, you will see immediate coordinated announcements from the Treasury or the Social Security Administration about the delivery mechanism.
Absolutely.
Until then, any specificity you see online about the exact day the money will arrive or which bank account it will hit is just unsubstantiated rumor. Please do not fall for it.
And let's address the practicalities for a moment, just anticipating the logistics for fixed income recipients. Historically, payments like this have often been distributed via the same method people receive their monthly benefits. So if you receive Social Security or SSI SSDI via direct deposit, the $2,000 would likely go into that same account.
And if you use a direct express card, which is common for SSI and Social Security recipients, the money would likely be loaded right onto that card.
That's the most probable scenario. But we also need to issue an extremely strong warning against scams.
Yes. They will inevitably follow an announcement this prominent.
They always do. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, and the VA will never call you, text you, or email you asking for money, banking information, or personal data in order to release a payment.
Never. If you receive a call claiming you need to pay a processing fee or a release fee to unlock your $2,000, hang up immediately.
Immediately. If you get an email asking you to click a link to verify your identity before you can receive your dividend, it is a scam.
Trust only official letters sent through the mail or verified government websites that end in .gov.
That's right, .gov.
So you should actively watch for the necessary legislative trigger. The payment is contingent on congressional action. So watch for news about new legislation being formally proposed in the House or Senate that explicitly mentions the $2,000 dividend and the tariff revenue funding mechanism.
That bill's passage is the green light.
And we must also acknowledge the deep emotional and financial impact of this potential payment. For those on fixed incomes, the senior who saw inflation just destroy their grocery budget, the disabled individual struggling with medical costs, this potential $2,000 is profoundly significant.
That's life-changing for many.
This money is so much more than a statistic. It is what provides breathing room. It's the ability to catch up on an overdue utility bill, to purchase necessary medicine, or to simply maintain dignity during incredibly tough financial times.
And the administration's awareness of this urgency is exactly why they are employing their top officials to confirm the commitment so rapidly.
We recognize that for low-income and fixed-income individuals, this payment is viewed as a vital lifeline. The intense commitment we analyzed in a first section is a direct reflection of this widely understood financial need across the country. We assure you that we will continue to track this information very, very closely. The moment a bill is formally introduced or any official details regarding eligibility, fine-tuning, delivery mechanisms, or confirmed dates are released, we will bring that update to you immediately.
Until then, stick to the verifiable facts we've laid out. The commitment is real, the funding source is identified, and the congressional requirement is the main obstacle.
Understanding that procedural process, it empowers you.
It does.
Knowing that the commitment is high but the legislative hurdle remains, prevents unnecessary anxiety over unconfirmed deadlines, and helps you focus only on verifiable, actionable news from official sources.
That's right.
That brings us to the end of our deep dive into this financial commitment. Let's finalize the 4 most important facts for your reference.
To summarize this critical, fast-moving update, here are the 4 non-negotiable takeaways that everyone listening needs to know right now, based on the coordinated public commitment from the White House economic team.
First, the committed amount. The administration is consistently pushing for a $2,000 dividend payment. The president said at least $2,000, making that the floor, but the number is firm.
Second, the target audience and the threshold. This payment is explicitly designed for middle and lower income families. Specifically, they're setting an income threshold below approximately $100,000.
Which, as we said, highly benefits retirees and those on fixed government benefits like Social Security, SSI, and SSDI.
Exactly. Third, the funding source. According to economic advisor Kevin Hassett, the plan is to utilize existing tariff revenue.
Right, claiming there is enough surplus revenue to cover the massive cost without impacting the rest of the federal budget, although this claim is being scrutinized by outside analysts.
And fourth, the necessary next step. This remains a proposal. It's backed by immense political weight, but it is not a done deal. Congressional legislation is absolutely required to authorize the payment.
Meaning the timeline is uncertain until a bill is formally passed by both the House and the Senate.
That's the bottom line.
Okay, so here is a final provocative thought for you to consider, and it ties back to that high-stakes political corner the administration has painted itself into. Given the overwhelming public confirmation from the most senior officials and the critical financial need demonstrated by the targeted audience, what happens if Congress fails to pass the necessary legislation?
That's the big question. The commitment is absolute, and the potential for public disappointment among a huge swath of the electorate, especially seniors and disabled individuals, is equally immense.
So will this intense political momentum, driven by the administration's public promise and the sheer need from voters, will that be powerful enough to force Congress's hand and ensure this legislation moves quickly?
That is the real dynamic to watch as the political timetable unfolds.
Thank you for joining us for this crucial deep dive into your financial future. And a quick reminder, if you find these updates helpful, please take a moment to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you never miss an important update.
And please, like the video and share it with friends or family who you think might need this information. We encourage you to continue your critical thinking regarding these sources. Being this well-informed on evolving financial updates and the political mechanics behind them is the most powerful tool you have to navigate these complex economic times.
We'll keep tracking the commitment, the congressional movement, and all the implementation details.
And we look forward to diving.
There is some major financial news making the rounds right now. We're talking about a potential cash injection, one designed very specifically for low and middle income Americans.
And that includes, importantly, folks on fixed benefits.
It really could be a game changer. We're talking about relief that, if it happens, it could fundamentally change the family budget for millions of people almost overnight.
That's absolutely right. This isn't just, idle chatter. The proposal is for a dividend payment of at least $2,000 per person.
$2,000.
And the part that has everyone buzzing is how they plan to pay for it. The funding mechanism is, well, it's a massive influx of tariff revenue.
Trillions, right?
Oh.
That's the number being thrown around.
Government projections are suggesting this could bring in trillions of dollars for the U.S. Treasury over the next 10 years.
So the big question, the one everyone is asking, is this money actually coming? Is it another political promise that just, fades away?
And who qualifies?
Exactly. Who qualifies? This is so important, especially if you rely on a fixed income. I'm talking about Social Security, SSI, SSDI. And then there's the math. We have to unpack the financial side of paying for something that costs over $500 billion.
And today, that's what we're doing. We are taking a really critical deep dive into the specifics of this new proposal. We're going to look at the eligibility confusion, and we'll use some historical examples to try and define what low and middle income actually means.
And we'll dig into the money. Is it financially feasible? We'll dissect that tariff income projection and the mechanics of, how the government would have to borrow.
And finally, and this is crucial, we have to place this in a political context. This is the fourth time we've seen a proposal like this in less than a year.
Fourth time.
So stay tuned. We are going to get you absolute clarity on this potential $2,000 benefit.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. Our mission today is, well, it's laser-focused and it's vital. We are analyzing these recent, very public statements about a proposed $2,000 stimulus check or dividend or distribution.
Whatever you want to call it.
Right. And what this means, in a practical sense, for low-income, fixed-income, and middle-income citizens is really the most important thing, because this payment is intended specifically for you.
And we should probably stress that this isn't just a rumor. This information is getting traction for a good reason. It's coming directly from the top.
The president himself.
Exactly. The whole conversation just exploded because the president recently doubled down on this newly announced $2,000 payment.
But the first announcement was a little confusing.
It was very confusing. The initial post mentioned a dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, will be paid to everyone.
And that phrase, paid to everyone, that's what caused all the immediate confusion.
Right. Does everyone mean every single citizen? Is this some kind of universal basic income? The questions just started flying.
But then they put out a clarification. It came just a day later. And, well, it was critical because it really refined the focus.
It did. The next post narrowed down the audience. It stated that the distribution would be funded by, and I'm quoting here, all money left over from the $2,000 payments made to low and middle income USA citizens from the massive tariff income.
So there it is. That specific phrase, low and middle income, that is the key that unlocks the real intent here.
And that shift, from everyone to low and middle income USA citizens, that's not a small detail. It's a major policy refinement.
What does it signal to you?
It signals that the administration saw the initial ambiguity and they decided to be very, very specific about which economic groups they're trying to help.
So they're focusing on means-tested assistance.
Exactly. This is not a universal handout.
And this connects directly to, the thousands of questions we've been getting. We know that if you are on a fixed income, if you get Social Security or SSI or SSDI, the one question you always have is,
will we get it?
Will we get it?
Right.
Every single time. And this shift to specifically saying low and middle income, well, that offers a pretty significant beacon of hope.
It really does. But it also means we have to look very closely at what those terms actually mean in the context of, a federal financial distribution.
Historically, when the government talks about relief for low-income and fixed-income people, what does that usually point to?
It's a strong signal. It's not direct, but it's a very strong indirect signal that people who rely on federal benefits from the Social Security Administration, the VA, railroad retirement, they are the intended recipients.
Because the benefits themselves pretty much define your income level.
By their very nature, right. These benefits place recipients squarely in that low to middle income demographic as long as, they fall below whatever that high income cutoff ends up being.
Okay, so let's dive into the nuts and bolts of the payment itself. Section 1 is all about defining this $2,000 proposal.
Right. It's been called a stimulus check, a dividend, a rebate.
The label doesn't really matter.
Not really. The fundamental promise is the same. A direct cash payment of at least $2,000 per eligible person.
And that at least is an interesting little detail.
It is fascinating, isn't it? It implies that $2,000 is the floor, not the ceiling. Maybe the final amount could be higher depending on how much tariff revenue they actually collect.
But for now, we have to focus on the $2,000 figure.
Right. For any kind of financial modeling, we have to use that number. But the clearest rule they've set so far is the exclusion.
The explicit exclusion.
This payment is not including high-income people. That is the only solid stated rule we have right now about who's in and who's out.
And that circles us right back to the target confirmation. The recipients are low and middle income USA citizens.
Which moves the whole discussion away from a universal payment.
Which would be astronomically expensive.
Unbelievably so. And it moves it toward a means-tested approach that's based just on income.
This reliance on an income metric, it's pretty standard for the federal government, right?
Oh, it's standard operating procedure. We saw it during the pandemic with all 3 rounds of stimulus checks. Income is consistently the easiest, most objective factor they can use for mass distribution.
So how do they check that?
They look at your adjusted gross income, your AGI, on your most recent tax filing. Or they can look at the income data that the SSA or the VA already has on file for you.
And this is where we really need to focus for everyone listening who's on a fixed income.
Yes.
The president did not say you have to file a tax return. He didn't mention specific benefits like SSI or SSDI, which are already, highly income sensitive. The focus is purely on the level of income.
That's the key.
If you are low or middle income, you are the target. It doesn't matter where that income comes from.
And that omission, leaving out the tax return requirement, that's a huge positive for our fixed income audience.
Why is that?
Because in past distributions, requiring a tax return created massive headaches. Just huge hurdles for seniors and low-income Americans who often don't even meet the filing threshold.
So they fall through the cracks.
They do. By simplifying it down to just income level, it suggests they're aiming for a more streamlined process. They'll likely just use existing government databases to find who's eligible.
Which would include everyone getting monthly federal benefits?
It should, yes.
But there's a big shadow hanging over this whole conversation.
The cutoff.
The cutoff. We don't have an exact dollar amount for what high income means. They've defined the group by exclusion. You get it if you're not high income, but we don't know where that line in the sand is.
And until that number is defined, everything is just speculation. And that speculation is, it's really stressful for people who are counting on this potential payment.
It is.
That one line, that number, it defines the entire scope of the program, the total cost, the number of people who get a check. So to move forward, we have to apply some historical context, look at what the government has done before, and make a highly educated prediction.
Which brings us right to the most important question for our listeners. Eligibility.
Exact.
So let's turn to Section 2. Eligibility and income threshold speculation. For anyone relying on benefits, figuring out where that line will be drawn is, it's the difference between getting $2,000 and getting nothing.
And let's be perfectly clear, no official cutoff has been announced. But, when you're talking about large-scale financial disbursements like this, the government typically relies on established criteria. It's about efficiency and consistency.
The best way to predict the future is to look at the past.
Precisely.
So what did that history tell us? If we look at the 3 rounds of stimulus checks during the pandemic,
Which were very recent.
very recent, the income thresholds they used were remarkably consistent across all 3 payments.
And they were aimed at the exact same groups, middle and low-income households who were struggling.
So, based on that, what can we project?
Well, based on those past federal actions, we can anticipate a very specific structure. For an individual, the high-income cutoff would likely be drawn somewhere around $75,000 a year in adjusted gross income.
$75,000 for a single filer. What about a married couple?
For a married couple filing jointly, that cutoff would probably be set at or very near $150,000 per year. This is the model they've used multiple times. It's tried and true.
We have to stress these are still speculative numbers.
They are, but they are robust predictions. The source material we're looking at notes that setting these kinds of cutoffs would make, and I quote, a couple 100 million people eligible.
And that lines up with the massive scale they're talking about.
It does. If the numbers were lower, say $40,000 for an individual, the distribution would be much smaller, much cheaper. But $75,000, that seems to be the historical sweet spot.
Let's give our listeners some context for that number.
Please. It's important. The average household income in the U.S. last year was around $83,000.
Okay, so if your individual income is $75,000, you are still below the national household average.
Exactly. Which means it is highly, highly unlikely that incomes of, say, $60,000 or $70,000 would be considered high income.
They'd fall squarely in the middle income bracket. It would make no sense, politically or economically, to set a high-income cutoff that's below the average household's earnings.
And this, right here, this is the central point of reassurance for our fixed income audience.
Go on.
If you're on fixed income, if you receive Social Security retirement or SSI or SSDI, your income is, by definition, usually far, far below that national average.
The average Social Security check is what, about $1,800 a month?
Around there, yes, which comes out to less than $22,000 a year, and SSI is significantly lower than that.
So that puts you firmly in the low-income bracket. You are nowhere near that anticipated $75,000 cutoff for an individual.
Not even close. Based on the explicit language, low and middle income, people getting fixed benefits are strongly, strongly implied to be the intended recipients. Your financial situation is often the very reason you get these benefits in the first place. You are the demographic they are trying to help.
So we can say with a pretty high degree of confidence that if this proposal passes with thresholds, like we've seen before,
you, the fixed income recipient, should consider yourself a primary target for this payment. The uncertainty really isn't about your income status. It's about the political will and, well, the financial capability to actually pull off a payment this big.
So we've answered that core question. The proposal is targeting you. But none of it matters if the government can't actually pay for it.
And that brings us to the most complex and, frankly, contentious part of this deep dive.
The financial engine.
Section 3. The financial engine. We have to talk about the money. Specifically, how they plan to fund these $2,000 payments using massive tariff income.
This is the really new part of the plan. It's what separates it from past stimulus ideas.
It's new and, you could argue, pretty risky.
Let's start with the numbers, because the numbers we have are just staggering.
They are. The U.S. has brought in about $195 billion in tariff revenues just so far this year.
$195 billion.
To put that in perspective, revenues are averaging about $1 billion a day,
$1 billion a day.
or roughly $30 billion a month flowing into the U.S. Treasury just from tariffs.
And if that pace continues,
If it's sustained, the U.S. is on track to bring in about $350 billion over a full 12-month period.
but the political math they're using is even bigger than that.
Much bigger. They're using long-term projections. The government is apparently expecting over $3 trillion in tariff revenues over the next 10 years.
$3 trillion. That's a massive figure. But let's compare it to the immediate cost of this plan.
We have to.
So we need to figure out the total price tag. To do that, we need to estimate how many people would be eligible.
And for that, we can look back at a historical metric. The last big one, the $1,400 stimulus check, went out about 5.5 years ago.
And it reached about 85% of the population.
Right. That historical benchmark accounted for about 284 million people in the country who got a check. And that includes dependents who qualified.
So even if this new low and middle income definition excludes some high earners, 284 million is still a really solid high-end estimate.
It's the maximum number of people who might get a $2,000 payment.
So let's do the math. We take that maximum estimate, 284 million people. We multiply that by the proposed $2,000.
And you get a colossal number.
$568 billion. That's what the government would need to finance the full distribution.
And here is the immediate, unavoidable mathematical problem.
The snag.
The snag. If we look at the cash flow right now, the current annual projection for tariff revenue is $350 billion.
Okay, so $350 billion in a year, but they need $568 billion.
Right. $350 billion is only about 61% of what they need for a full immediate distribution. And even worse, they've only collected $195 billion so far this year.
So if they wanted to send the checks today, they are short by over $370 billion.
Logically, mathematically, based on the current balance sheet, the money is simply not there. It's not sitting in an account waiting to be sent out.
So they can't fund it with cash on hand.
No. The only way this $500 billion disbursement actually works is if they use that $3 trillion projection over the next decade.
The long-term number makes the short-term payment possible.
It makes it feasible, yes, because it can be paid back over many years. And the mechanism to do that, to make a payment today when the cash isn't there, is what's known in government finance as borrowing against future revenue.
Okay, let's unpack that phrase, borrowing against future revenue. It's a crucial detail. It sounds a bit like free money, but it's not.
It is definitely not free money. It means the government has to issue new treasury bonds. Essentially, they have to take out a loan for the full $568 billion that they need today.
So they take out this huge loan.
Precisely. They take out the loan today, they send out the $2,000 payments, and then they dedicate the future incoming tariff revenue, that $30 billion a month, to paying off the interest and the principal of that $500 billion loan over time.
So the immediate implication here is that this distribution would be financed by adding the full cost to the national debt today.
Yes. The debt increases by over $500 billion right now. And then the future tariff revenues are earmarked to pay down that specific piece of the debt over the next 10 years. It's a cash flow mechanism, not a cash reserve mechanism.
And this brings up some serious economic friction, doesn't it? The whole idea of tariffs is controversial.
It's very controversial. Tariffs are taxes on imported goods. When the government charges a tariff on, say, imported steel or electronics, who actually pays that tax?
The consumer, usually.
It's usually the importer, who then passes that cost directly along to the American consumer through higher prices.
That's a critical point. The opposition will definitely raise this. If the funding for this $2,000 dividend is tariffs, doesn't that mean that low and middle income Americans are basically paying for it themselves?
Through higher prices at the store.
Right. The money isn't coming out of thin air. It's being redirected from consumer spending.
That is the central legitimate critique of this financing model. You're creating an invisible tax that could push up the cost of living, which is the very thing this dividend is supposed to help with.
It's a political tightrope. Give a direct check that's funded by an indirect tax.
A very tricky tightrope. And beyond that, you also have to question how stable that $3 trillion projection is.
That assumes nothing changes for 10 years.
It assumes global trade relations, current tariff levels, everything stays stable for a full decade. If trade agreements change, if there's a global recession, if our trading partners retaliate with their own tariffs.
That $3 trillion projection could just evaporate.
It could. And the debt they use to fund the $568 billion payment, that remains.
So it's a risky financial move.
It's very risky. The ability to point to a specific revenue stream, the tariffs gives the proposal a lot of political strength. It looks like it's self-financing. But the economic reality is that relying on that future volatile revenue stream creates a lot of long-term fiscal instability.
And let's not forget the final twist in all this. The president also suggested that after sending out the $2,000 payments, there would still be money left over from the tariffs to pay down the national debt.
Which is a huge claim. That implies one of two things. Either they think that $3 trillion projection is actually conservative and the tariffs will bring in way more than they need for the payout, or they expect the actual cost of the distribution to be much lower than our $568 billion estimate. Maybe they plan to exclude dependents or set the income cutoff much lower than $75,000.
Either way, the narrative they're building is powerful.
It's incredibly powerful that they've found this massive, untapped revenue stream that can solve both the need for individual relief and the national debt problem at the same time.
It's a very compelling political promise, but it relies on a very aggressive financial model.
And it raises the political stakes exponentially, which leads us right into our fourth section.
Political context.
And the likelihood that this actually gets done.
Okay, let's pivot to the political realities. Section 4. The political context and likelihood of execution. The long-term math might work, but the political credibility clock is ticking right now.
Loudly.
Very loudly. If they can point to $3 trillion in revenue, why haven't they acted already?
This is where the history becomes so important. The materials we're looking at stress that this is now the fourth time the president has endorsed a proposal to distribute money like this in the thousands of dollars in less than a year.
Since the end of January. 4 major endorsements.
4 times in 10 months. That repetition is what gives this proposal both its incredible weight and its potential to just collapse if it fails.
They're sending a very strong, very consistent message.
A message they have to be prepared to back up with action.
So let's walk through the 4 endorsements, because the evolution of this promise is key to understanding how serious this latest version is.
Absolutely. The first one was way back in February. It was the $5,000 Doge dividend proposal.
Crypto dividend.
Right. It was non-traditional, very speculative. It was basically a trial balloon, but it established the idea of a large-scale distribution endorsement early in the year.
And it evaporated pretty quickly.
It did. It wasn't tied to a real funding source, just a volatile asset. Then, the second attempt came in August. That was the proposal for a $600 rebate check.
This one was more formal, right? It was an actual bill.
It was. It was formally introduced as the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025 by Senator Josh Hawley. The president endorsed it, so the idea moved from just speculation into actual legislative backing.
Okay, so we've gone from a crypto idea to a formal bill. The concept is getting more conventional.
And then the third one followed on October 2nd, just a few weeks ago. In a separate interview, the president mentioned a distribution or a dividend of somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000.
So he kept the idea alive, and he bumped the number up?
He did. It signaled that this financial aid idea was still moving, and moving toward that $2,000 mark, even while the $600 proposal was still technically on the table.
And that brings us to number 4. The current proposal, made around November 9th and 10th.
This is the one. The concrete at least $2,000 dividend. And now it's explicitly tied to a specific quantified funding mechanism, the tariff revenue, and it's targeting low and middle income citizens.
So what does this pattern tell us?
It shows a sustained, escalating commitment to the idea. The dollar amount has generally gone up, and the funding source has gotten more and more specific, from vague ideas to a defined, massive revenue stream.
But repeating the promise like this creates a huge political credibility problem, doesn't it?
A massive one.
For someone on a fixed income, budgeting from one check to the next, hearing a promise of $2,000 4 times in a year, That creates a lot of hope.
And a lot of expectation. The messaging is, it's great, it's awesome, it addresses a critical need for so many people struggling with costs right now. But here's the political reality. If they do not follow through this time, it is going to be a really, really bad messaging campaign that will cost them a ton of credibility with a really vital group of voters.
This is all about political risk management. The more you float a popular idea like this, the higher the expectation gets, and the harder the political damage if you fail to deliver.
They've essentially bet their political capital on delivering some form of relief. The analogy that's been used to describe this is perfect. Lawmakers are painting themselves into a corner.
If they have this $3 trillion revenue stream, and they've identified a $500 billion need, and they still fail to deliver,
They risk becoming the kid who cried wolf. The electorate, especially those people who are counting on this payment, they will simply stop believing any future financial promises.
the only way out of that corner is to act, to deliver. If they fail on this fourth promise, especially now that it's so specific, $2,000 low and middle income funded by tariffs, it just suggests a deep disconnect between what they're promising and what they can actually do.
So for everyone listening, what does this all mean? It means that while the proposal is very exciting and it's targeted directly at you, its history shows it's still just a proposal until someone takes action.
But the stakes are higher now.
The political consequences of inaction are exponentially higher than they were with the first three more vague endorsements. The pressure to deliver is massive, and maybe, just maybe, it's enough to actually push a bill forward this time.
And we have to circle back to that debt reduction claim.
We do.
He isn't just promising a check. He's promising a check and fiscal responsibility. The idea that even after this huge distribution, there will be enough money left over to pay down the national debt.
That political combination is incredibly potent, but it adds another layer of scrutiny. They've promised to solve two huge problems with one single, very controversial funding source.
The narrative is that they've found this magic bullet.
The tariffs. This massive, newly generated revenue stream that can satisfy the demand for individual relief and address the national debt at the same time. But that narrative requires the numbers to actually add up in the real world.
Because if they borrow the $568 billion today, and that tariff revenue stream collapses in a few years.
The credibility loss will be severe, and the national debt will be left holding the bag.
Okay. We've covered eligibility, the income speculation, the math, and the political pressure. Let's synthesize all of this to give you the essential facts you need to monitor this situation.
Let's do it.
All right, let's summarize the key facts for you to take away from this deep dive. We want to give you absolute clarity on where this proposal stands right now.
First, let's talk about the amount.
First, the amount. The proposal specifies a direct dividend payment of at least $2,000 per person. That's the minimum. It's a significant amount of financial relief.
Second, the recipients. The president has clarified the target audience. It is low and middle income USA citizens.
And based on historical metrics and the national average income, this strongly implies that the intended recipients include you if you were on a fixed income benefit like Social Security, SSI, or SSDI.
Assuming they use thresholds like they have in the past, you are very likely eligible if your individual income is below that speculated high income cutoff of around $75,000.
Third, the funding mechanism. The engine for this is massive tariff revenue. Now, while the projections show a potential $3 trillion over 10 years, the current annual intake is about $350 billion.
Which is not enough to fund the estimated $568 billion cost immediately.
So they can't pay for this with cash on hand.
No. To deliver the payment today, the government would have to borrow the money up front. That means adding the cost to the national debt and then dedicating the future tariff collections to paying down that new debt over time.
So it's a debt-financed distribution.
Guaranteed by future trade revenue, which, as we discussed, introduces volatility and controversy.
And fourth, the political status.
Yeah.
It is still a proposal.
But
But it's not just any proposal. This is the fourth time the president has endorsed a significant financial distribution in less than a year. The specificity of the funding and the target audience makes this the most actionable and the most politically consequential of all four promises.
And that leads us to our final provocative thought, something for you to really think about as you watch this news unfold.
Go on.
Given the detailed financial figures that are now attached to this proposal, the hard numbers, the $3 trillion projection versus the $568 billion need, does this mathematical feasibility, even if it is future dependent, make this proposal more or less likely to pass than the previous, less specific promises?
That's a great question. The existence of a clear, quantified funding stream, even a controversial one, it changes the entire legislative calculus.
It does. It moves the discussion from where do we find the money to how do we structure the borrowing. It shifts the argument from it's too expensive to we don't trust your funding source.
A different kind of fight.
A very different kind of fight. And the ultimate question for you, the listener, and for the entire political establishment is this. How long can a government risk losing credibility before they are forced to act on a highly anticipated promise that's directed squarely at the fixed income and vulnerable people in this country?
The pressure to deliver has never been higher.
And the financial figures that they themselves have put forward are what's applying that intense pressure.
We are going to continue to watch this very, very closely. As soon as a high-income cutoff is officially announced or a formal bill is introduced in Congress, we will bring you that update immediately. This is potentially life-changing money for millions of people, and you deserve to know the facts as soon as they emerge. Thank you for joining. The White House has made a pretty striking public declaration about a substantial financial distribution.
A huge one.
A huge one, yeah. It's a payment that has immediately captured the attention of millions of you who rely on fixed incomes. We're talking about retirees, veterans, and anyone on federal support.
And we're talking about a significant confirmed commitment to a very specific dollar amount.
That's the thing. This isn't just a rumor. High-level officials have been reinforcing it over and over again for the past several days.
And that specific confirmed amount is $2,000.
$2,000.
Yeah, the president is calling this proposed relief a dividend. And look, if the administration actually manages to deliver on this pledge, that amount is substantial.
It's a real lifeline.
It's a potential lifeline, absolutely. It could offer critical breathing room for older adults, low-income veterans, and, beneficiaries of programs like Social Security, SSI, and SSDI.
And this is the essential tension, right?
Right.
This is the reason this is dominating the conversation right now. This isn't just some trial balloon they're floating. Senior administration figures, we're talking the White House press secretary, the Treasury secretary, they have publicly and explicitly assured the nation that they are dedicated to making this happen.
They've really staked their credibility on it.
So our mission in this deep dive is to take this stack of recent White House confirmations, all the commentary, and just filter out the speculation. We're going to methodically break down what is an undeniable political assurance, what the confirmed eligibility discussions suggest, and what this high-stakes promise ultimately means for your financial future.
Let's do it.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Navigating financial news, especially when it's about your earned federal benefits, whether that's Social Security retirement, SSI, SSDI, or VA payments, it can be a really daunting task.
It's overwhelming. The news cycle is it's so often riddled with rumors, half-truths, and frankly misleading information. And that feeling of information overload is exactly what we want to eliminate today. Our whole goal here is to provide a comprehensive, authoritative analysis of what the administration has been saying repeatedly about this new financial distribution.
We're distilling the core facts.
Directly from those high-level confirmations, we want to make sure you get the clarity you need to look at this whole complex issue logically and methodically.
And our source material for this, it comes directly from public statements made by key White House figures. I want to stress that. This is not anonymous chatter.
No.
This is high-level administrative buy-in, which makes it absolutely imperative that we understand the weight of their words. We've got direct statements from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessing and Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who are, the official spokespeople for this proposed stimulus check or dividend.
And I think it is absolutely essential to set the stage with total clarity right from the get-go. We are discussing a proposed $2,000 payment that the administration has committed to, but, and this is the big but, which has not yet been legally approved, finalized, or scheduled for distribution.
That is the key disclaimer.
It is. So we're going to focus intensely on the political gravity of their assurance and the context around it, because at this stage, the political pressure to deliver is, I would argue, more tangible than the actual legislation.
Okay, so let's unpack that primary nugget first. The assurance itself, the public confirmation of that specific $2,000 figure, is what created this massive news event.
It is.
So we need to identify exactly who provided this confirmation and really analyze the language they used, because that's what elevated this from a mere suggestion to a very public pledge.
Well, this declaration was a very deliberate multi-day rollout strategy, and it originated at the very highest office.
With the president.
With the president. It began when he initially announced the $2,000 dividend, and he specifically noted that it would target everyone except for those in high-income brackets.
So right away, that established the amount and the intended scope. And as the sources point out, this wasn't just, a passing remark made at some small event.
Not at all. The very next day, he reaffirmed it. The president reaffirmed the $2,000 payment, reinforcing the declaration for basically everyone outside that still kind of ill-defined high-income tier.
That kind of immediate repetition, that's a clear signal of serious intent.
It's a signal of serious intent and, I think, internal policy alignment. And then, following that, we had Treasury Secretary Scott Bessing. His office is instrumental in managing any kind of financial disbursement.
Of course.
And he confirmed that internal discussions were moving forward. And he specifically indicated they were looking at eligibility details for people with an income under $100,000.
Okay, so the figure and a rough income ceiling were set by the president and the Treasury Secretary. But the the institutional declaration, that came from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, the official voice of the administration.
That is the most crucial piece of this entire puzzle. She provided the official, unmistakable administrative position.
And she was asked directly, right?
She was pressed by a reporter with the direct question, should U.S. citizens expect a $2,000 proposal? Is the White House committed to making that happen?
And her response?
Left zero room for ambiguity. She said, the White House is committed to making that happen, yes.
Wow.
And that single statement transformed the proposal from a presidential wish into an official administrative declaration.
Okay, let's analyze that specific exchange. It's discussed pretty extensively in the source material. It's a brief, 30-second clip, but it gives us 4 foundational data points. 2 points reinforce the pledge, and 2 really highlight the complete lack of any practical logistics. So what did we learn about the administration's active efforts?
Okay, so the first 2 points confirm the action that's happening behind the scenes. First, she just reiterated that absolute pledge to the $2,000 proposal.
Check.
Second, she confirmed that the administration is currently exploring all legal options to get that done. Now, that phrase is powerful because it tells you their economic and legal teams are actively working on the mechanism, the how of the distribution, which is always the hardest part.
And the other 2 points, the critical missing details, which we have to keep reminding ourselves of.
Right. She did confirm that the president's team of economic advisors is actively looking into the details, but then she dropped the crucial phrase that grounds us all back in reality. I don't have a timeline for you or any further detail.
And that's the whole ballgame right there.
It is. That phrase is a direct indicator that while the political will is absolutely confirmed, the procedural steps are still entirely missing. The mechanism for distribution, the legal pathway, that remains the biggest, most unresolved hurdle.
And this is where the deeper analysis of the sources really begins. When you combine that explicit assurance with the total lack of logistics, the sheer gravity of this declaration becomes apparent.
It really does.
The source analysis suggests the administration is painting themselves into an extremely tight corner and pledging in a massive, massive way. We need to analyze that. Is that just hyperbole?
I don't think so. The analysis focuses on the political capital that's being spent here. When officials this high level repeatedly confirm a specific, substantial dollar amount, they create a contract of public expectation.
Right. They set the bar.
They set the bar incredibly high. And if they fail to follow through with that $2,000, if it never materializes, or if it's drastically reduced to a lower figure, the source material is pretty blunt. It suggests their credibility and their trust is going to go down the toilet.
So this isn't just political drama. For you, for the listener, this extreme pressure is actually the strongest indicator that they will deliver.
It is. The administration has bet their credibility on this payment.
So we should be looking at this as a huge self-imposed pressure test. They've essentially, pre-sold the distribution?
That's a great way to put it, exactly. And the context supports this reading. The source commentary frames this proposed payment as an awesome and really, really good thing for a lot of people, and it's specifically targeting struggling fixed-income individuals. When a policy is advertised in such universally positive, beneficiary-focused terms, the expectation for delivery becomes non-negotiable. They're trying to build trust by announcing this pledge early.
But that trust is completely contingent on the actual arrival of the $2,000.
100%. Their massive declaration has made the success of this payment a matter of fundamental administrative integrity.
Okay, so for our core audience, we're talking Social Security retirees, individuals on SSDI, those on SSI, and low-income veterans. The question immediately shifts from all this political drama to personal eligibility.
Right.
Let's break down the only confirmed parameters that are mentioned in the official source material, starting with that income ceiling.
The scope of eligibility, based on these early discussions, has a really clear focus on need. The president's initial statement promised the dividend for everyone except for high-income people.
Okay, that's the qualitative framing. It's a bit vague.
It is. But then Treasury Secretary Scott Bessing provided the concrete discussion parameter. He said they were talking about details for people with an income under $100,000.
Okay, so let's connect that $100,000 discussion threshold directly to the reality of fixed income beneficiaries.
Yeah.
I mean, when we look at the average annual income of a Social Security retiree or an SSDI recipient or someone on SSI, the vast majority falls substantially below that $100,000 annual cap.
And that is the pivotal takeaway for our audience. This specific income threshold, while it's still being negotiated, it strongly suggests the intent is to be inclusive of the majority of fixed-income Americans.
Can you give an example?
Sure. The maximum federal benefit for SSI is significantly lower than that cap. And while Social Security benefits vary a lot, only a very small fraction of beneficiaries would even approach the $100,000 mark through benefits alone.
Yeah.
This proposal is explicitly structured to exclude high earners.
Which makes it highly targeted toward the audience that relies on these foundational federal programs. That said, a commitment to a ceiling of $100,000 still leaves these massive logistical unknowns. I know you said the plan is unapproved, but what are the specific criteria that past stimulus or rebate plans have tripped over? The things the administration is probably debating right now, like adjusted gross income or AGI, dependency status, residency requirements.
Those logistical details are the largest outstanding questions right now. The $100,000 figure, it almost certainly refers to AGI.
Right.
But AGI calculation can be tricky for beneficiaries. For example, your Social Security benefits are sometimes taxable depending on your total combined income. So how will the administration define that $100,000 cap? Will it be based on your last tax filing year?
Yep.
Or on current benefit statements? That ambiguity is significant.
And what about family status? That's always a big one.
Dependency status is always a huge sticking point in these kinds of distributions. In previous stimulus rounds, a person with multiple dependents often got a higher total payment. If this is truly framed as a dividend for individual adults, will dependents qualify for additional money? I mean, if you consider a low-income family on SSDI with 2 children, understanding whether they get $2,000 or $4,000, that completely changes their immediate financial outlook.
It's a massive difference.
It is. And since the administration is exploring legal options, they have to be simultaneously defining whether this is an individual benefit or a household benefit.
And residents.
Residency requirements are another complex issue. Will recipients need a valid Social Security number? Will all permanent residents or, say, non-citizen spouses who file jointly be included?
Okay.
Given the targeted nature toward existing federal beneficiaries, you might assume they're just using existing records, but until that legal framework is set, we can't confirm any of those specifics. That $100,000 threshold is a great indicator of intent, but it's the fine print of AGI, dependency, and residency that determines who actually gets the check.
We should also spend some time on the structure of the payment itself, based on the official language they're using. We're hearing stimulus check, dividend, distribution. They're kind of used interchangeably.
And the persistent use of those terms is incredibly telling.
How so?
Stimulus check, dividend, and distribution all define a single, one-time financial event. This is crucial for your financial planning. It's designed as temporary emergency relief.
A rapid infusion of cash.
Exactly. It's not a sustained, permanent increase in your income.
And that contrasts so sharply with the long-term financial stability our audience needs. things like a significant recurring cost of living adjustment, a TLA, or permanent structural reform to the benefit system itself.
Precisely. A lump sum of $2,000 is, don't get me wrong, tremendously helpful. It can cover emergency repairs, medical debt, or fill the gap left by inflation over the last year. But it is not designed to solve the long-term structural issues of fixed incomes struggling against rising costs. The language strongly indicates this money is a short-term boost. It's intended to address immediate financial strain, not be a permanent adjustment to your monthly benefits. Understanding that difference is absolutely vital for beneficiaries who are budgeting for the long haul.
This $2,000 proposal didn't just emerge out of thin air.
No.
It's the latest and highest figure in a series of financial rebates that have been floated by this administration over the past year. Looking at the history of these proposals really helps us understand why $2,000 has become the specific, crucial figure they have now declared themselves fully dedicated to.
The evolution of the proposed dollar amount is it's a remarkable political narrative. It really illustrates the consistent upward pressure. We can trace 4 very distinct phases of endorsement over the last year, and it shows how political necessity and public expectation have driven that figure higher and higher.
Okay, so let's detail that timeline. Let's provide some of the context that was missing before, starting with the earliest and the largest number.
Right. So back in February, we saw the first iteration mentioned, a $5,000 payment.
$5,000.
The sources referred to it as the Doge dividend. The context here is that this figure likely originated during discussions around highly volatile market returns or specific non-traditional asset classes being considered for taxation or distribution.
So it was an ambitious early concept.
Very ambitious. They were probably testing the highest boundary of relief the public might accept, but it was massive, and it very quickly proved to be non-viable.
Okay, so 5,000 was the ceiling of aspiration. Where did it swing next?
By August, the figure had plummeted to $600.
Wow, that's a drop.
A huge drop. And this low point was connected to discussions around the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025. This proposal was likely much more fiscally conservative, designed to be easily funded and possibly attached to a broader bipartisan piece of legislation. It was aiming for speed and low political friction.
So that was the floor, the bare minimum.
The bare minimum relief they considered politically feasible at the time, yes.
That massive swing from 5,000 all the way down to 600,
Mm-hmm.
it really shows the volatility of those early negotiations.
So how did the momentum then start climbing back toward the current figure?
By early October, the third iteration emerged, and it placed the proposal in a definite range, $1,000 to $2,000.
Ah, so it's starting to stabilize?
It signaled that internal consensus was stabilizing, yeah. It was a recognition that $600 was just insufficient to generate the political benefit the administration was looking for, while $5,000 was fiscally impossible.
Yeah.
It established a realistic window.
And then we reached the current focus, which is the highest sustained commitment we've seen. Yes. In the middle of November, the time frame that our current sources focus on, the figure was solidified. The president explicitly endorsed at least $2,000, or even more. This shows a firm consolidation around that $2,000 mark as the new minimum political requirement.
What's genuinely insightful here is how the administration has allowed that number to climb, and then centered all their official declarations on that higher figure. The source material highlights that the public is now very much sold on this idea of a $2,000 payment.
And that public expectation is now a serious political liability for them.
How so?
If they were to reduce the amount now, say drop it back to $1,000 or even worse, back to that $600 range, the source analysis suggests this would irritate the public far more than if they had never promised anything at all.
It would be seen as a broken promise.
It would be seen as not good messaging, to put it mildly. The public has already internalized this $2,000 promise, and they expect the administration to deliver it.
So this means the political risk of reducing it is huge. If they back away from this public declaration, they risk not only losing the trust they're trying to build, but actively generating anger among the very voter base they're targeting.
And it's a community that is often highly engaged in benefit discussions.
Absolutely.
That pressure transforms the $2,000 declaration into the political floor. It reinforces the high probability that if any payment is successfully authorized through whatever legal mechanism they choose, it will be at or very near that $2,000 mark. The constant raising and cementing of the figure is a response to perceived need and growing political momentum. It demonstrates that the conversation for relief has moved past small, temporary fixes.
And this brings us to the most complex part of the discussion. This is where we need to apply some significant critical thinking. We have the political pledge to $2,000, but the crucial missing piece is the legal authority.
The how.
The how. How do they actually plan to deliver this? And what are the specific legal options the White House is exploring?
This is the critical chasm between intention and execution. The administration has committed to the what and the who, but not the how and the when. Let's just first reiterate the simple logistical details that are still entirely absent, as confirmed by the press secretary's statement.
Okay, first, the application process.
Still unconfirmed. For existing federal beneficiaries like you on SSI or Social Security, a dividend would almost certainly use existing payment rails and require no application.
That makes sense.
But until the legal mechanism is chosen, they can't confirm that administrative simplification.
Okay, second, the schedule.
There is zero indication of a payment schedule. Previous stimulus payments were sequenced based on, tax filing status, income, or benefit type. Without a legal mechanism, the administration can't announce whether payments will begin in weeks or months or what that sequencing will look like.
And third, the delivery method.
We assume it'll be direct deposit, paper checks, or the existing direct express card system that's used for federal benefits. But again, these are operational details that are completely dependent on the specific legal authority that funds and authorizes the distribution.
The lack of these details just brings us squarely back to the legal hurdle. The White House has confirmed it is exploring all legal options on how they can get this done. What does that phrase actually imply about the choices they're facing?
It implies a negotiation over three main avenues, and each one has massive implications for speed and durability. The choice they make is going to dictate the speed and the resilience of this $2,000 payment.
Okay, let's start with what seems like the quickest potential path, an executive order.
An executive order would definitely be the fastest path. It just requires the president's signature and could potentially be executed in weeks.
But there are major drawbacks.
Huge drawbacks. An executive order generally cannot appropriate new federal funds. It has to rely on existing discretionary funds, which might limit the total amount available or raise legal questions about whether those funds were even intended for this purpose.
So it's vulnerable.
It's prone to immediate and potentially successful legal challenges that could halt the payment indefinitely. It is fast, but it is unstable, and it has limited funding authority.
Okay, and the second option, which is the most durable but also the most politically challenging.
That would be new standalone legislation passed by Congress.
The gold standard.
It is the gold standard for durability. It establishes a clear funding source, sets definitive eligibility criteria, and it's highly resistant to legal challenge. However, in the current political climate, passing new, large-scale financial relief legislation is excruciatingly slow.
Subject to gridlock.
Gridlock. Filibusters, amendments. This path could take many, many months, potentially pushing the payment well into the next fiscal year. It's durable and comprehensive, but extremely slow.
So what about the third option, attaching it to an existing appropriations bill?
This is a kind of hybrid approach that's often used for expedited relief. The administration could try to attach the funding and authorization for the $2,000 payment to a must-pass bill, like a major spending package or a defense appropriation bill.
So it bypasses the need for a separate vote.
Right, increasing its speed compared to standalone legislation. However, it requires very careful timing, and it could complicate the passage of the main bill. If the underlying bill fails, the $2,000 payment fails with it.
So the crucial insight here is that the administration's silence on the logistics, it's not incompetence.
Not at all.
It's a necessary consequence of them still choosing the legal pathway.
Precisely. Until they decide on the how executive order, new legislation, or appropriations rider, they cannot credibly announce the when. That legal mechanism is the key that unlocks the entire process.
And the fact that they're committing so strongly to the $2,000 figure while admitting they're still exploring all legal options tells us they are deeply aware of this implementation challenge.
And they're actively trying to find a route that maximizes speed without sacrificing too much durability.
This just underscores the importance of that unapproved status. We're dealing with an intensely strong intention and a high-stakes pledge, but not yet a final law. We're trying to give you the tools to look at this with a logical, clear mind.
And that caution is paramount. We are at the stage where the administration has made the promise, and now we are all just waiting to see which specific political and legal risk they choose to take to deliver on it.
Let's use an analogy to visualize this complex situation. This isn't a guaranteed event yet. It's like a major public infrastructure project.
Okay.
The mayor, that's the president, has held 5 press conferences, declared this massive $2,000 bridge will be built, and has secured the commitment of the construction foreman, the Treasury Secretary.
Yeah.
But the blueprints, the legal mechanism, are still being drawn up to figure out if they build it over the river using municipal funds, state funds, or federal funds. The bridge is committed, but until the construction crew breaks ground, you should not sell your current home assuming you can move across the river next month.
That's a great way to put it. We know the intent, but the timeline is entirely dependent on the legal engineering.
Patience and vigilance are absolutely required.
We have to wait for the definitive decision on the implementation strategy.
Because the commitment to the substantial $2,000 payout is so public and the official details are still missing, we have to proactively address the risks that this uncertainty creates. We need to apply the source's wisdom regarding trust and credibility to empower all of you with actionable safety advice.
The central trust issue raised by the political analysis has direct financial and emotional implications for you, the recipient. The danger lies in building financial plans or making commitments based on an unapproved promise. And because the administration has made this assurance so high profile, the emotional investment from recipients, those struggling retirees or veterans, is equally high.
And if that promise fails to materialize, or if, despite all the strong political messaging, the figure is drastically reduced, the impact is severe, it's not just a political failure, it's a personal financial failure for someone who was counting on that money to pay a medical bill or fix a leaky roof.
Precisely. If a fixed-income individual defers paying a critical bill or schedules necessary maintenance based on the expectation of $2,000 and they only receive $600 or nothing, that disruption compounds their existing financial stress exponentially.
So we have to mitigate that risk through clear information. Based purely on a logical assessment of the current situation, what's the best actionable advice regarding financial planning and especially scams?
The logical advice is to maintain stringent skepticism until a law is confirmed. You should only trust confirmation that arrives via official means. A physical letter from the Social Security Administration, the VA, or published announcements on verified government domains like SSA.gov after the legal mechanism has been confirmed and signed into law.
And specifically regarding scams, which are always notorious when large government payouts are just rumored.
Oh, this is prime time for fraudsters. We need to be crystal clear. The IRS, the SSA, or the VA will never call, text, or email you asking for money, banking information, or your Social Security number to expedite your payment.
Never.
Any communication asking for an upfront fee or personal details to receive this $2,000 payment should be treated immediately as a scam attempt. Official government payments do not require an application for existing beneficiaries, and they certainly never require a fee.
We want to just pause for a second and ensure our audience feels seen and supported. We understand that for many of you, a potential $2,000 payment represents more than just cash.
It's life-changing.
It is. It's life-changing financial relief that can provide dignity and much-needed breathing room in the face of persistent inflation and rising costs. That understanding is why we have to be absolutely rigorous in separating a confirmed commitment from logistical speculation.
And this circles back perfectly to the political motivation we discussed earlier. The administration is promoting the $2,000 figure as a measure to build that trust with these crucial populations. But the flip side, as the sources emphasize, is that if they fail, a lot of that trust goes away.
Right.
By understanding this context, you, the listener, are empowered to evaluate the news critically, knowing that your collective expectation holds significant political leverage.
Let's look now at the broader implications of all this. Why is it so crucial that we share the confirmed details of this high-stakes political assurance right now, even while the timeline and legal logistics are unconfirmed?
It really boils down to public influence and generating momentum. It's an idea that's explicitly highlighted in the source commentary. The logic presented is that public engagement and visible support for this proposal directly increase the likelihood of the administration overcoming those legal hurdles and actually delivering the payment.
There's a specific insight from the source material that's pretty potent. It says, the more that we share this, the more people that see this, the more people that support this, the more momentum this idea gets and the more likely it is to actually happening. That suggests a direct feedback loop between the public and the policymakers.
That's a profound political calculus, isn't it? If the public were to greet this promise with apathy or cynicism, the administration might conclude that the political cost of failure is low.
Oh.
But if we show excitement and we show that our support and momentum behind all this, if the need is loud and visible, they are compelled to allocate the necessary resources and find the quickest, most durable legal path forward. The conversation itself is part of the implementation strategy.
So, framing this $2,000 payment discussion within the ongoing advocacy for seniors, for people with disabilities, and low-income communities, it suggests that this deep dive isn't just a news report.
No.
It's validation that the financial plight of these groups has reached a critical political threshold.
Exactly. Whether this is ultimately enacted as a one-time relief measure, or if it's a signal of potential larger future reforms aimed at increasing fixed income stability, the very existence of a high-level, persistent $2,000 pledge confirms that the strain felt by beneficiaries is now central to the administrative agenda.
So their willingness to paint themselves into this tight political corner suggests the pressure to support these communities has become irresistible.
I think so. That recognition that the financial strain felt by millions is now a driving force behind a $2,000 commitment is perhaps the most important, broader insight for our listeners. It confirms you are not being forgotten.
Okay, let's summarize the confirmed facts for clarity. We want to reinforce the key takeaways one last time so you can leave this deep dive with an unclouded, methodical view of the situation.
First, the absolute non-negotiable fact. The White House, through its highest-ranking spokespeople, has publicly confirmed its powerful assurance to deliver a $2,000 financial distribution. This pledge represents a significant expenditure of their political capital.
Second, regarding the scope. Discussions are currently focused on an income cap of under $100,000. This makes the distribution highly targeted toward low-income individuals, including the vast majority of you who are Social Security retirees or on SSDI, SSI, and low-income veterans. While the fine print details like AGI and dependents are still being worked out, the intent to include you is clear.
Third, and this is the most critical point for your planning, the plan is not approved. The administration is still actively exploring the legal mechanism, whether that be an executive order, new legislation, or an appropriations rider. Until that path is chosen, no official timeline, no specific payment date, or logistical details should be trusted. We are confirming political intent, not guaranteed delivery.
This has been a high-stakes deep dive into a major administrative declaration. This $2,000 pledge is substantial, but as we've meticulously detailed, the path to actual delivery is complex and fraught with legal and logistical hurdles. We have to counsel vigilance, focusing strictly on official confirmations that carry the weight of law, not on speculation or rumor.
The minute the administration announces its chosen legal strategy, be it that swift but volatile executive order or the slow but durable congressional action, that is when the logistics like dates and precise requirements will begin to materialize. Until then, stay informed, but do not adjust your critical financial planning based on an unapproved declaration. And please protect yourself from scams by ignoring any requests for personal information.
Thank you for joining us for this essential deep dive. We are dedicated to providing you with the clear, fact-based analysis you deserve, cutting through the noise so you have the clarity you need to manage your financial life. We encourage you to stay informed and share this methodical breakdown with anyone, family or friends, who relies on this crucial financial information.
We're here to represent all of you and bring you these details as they hit the wire.
And as we close, this entire situation forces us to consider a fundamental question that really shapes the future of emergency relief efforts. With the political assurance for a $2,000 payment so cemented, and given the known difficulties of legislative gridlock, which specific legal path will the administration ultimately judge to be the most viable? The fast, risky path of an executive order, or the slow, stable path of new legislation? What will their decisive choice tell us about the future balance of power and the mechanisms used to fund and deliver aid to those who need it most in the United States? Something to mull over.
The last few days have been, well, just dominated by this one piece of financial news.
Oh yeah, it's been everywhere.
It's this very public, very large promise. We're talking about the potential delivery of a $2,000 payment.
Right, they're calling it a stimulus check sometimes a dividend.
Exactly. And what's really stunning to me isn't just the amount, but the sheer speed and, the visibility of the official commitment to it.
It's a genuine outlier.
Yeah.
I mean, usually you see policy ideas like this kind of bubble up slowly.
Right. They get leaked. They're debated behind the scenes for weeks.
Weeks, yeah, before you ever hear a high-level official actually affirm them in public. But here, we've just watched this unprecedented, immediate commitment from the administration's top people.
All within, 48 hours of the first announcement?
It's incredible. They are betting some major political capital on this right now.
Okay, so that's our mission for this deep dive. We want to cut through all that noise. We've got 5 distinct, verified pieces of evidence. We have 3 specific public statements from high-profile officials, and then 2 direct statements from the president himself. We're going to piece this all together to get the full story. Is this real? How would they fund it? And what's the actual path forward for you, the listener, to maybe see this money?
And that institutional drive you mentioned, that's really the key thing to keep in mind. The fact that an unapproved policy, we're talking hundreds of billions of dollars, is being publicly affirmed by 5 different authoritative voices.
It suggests they're serious.
It suggests that internally, they have moved way past the if we should do this phase and are now totally focused on the how we will do this phase.
Okay, so let's unpack the mechanics then, because this is where all the skeptical questions start.
Of course.
To understand if this is even viable, we have to start with the administration's economic advisor, Kevin Hassett. He seems to be the one who provided the framework.
Hassett's statement was, it was crucial. It provided 2 necessary reality checks and one jaw-dropping claim.
Okay, reality check number 1.
He confirmed explicitly that the $2,000 payment will require legislation.
So it's not something that can be pushed through with an executive order or something.
Nope. Congress has to act. That's the first hurdle.
And the second point, I'm guessing it addresses the massive financial hole this would create.
Exactly. He had to tackle the funding question. And this is where it gets really interesting.
Because the source he cited wasn't what you'd expect.
Not at all. It wasn't general revenue. It wasn't deficit spending. It was something very, very specific. Tariff revenue.
Tariff revenue.
He essentially proposed earmarking it. He said that if you look at the sheer volume of tariff revenue coming in, there would be, and I think his words were, enough meaning money, to pay for the $2,000 checks.
Without touching the rest of the budget.
Without having to go into the rest of the budget.
Hold on. So they're saying they can pay for this massive stimulus without touching the general budget at all.
That's the claim.
That sounds almost too convenient. What are the analysts saying about that?
Well, that convenience is precisely why external analysts are so skeptical.
Right.
Look, Hassett is the guy who knows all the numbers. And from his internal perspective, he's affirming that the math works. But if you look at the bigger picture, the political appeal is just obvious.
What do you mean?
They're linking a popular direct handout to a potentially controversial trade policy. They're telling the public, hey, the pain of those tariffs, that's what's funding your relief check.
That is a very clever political counterpunch.
Absolutely. But, the financial community raises a couple of red flags.
Okay.
First, tariff revenue can be notoriously volatile. It's completely dependent on global trade negotiations. Predicting a stable, large enough stream, we're talking maybe $100 billion or more year over year, is really difficult.
Yeah, and the second flag.
It's about how you even define tariff revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Are they including projected future revenue?
Mm-hmm.
Or are they just calculating based on money that's already been collected? That's the kind of nuance that makes a difference between a viable plan and, just a political talking point.
That adds a lot of necessary context. But despite that external skepticism, Hassett's current role does suggest the administration is dead serious.
It does. He confirmed he is, quote, actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight. His job right now is to give the president all the necessary choices.
So the number crunching is being treated as an immediate priority.
Exactly. The economic advisor isn't just floating an idea. He's confirming he is actively refining a working mechanism. The funding source might be unconventional, but the commitment to figuring out the accounting is very, very real.
So the funding is unusual, but what about the actual people who would get this money? Did Hassett touch on eligibility?
He did. He said the proposed rebate would be aimed at families making less than, say, $100,000.
Okay, so that gives us a clear income target. It's focused on middle and lower income families.
Right. Now, he was careful to stress that this detail is still in discussion. It's not finalized. but it definitely sets the expectation for how broad the eligibility is going to be.
That really helps define the scope. But, the sheer institutional weight behind this proposal is what makes it feel so locked in.
For sure.
This commitment isn't just coming from the economic team. It's being affirmed across the cabinet, really.
It's a critical point. When a policy like this moves from the concept stage to the ready-to-implement stage, you absolutely need coordination between the economic guys and the agency that actually, cuts the checks.
The Treasury Department.
Which brings us to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Right. So what does his participation signal to us?
Bessent being involved in these discussions is key. It signals that the Treasury, the agency responsible for all this, is already in sync with the White House on the intention to get this done.
So they're getting the machinery ready.
It's lending that cabinet-level weight to the whole operation. It confirms that the bureaucracy is prepping for implementation. It's a quiet signal, but an extremely powerful one.
Okay, so if Hassett is the financial affirmation and Bessent is the logistical one, then Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt provided the political affirmation.
And arguably the strongest one we've seen.
Absolutely.
Leaving it was just unequivocal. When she was asked directly about the $2,000 commitment, she said, "The White House is committed to making that happen. Yes."
Wow. Yes.
Yes. And then she added that they are currently exploring all legal options to get that done. That just removes any doubt that this is some kind of trial balloon.
And she was quick to clarify, that there's no timeline, no further details yet, but she stressed that the president made it clear he wants to make it happen.
And that's a public promise. That carries a tremendous amount of political risk if it gets broken.
Huge.
When the press secretary puts the official weight of the White House behind something like this, it just dramatically raises the political cost of failure.
Yeah.
Her statement basically made this a non-negotiable priority.
But the highest stakes commitment, it had to come from the top, right?
Of course.
So let's review those 2 presidential posts that are part of our 5 pieces of evidence. They're what really cemented the public expectation.
Yeah, and those posts were incredibly effective at driving media attention and setting that baseline for you, the listener. The original announcement on Sunday promised, quote, "at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid."
A very clear marker.
Very clear.
And they didn't let it drift. The very next day, on Monday, the president was out with a follow-up post, immediately doubling down on the payment.
Right. Reiterating the $2,000 amount, specifically detailing who he wants to send it to. He was reinforcing that income cap we just talked about.
It's a classic political strategy, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. But doubling down so quickly, the administration just prevented the news cycle from shifting the conversation to, say, a smaller payment or a different plan. They are intentionally raising the stakes on themselves.
And that intentional raising of the stakes, that connects right back to that powerful phrase we found in our source material, that the administration is painting themselves into an extremely tight corner. What does that really mean for the person at home waiting on this money?
It means the promise has become binding, simply through repetition. Just imagine the political fallout if this doesn't happen now.
Right.
The economic advisor says the funding works. The Treasury Secretary is talking about eligibility. The press secretary makes a blanket commitment. And the president has posted twice about the specific dollar amount, 5 clear data points in 2 days.
The implication is pretty clear. They've left themselves no room to back down without suffering a major political wound.
Precisely. Because this promise has been so public, so repeated by every key figure, there is now, I would say, a pretty high likelihood of this happening.
Because failure isn't just a policy failure at this point.
It would be a failure of trust. It would result in a lot of really, really upset people who were directly promised this relief. They have basically created a situation where they have to succeed, legislatively at least.
Okay, so let's synthesize everything we've heard. Let's nail down the current status and what has to happen next. The $2,000 payment, regardless of the tariff idea, absolutely requires Congress to act. The economic advisor confirmed that.
That is the one central requirement. It's an approved concept. It has a researched, if unconventional, funding source. It has overwhelming high-level commitment. But without a legislative vehicle, without a bill, it just stalls.
But there is this emerging information that lawmakers themselves are warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments.
Which is key.
It suggests that the political groundswell the administration created with this aggressive push is starting to actually have an impact on Capitol Hill.
That movement is essential.
Ah.
A commitment from the White House creates political pressure, but lawmakers warming up, as you said, that's what creates the actual path to passing a bill. It shows the momentum is building exactly where it needs to.
So to summarize the facts we've laid out for you today based on those 5 pieces of source material, we have the 3 high-profile clips, Hassett, Besson, and Levitt, confirming the commitment, the research, the eligibility, and we have the 2 written posts from the president confirming the scale and the scope of this payment. It's a remarkably clear, unified message for a policy that hasn't even been introduced in Congress yet.
The main insight here, really, is the unprecedented level of public commitment combined with the sheer speed of them figuring out the how.
Right.
They didn't just throw out a number. They immediately tied it to an actively researched funding source, that tariff revenue, which gave the proposal immediate credibility, even if the math is complex. That willingness to expose their mechanism so early is what makes this feel different from just standard political talk.
So here's the final provocative thought for you to chew on. If the economic advisor is actively running the numbers, and if legislators are really warming up to the idea, that means this proposal needs a home.
Right, it needs a bill.
What specific legislative vehicle, or maybe an existing bill that's already moving through Congress, do you think will ultimately carry this $2,000 proposal forward?
That's the question.
Will it get attached as an amendment to some major spending bill? Or will all this political momentum force it to become its own standalone piece of emergency legislation? That decision, which we haven't seen yet, is the next crucial data point to watch for.
Keep tracking the progression of that required legislation because the political momentum and the stakes involved here, they're undeniable.
Thanks for diving deep with us. We'll catch you next time as we continue to unpack the sources.
Welcome back to the Deep Dive. If you are one of the millions of Americans who rely on fixed benefits, I'm talking about Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or maybe low-income veteran benefits, then you already know why we absolutely have to do this deep dive today. You've seen the headlines, you've heard the talk, and we are here to discuss the proposal that has, well, it's just completely dominated the conversation for weeks.
It really has.
We're talking about the promise of a substantial $2,000 financial distribution.
$2,000.
Yes, and this is originating from a prominent former president, and it's specifically aimed at low and middle-income individuals. And look, this isn't just some rumor. It's a repeated public statement of intent, and frankly, it's created both immense hope and just intense confusion for you, our listeners.
And that confusion, that's exactly what we're here to cut through today. Our mission is, well, it's surgical. We need to cut through all of that noise and really separate the political promise from the financial reality. Because when a specific number like $2,000 is floated around again and again,
Especially to a community that needs it.
exactly, to a community that desperately needs that relief, speculation just runs rampant. We need authority. We need clarity. So we are diving deep into the original source material. We're looking at the direct posts, the financial analysis that followed, to figure out the precise details.
Okay, so what are we looking for specifically?
We're going to analyze who is explicitly mentioned as being eligible. We're going to look at how those income cutoffs might actually be defined, and crucially, where this huge amount of money is truly supposed to come from. And maybe most importantly, what's the context here? Why does this idea keep coming up again and again?
And that source context you mentioned is so critical. We're primarily working with recent, very specific posts made on Truth Social.
That's the main source.
And those were immediately followed by financial commentary trying to model if this whole thing is even feasible. We're going to focus really intensely on the exact language used, the words they chose about eligibility and about the funding. Because the heart of the matter is this. For our listeners, for you, the seniors, the disabled, the veterans, the low-income workers, this isn't just some academic news story.
It's life-changing.
It is potentially life-changing. It could provide that much-needed breathing room to cover rising costs or overdue bills or just, restore a sense of financial dignity. So we're tackling that overwhelming question. Am I, on my specific fixed income, eligible?
Let's find out.
Okay, let's unpack this right away. Let's start with that headline number that has captured absolutely everyone's attention. The key amount being discussed across the board is a $2,000 payment.
A guaranteed $2,000.
But the terminology they're using is, it's fascinating and frankly a little slippery.
Yeah, the wording matters.
I've seen it called a stimulus check. I've seen dividend distribution and sometimes just a rebate. What are we actually dealing with here? Does the name even matter?
It matters a lot. The terminology is actually the first important piece of this analysis. I mean, yes, for you, the person receiving it, the practical effect is the same. It's a lump sum of $2,000.
Right. Money in your pocket is money in your pocket.
Exactly. But the choice of the word dividend, that is highly significant.
A dividend.
Yes. Functionally, it acts like a stimulus check, to inject money into the economy, or like a rebate to return tax revenue. But the proposal deliberately calls it a dividend. That's not just random semantics.
So what's the thinking there?
Attaching that word dividend is a way of conceptually linking the payment directly to how they say they'll fund it.
Which is the tariff revenues.
The massive increase in tariff revenues, precisely.
Ah, okay. So it frames the citizen not as someone just getting government aid,
Correct.
but more like a shareholder who's receiving a piece of the nation's profits from trade.
That's it exactly. It's a political framing. It implies that you are receiving a proportional share of the revenue generated by these new trade policies. It's an attempt to get around the political baggage that comes with words like stimulus or welfare.
Portraying it as an earned return instead.
An earned return. Now, let's step back from the politics and get to the reality for you, the listener. We have to emphasize this. This is still an idea. It's a very powerful and a very repeatedly endorsed proposal, but it is not enacted law.
That is so important to hear. No money is currently scheduled.
No, nothing is being processed or prepared for immediate distribution. We are deep diving the plan as it exists right now in the public sphere.
Right. Okay, so let's look at the actual language from that first post, the one cited in our sources. It mentioned, quote, a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
At least.
At least. But the very first filter, the first piece of criteria was the exclusion, not including high-income people. That was it.
And that initial filter is important, but here is where the messaging got much, much sharper. And this is essential for our low and figured income community. In the communications that followed, what the source material calls the double down post, the language became way more targeted.
Targeted at who specifically?
It specified who the intended recipients truly are. And the source quotes this directly. It says the funds are intended for low and middle income USA citizens.
Okay, that shift. Just from excluding the high income to explicitly naming low and middle income, that feels like a massive signal.
It's a huge signal.
It feels very intentional.
Oh, it's absolutely intentional, and it speaks directly to the core demographic of our listeners. When a proposal uses the words low income, it's signaling an intent to include those individuals whose main, or maybe sole, source of income is a government benefit.
Social Security retirement.
Yes, or supplemental security income, SSI,
Yeah.
Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI, or, specific low-income veteran pensions and benefits.
Which explains why we have seen such an unprecedented surge of questions from our listeners.
Well, of course.
And these questions are incredibly specific, but they all boil down to that same uncertainty. They're asking, if I'm a low-income senior on Social Security, am I in? If I get non-taxable SSI because I have no other resources, what about me? People with disabilities on SFDI who might have limits on how much they can earn, are they eligible?
All valid questions.
What about low-income veterans whose benefits are structured so differently? And maybe the most vulnerable question of all.
Yeah.
What if someone has literally no earned income? No taxable income at all?
Okay, we can provide a measure of clarity here based on the historical context that our sources cite regarding previous payments like this. The source material is unequivocal on this point. The single defining metric that has been consistently used for these kinds of stimulus payments is income.
Just income.
That is the main number one factor. The proposal didn't mention needing to file a tax return or being a senior or specifically claiming Social Security. The emphasis is purely 100% on your income level.
So if they are defining the target as low income, that suggests they want to set the bar low enough to include all these groups.
It implies a very strong desire to ensure that the eligibility threshold captures all of those benefit groups.
So even though we don't have the final confirmed numbers yet, the explicit mention of low income is a really strong signal.
It's a very strong signal.
It seems like it would have to encompass the vast majority of people on fixed benefits, just given the generally lower income tied to those programs.
That's the critical takeaway from this first part. If this proposal moves forward, the high probability, based on the stated intent and historical precedent, is that the eligibility threshold will be designed to capture that low-income demographic, with income being the main filter.
That's a very hopeful sign for anyone whose financial life revolves around those fixed benefits.
It is. But Now we hit the biggest obstacle. If income is the only factor, what dollar amount actually defines low, middle, and high income?
That definition. That's the linchpin of the entire proposal.
It really is. And that's where we're going next.
This section is all about that massive eligibility gap that exists right now.
Right. We know who is targeted low and middle income, and we know who's excluded high income. But without the specific dollar amounts, it's all just, it's theoretical.
It is. And the source material really stresses that as this moment, there are no exact dollar amounts that have been determined for those income cutoffs.
None.
And that uncertainty is really stressful for people listening. If that line is set too low, say at $30,000, you exclude a huge part of the middle class.
And the distribution is much less broad.
Exactly. But if it's too high, say $150,000, the cost becomes, well, astronomically prohibitive.
Even with the tariff revenue.
So what actually constitutes a high-income person who would be excluded? That's the critical line in the sand we need to find.
This is where we have to rely entirely on the speculation and the context provided by the financial analysis cited in our sources. And the consensus among the analysts is that this proposal would almost certainly borrow heavily from historical precedent.
Meaning they'd use a model that's been used before.
Exactly. The speculation suggests that a high-income person might be defined as an individual making somewhere around $75,000 a year.
Okay, $75,000.
Or possibly stretching that cutoff up to $100,000 per year.
Let's focus on that historical parallel, because that feels like our most concrete piece of evidence. Which historical thresholds are we talking about?
What's really fascinating here is the strong indication that they would probably just mirror the thresholds that were used during the most recent large-scale stimulus checks.
You mean the ones during the pandemic?
Specifically, the $1,400 payments that went out a few years ago.
Okay, I remember that.
Those checks used a very clear phase-out threshold. Your eligibility started to decrease once an individual hit $75,000 in income.
And what about for a married couple?
For a married couple, it was double that, $150,000. And for our fixed income listeners, understanding this $75,000, $150,000 blueprint is absolutely essential.
Why?
Because the source material suggests this is the most likely, the most tried and tested model that they would adopt for a broad distribution like this.
And let's put those numbers into context for, the typical American household. The average household income last year was what, around $83,000?
Roughly, yes, about $83,000.
So if the cutoff for an individual is set at $75,000 or even $100,000, well, that ensures the vast majority of Americans are covered.
Precisely. If they set that line above the national average household income, which the source suggests they likely would to capture that middle income piece, it signals that this proposal is not some niche program. It aims to be a very broad economic distribution.
So how many people are we talking about?
The analysis estimates that by using a threshold similar to that 75-150 precedent, a huge swath of the population, we're talking potentially over 200 million people, including dependents,
Right.
would become eligible for that $2,000 payment. This confirms the vast scope they're aiming for.
Okay, now we need to address the deep confusion around how income is actually counted, especially for non-filers and people on fixed benefits.
This is so important.
When we say $75,000, are we talking about gross income? Or the adjusted gross income, the AGI that the IRS uses? That's a crucial distinction.
This is perhaps the most critical nuance for our fixed income viewers. The historical precedent for these payments, which is cited in the source material, is that eligibility was based on adjusted gross income, AGI.
Okay, AGI.
And AGI is typically your total income minus certain specific adjustments. So for many recipients of Social Security or SSI, their AGI can be 0 or very, very low.
Why is that?
Because benefits like SSI are not considered taxable income. And even a large portion of Social Security benefits might be non-taxable depending on your total combined income.
So let me get this straight. Someone who receives, say, $18,000 a year, and it's all from non-taxable SSI or low-income VA disability benefits.
Yes,
Their AGI would be 0.
it would be 0.
So in theory, under that historical model, they would just sail right through the eligibility requirements.
That is the immense reassurance that this historical context provides. The source material reiterates that the proposal focuses solely on that income threshold. There was no mention of needing to file a tax return to qualify.
Or specifically claiming Social Security.
None of that. If the income level is the determinant, then the vast majority of fixed income recipients who are well below that $75,000 to $100,000 AGI threshold would be included.
Their benefit status is secondary to their income status.
That's the key. This clarity should ease the mind of any listener who might be worried about their specific classification, SSI, SSDI, or VA.
That distinction with AGI is huge. It means that being a non-filer or getting only non-taxable benefits doesn't automatically exclude you.
In fact, it very likely guarantees your inclusion based on precedent.
Exactly. The government already has ways, right, through the SSA and the VA to get payments to people who don't file taxes.
They absolutely do. The core metric isn't the type of benefit you receive, it's your AGI. If your AGI is low, you are considered low income, regardless of whether that income came from a job, a pension, or disability benefits.
Okay, what about dependents? We know the cost estimates included dependents in that total population count of 284 million people.
Right.
Does the proposal say if there will be an extra $2,000 for each dependent?
The source material addresses this, but only to say it's an unknown detail.
So we don't know for sure.
We don't. While the initial cost projections do seem to account for dependents, assuming they'd be included like they were for that $1,400 payment, the specific rules for this $2,000 dividend haven't been laid out. It's safe to assume, based on the cost modeling, that payments for dependents are part of the plan, but we can't confirm the exact dollar amount or eligibility yet.
That's a key piece of information we'll just have to wait for.
We will.
Okay, so to synthesize this crucial segment for our listener, the target is low and middle income USA citizens.
Correct.
The likely income cutoff, based on the best historical analysis, is $75,000 for individuals, $150,000 for married couples.
Mm-hmm.
And that's based on adjusted gross income.
The most important part.
Which means fixed income recipients, including SSI and low-income seniors, appear very strongly positioned for eligibility if this proposal moves forward.
The focus is exclusively on that income metric, and that makes the eligibility prospects for those relying on fixed benefits look very, very promising.
We've established the target, which is fantastic news for our fixed income community.
It is.
But the immediate skeptical question that everyone asks is, where does $2,000 per person actually come from?
The money question.
This is not small change. The source material explains that this proposal is unique because it claims to be funded not just from general treasury funds,
Right.
but specifically from massive tariff income. This is the financial centerpiece of the whole idea.
This funding mechanism is the core innovation of the proposal, and it's why we have to meticulously break down the numbers that are cited in the financial analysis. Because while the numbers are huge, they immediately reveal a pretty significant arithmetic problem.
A problem when you compare what?
When you compare the annual revenue against the cost of the distribution.
Okay, lay out the key numbers, but let's just focus on the crucial comparison points so our listeners don't get lost in the figures.
Let's focus on three numbers. According to the research cited in the source material, the United States is projected to bring in annual tariff revenue of about $350 billion.
$350 billion. That's the yearly income.
That's the anticipated yearly income stream from these tariffs. Now, let's look at the cost side. As we established, to estimate the cost of a broad $2,000 distribution to roughly 85% of the population. That's 284 million people, including dependents. The projected total cost is a staggering $568 billion.
Wow. Over $500 billion.
More than $500 billion.
Okay, so
Right.
$350 billion in annual income versus $568 billion in immediate cost.
There it is.
That creates a massive, undeniable shortfall in the short term. I mean, logically, mathematically, this proposal doesn't work based on just 1 year's revenue.
It does not work, not if you look at the balance sheet for a single year. You're running a projected annual deficit of $218 billion on this one transaction alone.
$218 billion short.
Exactly. And that tells us immediately that the tariff revenue cannot be the sole source of immediate, ready-to-use funds for a distribution of this scale.
Okay, so what's the counter-argument the source is present? How do they justify this if it falls so short every year?
This is the crucial nuance that really needs deep clarification. The reason the proposal is still considered financially feasible, according to the analysis, is the massive projected long-term revenue stream.
The long-term number.
The long-term number. $3 trillion in tariff revenues projected over 10 years.
Okay, $3 trillion over a decade.
Exactly. So if the total cost is $568 billion, that is, a relatively small fraction of $3 trillion. The money is there over the long haul, just not today.
That still leaves the key question unanswered for our listener. If the money isn't there today, what does this mean for the timeline?
Right.
Do they have to wait 10 years for this payment?
Absolutely not. And the sources address this directly because it's the most common point of confusion. The payment would not come in 10 years. What this financial reality means is that in order to make the payment today, the government would have to essentially borrow or front the full $568 billion today.
So they'd go into debt to pay for it now.
They would. They would send the $2,000 payments out immediately to all the eligible citizens, and then they would use that future steady stream of tariff income, that $350 billion a year, to pay back the borrowed amount over the next few years.
That's a critical piece of clarity. So it's basically a secured loan.
That is the best analogy.
The government takes out a loan against the future $3 trillion in revenue to cover the immediate $568 billion cost.
That's it. Think of it like getting a very large interest-free loan today, and it's secured by 10 years of highly predictable income. The money isn't in the account yet.
But the collateral is there.
The collateral, the future tariffs, is massive enough to secure the immediate payment. But, and we have to be clear for listeners on this, in the short term, this transaction still means borrowing money and technically adding that $568 billion to the national debt.
Even if it's slated to be repaid by those dedicated funds later.
Right. It's financial maneuvering. It's not found money just sitting in a vault somewhere.
That makes the financial reality much, much clearer. Now let's pivot to the final and, frankly, pretty confusing financial claim that was made in the Post.
Mm-hmm.
The source material highlights a specific claim that all money left over from the $2,000 payments would be spent to pay down the national debt.
Yes, and this is where the source material points out a significant logical hole in the narrative.
How so?
Well, we just spent all this time establishing that the projected cost of $568 billion exceeds the projected annual tariff revenue of $350 billion.
By $218 billion.
Exactly. So if there's a massive deficit in the short term, how can there possibly be money left over to pay down the national debt after you've sent out the payments?
It almost feels like a logical contradiction. Like, it's promising two things that are mutually exclusive.
They are.
Massive immediate payments and simultaneous debt reduction, all funded by just the annual tariffs.
That is precisely the contradiction the financial analysis highlights. It forces you to think critically. One of three things has to be true for that statement about debt reduction to hold up.
Okay, what are they?
One, the total cost, the $568 billion, is grossly overestimated, which would mean the income cutoffs would have to be dramatically lower than that historical $75,000.
Which would exclude a huge chunk of that middle income target audience.
A huge chunk. Two, the projected annual tariff revenues, the $350 billion, are significantly underestimated, meaning the true flow of cash is much higher than analysts predict.
Okay, and the third option?
Or three, the claim about immediately paying down debt after the distribution is simply a political assertion.
Something designed to appeal to fiscal conservatives.
Exactly. And it just doesn't align with the current revenue versus cost figures.
And the source material seems to lean heavily toward that third option.
Yeah.
That the logistics and the claims of immediate debt reduction don't quite harmonize.
Right. Or that the eligibility cutoff would have to shrink drastically, which would reduce the number of eligible citizens.
And that creates a lot of uncertainty around the true cost and the scope.
It does. But for the low-income viewer, the primary concern is that eligibility cutoff.
Right.
If the proposal needs to shrink its cost to create leftover funds, it would probably be the low end of the middle-income group that gets excluded. But those on fixed, very low incomes should remain secure under that explicit low-income targeting.
To really gauge the weight of this $2,000 proposal, and why our listeners should take it seriously, but, with caution, we have to look at the political context.
Absolutely.
Because this isn't some throwaway line. It is a repeated public commitment.
It is. The source material emphasizes that this current proposal is the fourth time the former president has endorsed the idea of sending direct financial payments to the public.
Fourth time.
In less than a year, since late January. That rapid repetition establishes a very aggressive pattern of intent.
Let's break down that timeline, because seeing how this promise has evolved is essential for evaluating its credibility. Walk us through those four endorsements that the source material mentions.
Okay, so the first version, cited in the sources, surfaced way back in February. This was that highly specific initial concept of a $5,000 Doge dividend.
Right, I remember that. Tied to digital assets.
Yes, a very early, unique proposal for a distribution. And while the funding and the amount were different, the core concept, sending money directly to citizens, was established early in the year.
$5,000. That's a massive difference from 2000. Shows the initial idea was even larger. So what came next?
The second public endorsement happened in August, and this is where the idea evolved into a $600 rebate check.
600, so the amount came down.
It did. But this wasn't just a verbal endorsement. This idea actually gained legislative traction. Senator Josh Hawley formally introduced it as the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025.
So it transitioned from just a campaign idea into an actual, even if it was smaller, legislative proposal.
Which was then endorsed by the former president. It shows the concept was stabilizing and taking some kind of legislative shape.
Okay, so we see the concept stabilizing, even if the amount is fluctuating. What about the third instance?
The third one happened very recently, on October 2nd. The source material notes that the former president indicated in a separate interview that a distribution or a dividend would be coming, and he specified an amount that would fall between $1,000 and $2,000.
Ah, so that was a key moment. It narrowed the focus and basically set the current expectation level.
It did. And that brings us to the fourth and current instance, the definitive post from November 9th and 10th.
The explicit $2,000 dividend post targeting low and middle income citizens, funded by tariffs.
4 times. In less than 10 months.
The consistent repetition of direct, large-scale financial distributions. Well, it establishes an undeniably high-stakes political pattern.
It does, and this level of repetition creates immense pressure, especially for the audience listening right now who, as you said, view this as potentially life-changing.
Well, acknowledging that emotional investment, the stakes are exceptionally high, which leads directly to the question of credibility. If I'm a listener, I'm relying on these benefits, and I hear this promise 4 times, and nothing happens. What does that do to my trust?
It drastically raises the political cost of failure. The source material analyzes this using 2 very powerful analogies that speak directly to this dynamic.
Okay, let's discuss the first one, the analogy of painting themselves into a corner.
This suggests a classic political predicament. By repeatedly raising the public's expectation of a large payment, $5,000, then $600, then $1,000 to $2,000, and now $2,000 again, they are, whether it's intentional or not, creating a situation where there's very little political room to retreat.
The expectation has just been set so high.
Especially among that core voting base that includes these low-income individuals, the expectation is so high that failure to deliver could be politically catastrophic. They have drawn a line in the sand with that specific $2,000 figure.
And the second analogy is the classic and maybe more damaging one, the kid who cried wolf.
That analogy directly addresses the long-term risk of losing credibility with the very voters they're actively trying to court. If this proposal is floated and endorsed 4 times and year after year nothing materializes, the voting base, that massive segment of low and fixed income people who would benefit the most.
And they might just conclude the promise is empty.
They might. And the implication cited in the source material is stark. The only true way out of this corner is to fulfill what they're saying and actually do something.
The political dynamic here is that this low and fixed income base is highly attentive to these specific financial promises, maybe more so than to other policy details.
Much more so.
So if the follow-through doesn't happen, the source suggests it risks losing a ton of credibility with that group, especially given how vulnerable and hopeful many of them are.
That's the crux of the credibility analysis. The messaging is incredibly effective at generating hope. But if they don't follow through, it transforms into really, really, really bad messaging. You've directly raised the hopes and expectations of millions of financially struggling citizens multiple times. This promise is now a central pillar of the public discourse that can't be easily withdrawn or just dismissed.
Okay, we've analyzed the proposal, the eligibility blueprint, the financial contradictions, and the political stakes. Now we need to transition to the most important segment for you, the listener, the practical takeaway and the essential steps you must take right now to protect yourself and manage your expectations.
We have to begin with a clear and empathetic status check. While our analysis confirms this is a compelling and repeatedly reinforced idea, it is still only a proposal.
It is not an approved scheduled payment.
Exactly. As of today, there are no confirmed payment dates. There are no finalized eligibility requirements. Those Precise dollar cutoffs are still unofficial. And we do not know how it might interact with existing benefits like SSI or SMAP.
That's a big one.
It is.
Yeah.
Now, we expect it would operate like previous stimulus and not count against those benefits, but we have no official confirmation of that yet.
And whenever there's news of a potential large, broad payment, especially one targeted at low-income individuals, the immediate danger is the inevitable massive surge of fraud.
Yeah.
Scammers know that our listeners are hopeful, they're vulnerable, and they prey on that uncertainty.
This is a critical warning, and we have to deliver it with absolute clarity and authority, speaking directly to you, our listener. Be extremely vigilant against any and all attempts at fraud that try to capitalize on the hope this $2,000 news has generated.
These fraudsters are sophisticated.
They are. They will create fake application websites, they'll send phishing emails, they'll make urgent phone calls, all claiming that you need to do something to get your money.
Okay, let's break down the specific red flags. What are the 3 absolute rules about how the government handles payments like this?
Rule number 1, and this is the most critical. A government agency will never contact you by phone, text message, or unsolicited email asking for money or personal information to get a payment.
Never.
Never. Whether it's the IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, or the VA, they do not operate this way. If someone calls you claiming to be from the government about your $2,000 payment, it is a scam. Hang up immediately.
Rule number 2 often involves money itself. What about application fees?
That is a massive red flag. You will never be asked to pay an application fee, an expedited processing cost, or a tax advance fee to receive a stimulus or a dividend check. Any request for money up front, even a small amount, to process your payment is 100% guaranteed to be fraud.
Real government benefits and payments don't require you to buy anything.
Or pay a service charge. Never.
And rule number 3 involves your private financial life, which is often their main target.
Rule 3. Do not provide banking details, social security numbers, dates of birth, or any sensitive login credentials in response to an unsolicited communication. A legitimate agency that needs to verify your direct deposit information. They already have it from your current benefit payments.
Right, from your Social Security or SSI or VA.
Exactly. If someone asks you to confirm your bank routing and account numbers over the phone or by email, they are trying to steal your identity or your existing funds.
What about those fake websites? The ones that look exactly like a real government site, a .gov site, claiming they have the $2,000 application form.
That is a common and very dangerous tactic phishing websites. You have to adhere only to official communications, and that means verified government websites. If a new payment is approved, the information will be broadcast widely on major verified news channels and will appear on official portals like the IRS or SSA websites.
So what should people do?
Always type the official address directly into your browser, or refer to an official letter that you get in the physical mail. If you get a text or an email with a link, do not click it. If you suspect fraud, report it immediately to the proper authorities. Protecting yourself from identity theft is paramount right now.
We also have to manage expectations by reminding listeners that if this distribution were to become law, based on historical context, what is the application process likely to look like for someone on fixed benefits?
That's key for managing stress. For these broad distributions based on income, historically, you do not need to apply if the government already has your information.
And they do, if you get Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits.
They do. They use the existing payment channels, your direct deposit, paper check, or direct express card that you already use for your current benefits. The process is automatic. It's based on the income data they already have, either from your last tax return if you file one, or from your current benefit statement.
So the key action for listeners right now is not to go searching for an application,
No.
but to make sure their existing official communication channels are secure.
Absolutely. We strongly encourage you to use the existing, legitimate, and secure resources you already have. If you are a Social Security recipient, log into your My Social Security portal today. That portal is your verified secure connection to the SSA.
Why is the My Social Security portal so important in this specific context?
Well, it serves multiple purposes. First, it lets you manage your current benefits and stay informed about legitimate, official changes to your payments. Second, if you've recently moved, it allows you to verify that your current mailing address and your direct deposit information are absolutely up to date with the SSA.
Which ensures that if a payment is approved, it actually goes to the right place.
Precisely. By reinforcing the use of this existing, secure, official tool, we help ensure listeners are prepared to receive information through verified channels, which reduces their susceptibility to fraud.
And finally, what about potential delays or incorrect amounts? Since the eligibility is all speculative right now, how should our listeners prepare for something going wrong?
Be patient and know your rights. If a payment is approved, there will be an official mechanism, likely a dedicated hotline or website from the IRS or SSA set up to handle disputes or delays. Do not trust unofficial sources claiming they can fix your payment problem.
So if a payment is late or the wrong amount?
Reference your official mailed letter of determination and only contact the government agency through verified phone numbers that you find on the official SSA.gov or IRS.gov websites. Preparation is the best defense against disappointment and fraud.
This has been a critical deep dive. We've covered a vast amount of ground today. We've analyzed every detail provided in the source material about this highly anticipated $2,000 dividend proposal, and we understand the emotional weight it carries for you, our low and fixed income listener.
So let's reinforce the 4 most important facts for your immediate takeaway. Fact 1. The proposal is for a massive $2,000 dividend payment per person, and that could potentially include dependents.
Fact 2. It is explicitly targeted at low and middle-income USA citizens. This means fixed income recipients, like those on SSI and SSDI, are highly likely to be included. And that's based on an income threshold that's likely near that historical $75,000 individual AGI cutoff.
Fact 3. The proposed funding is from massive tariff revenues, but the cost analysis proves it would require significant advanced borrowing. That means taking out a secured loan today, attached to the national debt in the short term, and paid back over time with that projected $3 trillion in future tariff income. The money is not currently sitting in a vault.
And fact 4, and this is the big one, the status is that this is a strong, repeated political proposal, the 4th of its kind in less than a year, creating high political stakes. But it is not yet law. No payment dates or definitive eligibility rules have been confirmed. And crucially, stay hypervigilant against all scams seeking your money or your information.
And before we sign off, here is a final provocative thought for you to carry forward. We have just analyzed 4 separate high-profile promises for emergency financial distributions, all in under a year. So beyond the immediate critical financial relief that a $2,000 check would provide today, which we know can be absolutely life-changing, what do these repeated proposals reveal?
What do they tell us?
What do they reveal about the underlying ongoing financial fragility of low and middle-income Americans in our current economy? Are one-time checks truly the solution? Or do these continuous political promises actually highlight the urgent need for permanent systemic solutions that move beyond just temporary economic interventions?
That is the essential question that policymakers have to confront. We strongly encourage you to stay tuned for actual confirmed details on this proposal. And because this is so crucial, please like and share this discussion with any friends or family who are relying on fixed benefits and need this clarity and these critical scam warnings. And please comment below with your specific questions. We remain committed to continuing to provide unbiased factual updates on this and other critical financial programs like SNAP, Social Security, and Medicaid as the information develops. We'll see you next time.
We are diving into a major financial update that could really impact your fixed income. We're talking about providing some critical breathing room for millions of Americans.
Yeah.
And the number we're focused on today is a potential $2,000 payment.
Mm-hmm.
Some are calling it a stimulus check, but, the White House is officially framing it a bit differently as a dividend.
And this is way more than just, political chatter at this point. We have some pretty firm details coming out from the White House economic team.
Specifically about eligibility, which is what everyone wants to know.
Exactly. They've confirmed an income threshold. It's under $100,000 per year. So for our audience, for people who rely on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, this is the definitive information you need to see where you stand.
But the crucial questions are still out there, right? When is this money actually going to move from just being a proposal to, a reality?
And what are the hurdles, the legislative hurdles that have to be cleared?
We're going to break down the latest insights from a key source, White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett. He's revealed a specific timeline. He's pointing to early 2026 for the official proposal.
And he's also dissecting the economic indicators that are making this possible. I mean, things like a sustained 4% GDP growth, which frankly is pretty unprecedented. It's suddenly justifying this massive expenditure.
And we'll get deep into the political mechanics. We have to analyze exactly how the congressional appropriation process, and specifically the use of something called a reconciliation bill, could fast-track this payment.
Right. It's a way to bypass the traditional opposition. So we'll guide you through that political calendar, make sure you know exactly who qualifies, why the administration is pushing for this now, and what critical financial protections you really need to be watching out for.
Welcome to the deep dive. Our community trusts us to take this really dense stack of source material, the economic reports, the legislative filings, so all the high-level policy interviews, and just pull out the essential crystal clear facts.
Our mission today is to cut through all the speculation around this potential $2,000 payment and give you the roadmap you need for what's coming next.
This deep dive is really customized for you, the listener, especially if you're managing your finances on a fixed income benefit.
Whether that's Social Security retirement, SSDI, SSI, or VA compensation, we know that accurate, timely, and trusted information is just the cornerstone of your financial security.
So our aim is to provide the full context. We're going to separate the established facts from, the political intent.
Our sources are extremely current. We're pulling from recent interviews with these key White House economic figures who are laying out the official rationale for this proposal.
So the mission is simple. We're going to extract every essential fact about this potential $2,000 payment, the economic foundation that's supposedly supporting it, and the legislative strategy that's necessary to make it a reality.
And the headline, which has been reinforced by the economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, is that the White House economic team they've shifted. They've gone from cautiously considering this payment to now actively planning its official introduction to Congress.
And they have a firm commitment to a timeline in early 2026.
That's a huge shift.
That really does mark a fundamental change in the national conversation. But, and this is a big but, let's be abundantly clear right from the start. While the economic advisor sounds confident, this is still, as of today, a proposal.
It is not guaranteed money. Can't stress that enough.
It requires that critical mandatory step of a legislative appropriation by Congress. We're here to give you the full context so you can track this intelligently and, understand the political clock that's ticking away.
Absolutely. The first step here is clarity. We have to move past the ambiguity of the headline and get straight into the confirmed facts that have been provided by the administration.
Specifically on payment structure and, most importantly, eligibility.
That's where we need to start.
Okay, let's unpack this. Let's define the proposal itself. First, the simple fact. The proposed amount is $2,000.
$2,000.
And the terminology, which might seem like a minor thing, actually gives us a hint about the political narrative they're building around this payment.
It really does. Because we hear stimulus check, and our minds immediately go back to the pandemic era, right? Those urgent, economy-wide interventions.
Emergency mode.
Exactly. But the source material notes the president prefers the term dividend payment.
What's the difference in their view?
Well, a stimulus implies you're trying to boost a sick economy, an ailing economy. A dividend, on the other hand, that implies you're sharing in success. A profit, it's a return to the public because government revenue is strong. It's a totally different framing.
But functionally, whether you call it a stimulus or a dividend, the source material confirms it's identical in one key way. It has to be an appropriation by Congress. The mechanism is the same.
That is the single most important distinction for everyone to grasp. This is an authorized, specific one-time payment, a dedicated act of spending.
And critically, it is not a recurring structural benefit increase.
Yeah.
This isn't like a cost of living adjustment or TLA, which would permanently adjust your monthly checks.
Not at all. This is a one-off measure.
Yeah.
It's meant to provide immediate financial relief. Full stop.
Okay, so in terms of source authority, where is this information coming from? The $2,000 figure, that's been floated, but the new details on feasibility and timeline, that's from White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett.
And Hassett's voice carries a very specific weight. He's not just a key advisor. He's also widely cited as being on the shortlist for Federal Reserve Chairman.
Wow, okay.
So when an individual with that kind of standing discusses the federal budget's capacity, it lends, a significant amount of credence to the economic claims justifying this payment. He's speaking from a position of real informed authority on the government's fiscal health.
But the key piece of eligibility information, the one that I think brought the greatest relief to our listeners, that actually came a bit earlier from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
Yes.
So let's focus on this definitive eligibility requirement.
Yes, let's. Because the Treasury Secretary provided the single most crucial figure for most people listening. The payment would be targeted specifically at households making less than $100,000 per year.
$100,000. That threshold, I mean, it answers the biggest questions in one simple sweep.
It really does.
Let's spend a moment on this, though, especially for those who receive fixed incomes, because historically this has been a source of huge anxiety.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, many seniors, retirees, low-income recipients, their primary income is Social Security or SSI. They often don't file traditional tax returns because their income just doesn't hit that filing requirement.
And in previous rounds of stimulus payments, the big concern was always, if I don't file, how will the government know to send me the check? Am I going to be excluded?
Exactly. It was a valid fear.
It was an entirely valid concern, especially when those payments were routed strictly through the IRS tax filing system. But this $100,000 threshold, it provides that reassurance. Eligibility is based solely on that income figure.
So it has nothing to do with whether you are currently employed or whether you file a traditional tax return.
Nothing at all. This is key. It means if you're a recipient of Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, your income is almost certainly well below that $100,000 threshold.
And the government already has your information.
They already have your income and payment data on file through the Social Security Administration or the Veterans Administration. The system already has what it needs to confirm your income status.
So this ensures that the fixed income community, who are, let's be honest, often the most reliant on this kind of aid, are central to the eligibility discussion.
They are fully expected to be included should this proposal move forward. It really shifts the focus of eligibility from, say, tax filing compliance to actual financial need, using that income threshold as the measure.
That is a fundamental clarification. It moves us past the uncertainty of previous programs.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we know who qualifies, let's transition smoothly into the economic engine that's supposedly driving all this.
Right.
The context and the justification.
Right. Why now?
Exactly. Why is this proposal gaining such powerful momentum now, when just a few months ago, it was basically dismissed as unlikely?
And this is where Kevin Hassett's recent public statements are just so insightful. They outline a clear and a demonstrable shift in the government's financial capacity. He openly stated that over the summer, he was genuinely skeptical.
He wasn't sure they could afford it.
He said he wasn't sure there was the necessary financial space for this check within the federal budget.
But his tune has completely changed.
Oh, completely. Now he says he is pretty sure that there is space. And this dramatic increase in confidence, it's directly linked to a sustained period of surprisingly robust economic data that's been reported over the last half of the year.
So this has significantly improved the government's fiscal position.
Exactly. This isn't just being sold as a political promise. It's being pitched as a new budget reality.
Okay, let's dive into the specifics Hassett cited. What are the metrics that have supposedly created this financial headroom in the general fund? He listed 3 points, and the first one is the most impressive. A couple quarters of almost 4% growth.
Let's just pause on that 4% figure for a second because its significance really cannot be overstated.
Sounds high.
It's exceptional. For a large, established, developed economy like the United States, historically, we might celebrate a sustained 2.5 or maybe 3% growth rate. 4% is surging.
Hassett is pointing to a period where the economy is just performing way beyond expectations.
He is.
And what does that 4% growth rate actually translate to for the federal treasury? How does that create money?
It creates a massive and a very rapid infusion of cash. Strong GDP growth means higher corporate profits. It means more robust hiring, lower unemployment, higher overall wages.
All right, every dollar is taxed.
Every single dollar generated through that growth is taxed. Corporate tax, payroll tax, income tax. So the inflow to the government's coffers increases dramatically, far outpacing what the standard projections were. That sustained 4% growth is effectively the engine generating this new surplus.
Which leads directly to his second point. A big government surplus running for a few months in a row.
Right. If the economy is growing at 4%, the tax and tariff revenue is outstripping the immediate outflow of spending. And that creates the necessary financial cushion or surplus.
And then the third point, which is arguably the most strategically crucial, politically speaking, is the reduction in the national deficit. Hassett cited that the national deficit is down by $600 billion relative to last year.
$600 billion.
That is a massive figure. So why is Hassett highlighting that specific number before this proposal is even drafted?
It's a preemptive strike against the political opposition. It has to be.
How so?
Well, any proposal for a large spending measure, like a $2,000 payment, is immediately going to be met with the criticism that it will just add to the national debt or that it will fuel inflation.
The standard arguments.
The standard arguments.
Okay.
So by citing a $600 billion deficit reduction, Hassett is providing cover. His argument is that the government is operating from a position of fiscal responsibility, of improved health compared to just 12 months ago, and that, according to him, creates the headroom to fund this appropriation responsibly.
But let's introduce some critical friction here. This is an optimistic picture Hassett is painting.
It is.
4% growth is tremendous, but we all know that inflation has also been a major concern. Is there a genuine risk that injecting another massive amount of money via a $2,000 payment could counteract the recent efforts to cool inflation?
That is the essential critical question. It's the one that critics will raise immediately, especially anyone concerned with the Federal Reserve's mandate.
So is Hassett's confidence potentially overlooking that inflationary impact?
It's a calculated risk.
Uh-huh.
While the government may have the revenue capacity, the surplus, to fund the check without borrowing, the economic reality is that pumping that capital back into the consumer market could increase demand. It could put upward pressure on prices again.
So what's their bet?
Hassett's team is essentially betting that the economy is strong enough and productive enough that the short-term inflationary bump will be negligible compared to the political and economic benefit of the relief. It's a deliberate trade-off. And the sustainability of that 4% growth is going to be the key determining factor.
That context is vital. Okay, now let's clarify the funding source once and for all. When this idea was first floated, there was a lot of strong language about funding it from tariff revenue.
I remember that, yes.
Did Hassett provide any clarity on this funding mechanism?
He did, and it's an important technical clarification to, manage expectations. While trade policy and tariffs have definitely contributed to this recent surge in revenue, Hassett confirmed the operational reality of government finances. All revenue streams, be they taxes, fees, or tariffs, they're all pooled together into what's called the general fund of the Treasury.
So Congress doesn't have a specific tariff bank account that they can just draw from exclusively.
Exactly. It's not earmarked like that. It's one big pot of money that has been fattened by the 4% growth and the subsequent tariff revenue.
Yeah.
So, therefore, Congress must ultimately decide how to spend that money through a formal legislative act, a dedicated appropriation bill.
The funding source, while economically linked to that growth, is legislatively drawn from the general federal funds.
That's it.
So to reiterate, it requires a dedicated vote, a dedicated bill, and it comes out of the large pot of money that's been bolstered by this economic surge.
The economic case creates the justification, but the legislative path is absolutely mandatory.
Which leads us seamlessly into Section 3. The critical timeline.
The political clock.
We have the economic foundation, now we need the political clock. When realistically should we expect this official proposal to actually move?
Well, Hassett's expectation is that the president will bring forth the official proposal to Congress in the new year, early 2026, to make this $2,000 check a reality.
Now, early 2026, that's a classic vague political term.
It is, and the source material analysis provides the necessary deeper understanding of the political calendar that really tightens that time frame significantly.
Okay, so while early 2026 could stretch into, say, April on a normal calendar, the political context dictates a much faster pace.
A much, much faster pace.
So what's the rationale? Why do they need a deadline that's tighter than just early 2026?
The rationale ties directly to the timing of the upcoming midterm elections. Realistically, this proposal would need to be introduced and ideally passed by mid-February at the absolute latest, certainly before the end of February.
And this deadline is imposed by the political messaging cycle, not by the economy itself.
That's right, because once March hits, the election cycle hits full swing. The focus of Congress shifts entirely to campaigning, to fundraising, to defining the political narrative for the coming election season.
And this $2,000 payment is a known key messaging point for the current administration. It's an initiative they want to be able to claim full credit for delivering.
Exactly. So for the administration to aggressively use this in their campaign messaging all through the spring and summer, to frame it as an achievement delivered to seniors and low-income families, they need the official proposal out, visible, and ideally moving through Congress within the first 6 to 8 weeks of 2026.
If they wait until, say, May or June to draft it, the impact on their election cycle messaging is significantly diluted.
Massively. They need to be able to talk about the plan, the intent, and the imminent delivery early on to maximize its political utility. The political imperative forces the timing.
Okay, so this payment requires appropriation by Congress. Traditionally, any major expenditure like this would require a 60-vote threshold in the Senate to overcome a filibuster.
Which is nearly impossible in the current political climate.
Right. But the legislative strategy discussed in the sources introduces the game changer, reconciliation bills.
Reconciliation is the strategic vehicle that transforms this proposal from, a long shot into a high probability. Lawmakers have already signaled their intent to pass at least 2 more reconciliation bills between now and early 2027.
And that context is what makes the $2,000 payment politically feasible, regardless of potential bipartisan opposition.
It's the key.
We need to explain reconciliation thoroughly. It's dense legislative jargon, but it's the key to this entire proposal. So what does reconciliation truly allow the party in power to do?
Reconciliation is a special, expedited legislative process. Its primary function is to open the door for a single party, the party controlling the majority in the Senate, to pass specific legislation related to spending, revenue, or the debt limit with only a simple majority vote.
A simple majority vote, that's the critical feature. It bypasses the standard 60-vote requirement needed to defeat a filibuster for most non-spending bills.
So this mechanism effectively allows one party to move very quickly without needing to court the opposition. It enables them to, as you said, push through basically anything they want, provided, and this is very important, provided, it meets the narrow rules of reconciliation.
And that narrow rules aspect is where we really need to get into the weeds. While reconciliation avoids the filibuster, it is not a free-for-all. It's governed by a strict set of rules, the most famous of which is the Byrd Rule.
The Byrd Rule.
For our listeners, understanding the Byrd Rule is essential as it acts as a kind of legislative guardrail. Tell us simply about it. Why does it matter here?
The Byrd Rule essentially states that any provision included in a reconciliation bill must have a direct and a non-incidental impact on the federal budget.
Meaning it has to affect spending, revenues, or the debt limit.
Correct. If a provision is primarily non-fiscal, let's say a massive social policy reform, that doesn't directly change the budget's bottom line, it can be struck out by a simple point of order.
So the significance for the $2,000 payment is that because it is a direct appropriation, a spending item, it is explicitly eligible for inclusion in a reconciliation bill.
It fits perfectly within the Byrd Rule's criteria. It's a direct expenditure. And this constraint actually, in a weird way, protects the payment.
How so?
Because the administration can't try to sneak in massive non-fiscal policy changes into the same bill. The focus has to remain budgetary, which keeps the $2,000 payment safe from the kind of procedural challenges that could derail the entire bill.
That detail is the real takeaway here. The strategic value is twofold. First, the ability to pass the bill with a simple majority, ensuring speed and success.
And second, the ability for one party to claim full, undiluted political credit for delivering the money, which, again, ties directly back to that midterm election messaging. They can say, we deliver the check because we use this vehicle.
So the path is now fully illuminated. The 4% economic growth provides the financial capacity.
The reconciliation process provides the necessary legislative vehicle to bypass opposition.
And the election timeline dictates the urgency for introduction by mid-February 2026.
That confluence of factors is why the economic advisor has moved from being skeptical to confident.
It transforms the entire legislative landscape. We move from the political if to the procedural when. Okay, now we have to shift gears to Section 4.
This is a vital one.
What we know about delivery and absolutely critical for our fixed income audience, protecting yourself. Let's start with managing expectations. Since this is only a proposal expected in early 2026, we don't have the granular details on payment logistics yet.
That is the hard truth we have to face. Any information out there right now claiming to provide specific payment schedules based on your birth date or claiming to know the exact processing times.
Or the method of payment.
Or the method direct deposit, paper checks, or via the widely used direct express cards for Social Security recipients. All of that is purely speculative at this point.
So the clear guidance for you is that the specifics on how and when the money will arrive will only be determined and made public after the official proposal is introduced, debated, and then subsequently passed by Congress.
Once the bill is law, Then the Social Security Administration or the Treasury Department will issue official implementation schedules, not before.
And while we await those specifics, we have to tackle the crucial financial protection questions. These are foremost in the minds of older adults and low-income beneficiaries. The source material doesn't answer these yet, but we can analyze what protections are necessary based on historical precedent.
Yes, we can.
Let's list those concerns. First, taxability. Is this $2,000 payment going to be taxable, or will it be tax-free?
A huge question. Second, the eligibility cliff. Will receiving a $2,000 lump sum affect your eligibility for other means-tested programs like SNAP, Medicaid, or housing assistance?
That second point is particularly critical for SSI and Medicaid recipients.
It's life or death for some people. SSI and Medicaid eligibility are often determined by extremely tight asset and income limits. Receiving a sudden $2,000 payment can inadvertently push a beneficiary over those limits.
Which could cause them to lose benefits, an outcome that completely defeats the entire purpose of the relief.
Completely. And the third major concern. Will this payment be protected from garnishment or debt collection?
For those struggling with accumulating medical debt or consumer debt, knowing that this relief money is shielded from creditors is paramount to ensuring the payment actually provides that intended breathing room.
These protection details are absolutely essential. And we can reassure listeners that these details, the tax status, the impact on other benefits, the garnishment shields, they aren't left to chance. They are legislative decisions.
They will be explicitly written into the official bill language once the proposal is drafted.
Exactly.
So, based on previous relief packages passed by Congress, what's the reasonable expectation regarding these protections?
The historical precedent is very strong. When Congress passes a payment that is specifically designated as relief for low-income and fixed-income individuals, they can, and they usually do include, clear provisions that do three things.
Okay, what are they?
1. Render the payment non-taxable. 2. Exclude the payment from counting as income or assets for means-tested programs like SSI and Medicaid for a specified period of time, usually 9 to 12 months.
That's a critical window.
It is. And 3, protect the funds from being seized by creditors or debt collectors.
So, the listener needs to wait for the official proposal to be made public, but they should hold the expectation that the administration, knowing who the target audience is, will include the necessary legislative language to protect these critical funds.
Protect them from being used to trigger a benefits cliff or to satisfy old debts. That's the most informed position to take right now.
However, while we wait for that official bill language, we must issue the strongest possible warning against scams.
Yes. Please, everyone listen closely to this part.
The mere public discussion of a $2,000 federal payment is like a flashing beacon for fraudsters looking to target vulnerable seniors and low-income individuals.
They're already gearing up.
This warning is non-negotiable. You must remember that the IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, or the VA will never, under any circumstances, call you, text you, or email you asking for money, personal banking information, or your Social Security number related to this potential $2,000 payment.
Never. Fraudsters will try to claim they need a processing fee, or that you must verify your identity by buying gift cards or transferring funds.
Gift cards are always a red flag.
Always. If you receive any contact that asks you to pay money or provide confidential information to get this potential check, it is 100% guaranteed to be a scam.
The actionable advice is simple and firm. Only trust official letters from the SSA or the VA or verified government websites that end in .gov.
The government already has your data to process the payment if it gets approved. They don't need you to give it to them over the phone.
If you get a suspicious contact, hang up immediately, delete the text, and report it to the proper authorities. Protecting yourself from fraud is a critical component of actually receiving the benefit.
The money isn't even appropriated yet, and the scams are already starting. We have to be vigilant.
Moving into our last section, Section 5. Connecting this $2,000 proposal to the bigger picture and final steps. We've established the economic and legislative mechanics, but how does this proposal fit into the broader economic strategy?
Well, the framing is very deliberate. It's a one-time relief measure, a dividend or a stimulus that is explicitly enabled by the recent strong, favorable economic performance.
The 4% growth and the resulting budget surplus.
Exactly. It's being sold as temporary relief supported by temporary revenue strength.
So it is emphatically not being framed as a long-term structural reform of Social Security or other benefit programs.
No, not at all. It's not designed to alter the permanent financial stability of those systems.
That's a different fight for a different day.
It's a completely separate discussion. This is immediate cash injection, not a permanent policy shift in how fixed income benefits are calculated or delivered over the next 20 years. If the government were proposing a structural reform, say, changing the KLA calculation method or permanently increasing benefits, that discussion would happen separately, and it would likely face that 60-vote hurdle we talked about.
By keeping this proposal focused on a single payment, they keep it within the bounds of that reconciliation mechanism.
Precisely.
Okay, so if this bill passes, what should you do if you find the payment is late or if you receive the wrong amount?
Proactive engagement through official government channels is always the best path. The single most important resource for this audience is the My Social Security portal,
The website.
the official website. That portal is the secure, official mechanism for managing your benefits, for checking payment statuses, and for getting the most current, verified updates directly from the agency. Don't rely on third parties for status updates. Go to the source.
And a crucial distinction based on our source material. This $2,000 proposal is focused solely on the federal proposal.
Yes.
It does not mention any specific state payments or local initiatives, which is an important clarification for listeners who might have heard about independent payments happening in their own state. This is separate.
Completely separate. Let's consolidate the key facts one last time. Let's reinforce the data points you need to remember as you track this proposal over the next few months.
Okay. The proposed amount. A potential $2,000 payment framed as a dividend.
Eligibility defined. Households with an income under $100,000. This definitively includes the vast majority of those who rely on Social Security, SSI, and SSDI, regardless of tax filing status or employment history.
The critical timeline. The official proposal is expected in early 2026, with the political strategy dictating an aggressive introduction, likely before the middle of February.
And the mechanism for success. It requires congressional appropriation, with the clear, high-probability legislative path being a reconciliation bill, which allows for passage with just a simple majority vote.
This has been a really in-depth, focused look at a story that has major life-altering financial implications for millions of Americans, especially those of you managing on fixed incomes.
And we have to return to the human element here.
Yeah.
We have to acknowledge the weight of this discussion. For many older adults, for retirees, for low-income individuals, $2,000 is not just surplus cash.
No.
It can be life-changing. It offers necessary breathing room to cover rising prescription drug costs, to address deferred dental work, to pay down medical bills, or simply to maintain dignity in the face of inflation. Knowing that the government's own economic team is confident in the budget's capacity for this payment, it provides a necessary dose of hope.
And here's where it gets really interesting, and this is the final provocative thought for you to explore as we close this deep dive. The White House economic advisor confirmed that the government currently has the financial capacity, the surplus, and the growth metrics to fund this $2,000 payment. The economic debate for them has largely been settled. The challenge is entirely legislative and political.
Right. And we detailed how Congress is gearing up to use that powerful, simple majority reconciliation process in early 2026, which is limited by the Byrd Rule to things that affect spending or revenue. They have the money, and they have the legislative vehicle to pass what they want.
So, considering that financial capacity and that unique legislative window, if Congress can push through fiscal measures this easily, what key structural policy areas beyond this one-time $2,000 payment do you think Congress should be prioritizing in that reconciliation bill?
That's a great question.
Should they focus on lowering the age for Medicare eligibility, making permanent changes to prescription drug negotiation rules, or maybe even addressing the long-term solvency of the Social Security trust funds themselves?
The capacity is confirmed. The legislative choice of what to spend that surplus on is the remaining critical challenge. Do you go for long-term reform or short-term relief?
A fascinating angle to consider as the new year approaches. Thank you for diving deep with us today. We encourage you to stay tuned as we will track this proposal through every legislative twist and turn.
And please share this information with anyone in your community, family, friends, or neighbors who relies on fixed income benefits and needs crystal clear, accurate guidance on this complex but potentially crucial financial proposal.
We'll be tracking the details for you.
Okay, let's unpack this. Attention, everyone on a fixed income, receiving Social Security, or relying on VA benefits. We are diving deep into a really high-profile proposal that promises a substantial, potentially life-changing financial payment coming your way. And we're talking about a big figure here, at least $2,000 per person.
This is major news. And the reason it's so significant is that this specific dividend proposal is aimed squarely at providing, crucial relief. It's for low and middle income Americans who've just been struggling so acutely with this relentless inflation.
Yeah, the rising costs of everything. Essentials like food, utilities.
Exactly. And the benefit levels that people rely on just haven't kept pace. What's different here is the proposal links this money directly to massive tariff revenues, specifically targeting the parts of the population who need the assistance most right now.
So today, we are taking the sources straight from the campaign trail, from recent public statements, and the official social media post to really break down this $2,000 dividend proposal. We need to tell you exactly who is specified to receive it, where the money is supposed to come from financially, and maybe most importantly, the big questions surrounding its complex viability, the financial risks, and all the critical missing details that affect people on fixed benefits.
Our mission today is to cut through all the political noise and the speculation. We want to give you the clarity and the verified facts you need right now, especially if you rely on fixed benefits like SSI or retirement Social Security. We're going to analyze the specifics of this financial blueprint and examine its potential impact on your household stability, really pushing hard on the source material to find some definitive answers.
And we've been absolutely inundated with questions since this proposal for a $2,000 distribution came out. Sometimes it's called a stimulus, sometimes a dividend or a rebate.
The language is all over the place.
It is. But it's important to establish right up front that this isn't just a political rumor. This is based on repeated, very recent public statements from a major political figure. For our dedicated community, which, is often made up of fixed-income seniors, veterans, and individuals with disabilities, understanding the exact target audience and the certainty of the payment is the most important thing.
What's truly fascinating here is how the messaging has evolved. Initially, the concept was broad, maybe deliberately so, but the most recent updates referenced in our sources they've narrowed the focus quite a bit.
Okay.
So this deep dive will center entirely on the source material to analyze those specifics, particularly how it affects those on fixed and low incomes. And we are going to critically dissect the underlying financial mechanism, these massive tariff revenues, which is what makes this proposal so unique compared to past relief measures.
Let's get straight to the core of the announcement then before we dive into the complex math. The headline is a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
At least. That's the key phrase.
And we have to be crystal clear here.
Right.
This is being proposed as a one-time distribution or rebate.
Right.
It's not a permanent adjustment, not a cost of living increase, and not a monthly boost to your existing Social Security or VA benefits.
It's intended as immediate lump sum relief. That's the idea.
Okay.
And it is essential for our audience that we clarify the language being used because that can signal the legislative path it might take or lack thereof. We've seen it consistently called a $2,000 stimulus check, a $2,000 dividend distribution rebate, and a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
So the label keeps shifting.
The label might shift, depending on whether it's used in a formal bill or at a campaign rally. But the consistent key metric in all these discussions is that minimum $2,000 amount. That number has been repeatedly promised, and that sets a very firm expectation for the public.
And crucially, we need to talk about the recipients because this is the information that answers, I'd say, 90% of our listeners' questions. The initial post about this potential payment stated it would be paid to everyone, not including high-income people, which, as you pointed out, was vague and it caused a lot of confusion.
Yes, that initial vagueness was concerning, particularly for fixed-income individuals who, let's be honest, often feel overlooked in these broad pronouncements.
Of course.
However, the sources highlight a critical and immediate follow-up post and some subsequent clarifications. The political figures specifically doubled down on the promise by stating that the payments would be made to low- and middle-income USA citizens.
Low- and middle-income USA citizens.
That is the operative phrase. That changes everything.
That is a massive direct answer to the concerns we hear from fixed-income and low-income viewers. If you are receiving a fixed-income benefit administered by Social Security, whether that's Social Security Retirement, SSDI, or SSI, you are, by definition, considered low income or fixed income and are therefore explicitly included in the group targeted by this new specific messaging. This isn't just implied. The phrasing targets you directly.
This specific shift in language is incredibly important. It takes that abstract promise of everyone and makes it concrete for this audience, many of whom are seniors and veterans. It confirms that the proposal is explicitly designed to address the acute financial constraints facing people on these fixed benefits. It answers that fundamental question, does this apply to me?
And based on the source material.
The answer is a resounding yes, provided your income falls into the cutoff line that we're about to discuss.
Okay, so that's a big piece of the puzzle. Let's move to the proposed mechanism for funding this. I mean, this is a sizable distribution. Where is $2,000 per person supposed to come from, especially given the scale of the U.S. population?
The proposed mechanism is, well, it's arguably the most unique aspect of this entire plan. The payments are proposed to be funded by massive tariff income.
Tariff income.
Yeah. And just to clarify for our listeners, a tariff is a tax levied on imported goods and services. So when a product, say an appliance, a vehicle part, or certain raw materials comes into the United States from another country, the U.S. government collects a percentage or a fixed fee on that import.
That's the basic definition. But this is a deep dive, so let's go a little deeper. When the government levies a tariff, who actually pays that money? Is it the foreign manufacturer, or does it eventually fall to the American consumer?
That is the central ongoing debate around tariffs, and it's really important context for understanding the viability of this dividend. While the tariff is technically collected by U.S. Customs from the American importer, the company bringing the goods and economists generally agree that a significant portion, often the majority, of that cost is eventually passed down to the consumer.
In the form of higher prices.
In the form of higher prices, exactly. So in effect, while the government collects the revenue, the consumer is often the one indirectly funding that tariff income through, well, inflation.
And that dynamic is particularly relevant to our audience, who are already struggling with inflation. The idea here, though, seems to be that instead of letting that revenue just flow into the general fund, it's being repurposed directly back to the people who arguably need inflation relief the most.
Exactly. The sources provide some current financial context around these tariffs that we really need to examine closely. These numbers lay the entire foundation for the viability question, and we're not talking about small figures here.
All right, let's look at the numbers cited, which are being used to justify the plan. We see that the U.S. has brought in about $195 billion in tariff revenues so far this year.
Right. And if we look at the current collection rates, they're averaging about $1 billion a day.
$1 billion a day.
Which totals roughly $30 billion a month. This is a powerful, highly liquid revenue stream that the proposal's proponents are, very keen to exploit.
So based on those current rates, the analysis referenced in the sources projects that the U.S. is on track to bring in about $350 billion over a 12-month period.
That's the annual projection.
That is a substantial sum of money, and the proponents are making the case that this dedicated revenue stream is sufficient to cover these dividend payments.
Furthermore, and this is crucial when we discuss the financing logistics later, you have to look at the long-term projection. This revenue stream is forecasted to bring in approximately $3 trillion over the next 10 years.
$3 trillion.
Over a decade, assuming the current tariff levels remain in place. So these three numbers, the $195 billion already collected, the $350 billion projected annually, and the $3 trillion over 10 years, these are the pillars upon which the architects of the plan are relying to justify the whole distribution structure.
That gives us the source of the money. Now let's move to the next critical question, which ties directly back to our audience. How exactly is low and middle income defined? For those on fixed income, this is the central metric that determines eligibility, and we really need clarity on where that line is drawn.
Well, if we connect this to the bigger picture, government entities have a pretty consistent history in how they distribute broad-based stimulus or rebate payments. The main factor they use is income level. Usually it's your adjusted gross income, or AGI.
Right.
And what's crucial here is that the sources reiterate that the proposal did not mention specific programs, like whether you file tax returns or claim Social Security or disability status, only the general level of income.
This directly addresses a major concern from our listeners. Many people, especially those receiving supplemental security income, SSI, or those who rely solely on minimal Social Security retirement benefits. They often don't file traditional tax returns because their income falls below the mandatory filing threshold. They were asking, do I need to start filing taxes to get this money?
And based purely on the source's focus on low income, the answer is likely no. You would not necessarily need to file if you typically don't. The payment hinges on falling under the determined income cutoff, not on your tax filing status or the specific federal program providing your benefits.
So it's about the income level itself.
Exactly. If your total annual income from all sources, including your benefits, falls below that specified income line, the proposal intends for you to be included.
That is a point of significant relief for many who fear, complex bureaucratic hurdles. The key is just demonstrating that low income status.
Precisely. And we see historical precedent for this. During past stimulus rounds, the IRS used data it already had on file from the Social Security Administration or the Veterans Administration to automatically send payments to non-filers who were confirmed recipients of fixed benefit.
So they have the data.
They have the data. The income level is the determinant, and the benefit status is often just the means of identification.
Now, here's the sticky point.
Yeah.
We do not have an exact hard and fast dollar amount that defines high income or the phase-out range.
Right.
There's a missing line in the sand that dictates who gets the full $2,000 payment and who is excluded completely.
Precisely. And in the absence of an official legislative text or any regulatory guidance, we are left to rely on speculation. But it's speculation based on the most reliable historical data, past government stimulus actions. Historically, the intent of a broad-based stimulus is to reach the vast majority of American households while excluding the wealthiest segment, usually the top 5 to 10%.
The sources provide specific speculative figures derived from that historical precedent, and these are vital for planning purposes. A very strong guess for the high-income threshold where the phase-out would begin is around $75,000 a year for an individual.
There are $150,000 a year for a married couple filing jointly.
Okay, so 75 and 150.
And this speculation is highly grounded. Why? Because these are the exact thresholds used for the first and second rounds of general stimulus payments. They provide a reliable, established benchmark that the government has used before to define the difference between middle-class and high-income earners for the purposes of federal relief.
And there's a political logic behind this number, too. The sources cite that the average household income last year was approximately $83,000. So it was highly unlikely that the cutoff would be set below the national average income, as that would exclude too many middle-income families. It would negate that middle-income USA citizens promise.
Exactly. If the cutoff were, say, $50,000, it would be purely a low-income benefit, which contradicts the explicit low and middle income guarantee. Setting the ceiling around $75,000 for individuals and $150,000 for couples ensures that the proposal covers nearly all working families and virtually every single person relying on fixed federal benefits.
So the implication is incredibly clear for our listeners. Anyone whose adjusted gross income, their AGI, falls below this highly probable threshold, $75,000 individual, $150,000 for a married couple, would be eligible for the full $2,000 payment.
Yeah.
This is genuinely excellent news for anyone whose income is derived largely or entirely from fixed benefits, which almost always fall far, far below these ceilings. For most Social Security, SSI, and VA beneficiaries, the primary concern shifts from if they qualify to how the money will be handled, which we will definitely address later.
Okay, now we must transition to the hard truth of the financial viability. This is where the enthusiasm of the proposal meets the unyielding math of federal budgeting. We have to look at the rough calculation presented in the sources. Can the tariff revenue actually cover the immense cost?
Let's break down the math problem methodically. The sources use the participation rate from the $1,400 stimulus check back in 2021,
Right.
which reached about 85% of the U.S. population, including dependents. This figure represents an estimate of approximately 284 million people who would be eligible.
And that includes children and non-filing fixed-income adults.
Yes.
So if we take that conservative estimate of 284 million people and we multiply it by the proposed $2,000 dividend, the total cost required to fund the proposal is estimated at $568 billion. Wow.
It is a staggering figure, more than $500 billion. It's an astronomical sum that's required for immediate disbursement.
Wait, hold on a second. That number is, it's just staggering. $568 billion. If we look back at the revenue projections we just discussed, we're only expecting to bring in about $350 billion in tariff revenues over the next 12 months.
The comparison is indeed stark, and it highlights the central challenge of this proposal. The $568 billion needed far exceeds the projected annual revenue of $350 billion.
It's not even close.
Not even close. Logically and mathematically, the payments cannot be funded upfront solely with current or even projected yearly tariff revenues. They are short by over $218 billion in the first year alone.
And even if the government were to implement a much stricter income cutoff, say aiming for only the truly low-income population, and they managed to cut the total cost down significantly, maybe to $400 billion.
They're still short. They are still short by $50 billion of their annual revenue goal. This raises a fundamental question. If they don't have the money in hand from tariffs today, how on earth do they send out $2,000 checks tomorrow?
And here's where it gets really interesting. This is the financial maneuver that defines the viability of the proposal. This explains why the proponents consistently mention the $3 trillion in tariff revenues projected over the next 10 years.
Ah, okay.
That 10-year figure is the key to the execution strategy because it represents the only way the math can possibly work.
So this $3 trillion is essentially the collateral.
It's the collateral. If they want to send the $2,000 payment out now, which is necessary for it to function as a relief measure, the government would have to essentially borrow the money today or front the money.
Right.
And then rely on the anticipated future tariff revenues over the next several years to pay back that incurred debt.
Okay, can you break that down? It's like a loan?
Think of it like a home equity loan, but for the federal government. You have a valuable asset, your future tariff revenue stream, projected to be $3 trillion over the next decade. The government essentially takes out a massive loan, perhaps $500 billion, using that guaranteed future revenue as collateral. They receive the cash today, send it out as dividends, and then every dollar of tariff revenue collected for the next 2 or 3 years goes towards servicing and paying off that initial $500 billion debt.
That makes the abstract concept of debt fronting much clearer. So the government would issue bonds, borrow the necessary hundreds of billions, send the money out to low and middle income Americans immediately, and then use the subsequent years of tariff revenue, a revenue stream they feel highly confident about, to slowly erase that incurred debt over time.
The critical consequence of this action, which must be clearly stated, is that it would technically add the total cost, whether it's $400 billion or that high-end $568 billion, to the national debt in the immediate short term. Even though it has a dedicated, scheduled repayment source in the tariffs, the instantaneous borrowing increases the debt figure. As the source describes using the analogy of a rapidly spinning gas pump, the national debt is already increasing exponentially daily. This method would simply accelerate that short-term multi-hundred-billion-dollar increase.
So the viability hinges not on current cash flow, but on the ability and willingness to leverage future revenue streams.
Yes.
Which itself requires confidence that those massive tariff levels will remain in place for the next decade.
Yeah.
That's a significant assumption given the constantly shifting global trade landscape.
It is a massive assumption, and it shows the political urgency of the proposal. The proponents have to frame it as a financially responsible plan. The money is already coming in, while strategically masking the immediate need for hundreds of billions in borrowing to fulfill the promise instantly.
Okay, we've established the mechanics and the cost hurdles. Now let's look at the political momentum behind this idea. This proposal is not appearing in a vacuum. The sources highlight that this is the 4th time this particular political figure has publicly endorsed a similar idea of distributing money directly to citizens in less than a year.
A 4th time.
This suggests increasing commitment, regardless of the financial complexities.
It absolutely signifies a consistent direction of intent that has been evolving since the beginning of the year. Let's detail the specific proposals mentioned in the source to see the deliberate evolution of the idea, moving from an abstract concept toward this very concrete $2,000 figure.
All right, so back in February, the initial idea floated was perhaps the most abstract, a much larger $5,000 Doge dividend.
Yeah, that one was. It was certainly headline-grabbing, but it felt speculative and tied to less conventional financing methods.
Oh, sure. Then the approach got more traditional. In August, the idea resurfaced in a more formal legislative context.
With the introduction of a $600 rebate check.
Right, which was formally introduced under the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025. This signaled a tangible move toward Congress and traditional funding methods. The number was smaller, but the mechanism was real.
Then by early October, specifically around October 2nd, the political rhetoric narrowed, moving away from that $600 figure. We saw an interview indicating a distribution target between $1,000 and $2,000.
The range was closing in, almost predicting the final number.
And finally, in November, we have the current and most specific proposal. The $2,000 dividend aimed explicitly at low and middle-income citizens, fully backed by the Tariff Revenue Plan. That evolution from 5,000 down to 600 and back up to 2,000 shows a methodical testing of political ideas and a calculated movement toward a concrete, high-impact number that they feel they can defend financially, even if it requires debt fronting.
So what does this accumulation of promises mean politically? The messaging is undeniably exciting, and it provides hope to our listeners, many of whom are struggling. But there's a profound implication of repeating this promise 4 times in under a year.
This is what the sources refer to as the painting themselves into a corner analogy, and it's a powerful political analysis. If this proposal, or consistent variations of it, is repeatedly floated, endorsed, and hyped, but ultimately is not followed through on, it risks losing significant credibility with the public.
Especially with the low-income citizens who rely so heavily on these financial updates for planning and just for hope.
Exactly. It essentially becomes the political version of the kid who cried wolf. If the government repeatedly hints at a significant financial windfall for fixed-income individuals, but consistently fails to deliver, the excitement turns rapidly into cynicism and public trust is severely eroded.
The analysis suggests the only viable way to escape this tight corner, as the source calls it, is to actually fulfill the promise. And the fact that this specific $2,000 promise has been reiterated and doubled down upon, especially with the tangible tariff funding mechanism and the explicit low-income target, suggests there's growing internal political pressure to deliver on a tangible financial benefit before the public completely tunes out the updates.
I think it's a fair assessment.
This brings us to perhaps the most important part of this deep dive for our listeners, particularly those on means-tested programs like SSI or Medicaid. We must dedicate significant time to the critical missing details and the essential financial protections, addressing the unavoidable what-ifs that accompany any massive payment to low-income Americans.
Yes. While the sources confirm who is targeted, low and middle income, they are utterly silent on the practical mechanics, and these are crucial to the day-to-day finances of our most vulnerable audience members. This silence is not just an oversight, it creates immense financial risk for fixed-income households.
Let's break down what is currently unknown and absolutely essential for fixed-income recipients to plan for. First, timing. We have no specific dates and no anticipated payment schedules. Will payments be staggered based on benefit type, like Social Security retirement recipients first, then SSDI, then SSI?
Or will they use birth date staggering like they did in past stimulus rounds? We don't know the anticipated time frame for disbursement. Is this 6 months away or 12? Clarity there is 0.
Second, method. We do not know the guaranteed method of distribution. Will it rely purely on direct deposit information already on file with the SSA or VA? Will the government risk sending out hundreds of millions of paper checks again?
And crucially for many low-income recipients, will the funds be deposited onto the Direct Express card that many Social Security recipients use?
Right.
While past payments used all these methods, the official plan has not confirmed this detail, which really affects payment reliability.
Third, and this impacts everyone, regardless of income level, taxability. The proposal does not clarify if the $2,000 dividend would be considered taxable income or if it would be explicitly deemed tax-free, like some past pandemic relief payments were.
For many low-income individuals, this may not push them into a taxable bracket, but it's a crucial detail for tax planning and for those middle-income recipients who may see their overall tax liability change.
Fourth, and this requires the most in-depth discussion because it is a life and death issue for our most vulnerable listeners, benefit impact.
The big one?
The biggest one. The proposal says absolutely nothing about how this $2,000 lump sum payment would affect eligibility or monthly benefit calculations for means-tested programs.
This includes supplemental security income, SSI, state Medicaid programs, and potentially SNAP food assistance.
This is the critical friction point. If you are an SSI recipient, you know that benefits often come with a very strict resource limit, a cap on how much cash or assets you can have in the bank.
And that limit is very low. For an individual, historically, this limit has been around $2,000. For a married couple, it's often around $3,000.
So the potential danger is immediate and it's severe.
Let's run a hypothetical example just to illustrate the risk.
Yeah.
Imagine a senior living alone who receives SSI and Medicaid. They have managed to save $1,800 in their checking account. Staying safely below that $2,000 limit, the $2,000 dividend check arrives, boosting their total accessible resources to $3,800.
So in the absence of an explicit federal waiver or protection, that $3,800 instantly pushes them $1,800 over the resource limit.
Right.
The Social Security Administration's rules would then mandate that the individual is technically ineligible for SSI for the duration they remain above that limit. They would lose their cash assistance, and often worse, they would lose their essential Medicaid coverage until they spend that money down.
It's a devastating consequence. A payment that's intended to provide financial relief could force an SSI recipient to choose between losing their health insurance or spending the entire $2,000 almost immediately.
Which defeats the entire purpose of the dividend providing stable relief.
It does.
And past stimulus payments recognize this danger. What did Congress do then to protect recipients?
In every previous stimulus or relief measure aimed at low-income individuals, Congress included explicit language in the legislative text. That language stated that the payment would be disregarded, meaning it would not be counted as income or resources for the purposes of SSI, Medicaid, and SNAP eligibility.
For how long?
For a period of at least 12 months and sometimes longer. This provided a crucial buffer, allowing recipients to hold on to the funds without jeopardizing their core benefits.
So since the current proposal is silent on this specific mandatory protection, it creates immense uncertainty for the most vulnerable recipients. We cannot stress this enough. Any financial relief measure aimed at low-income Americans must include explicit language waiving these resource limits, or it risks causing profound harm to the very people it is trying to help.
This is the detail that listeners need to pressure their representatives to clarify immediately.
Absolutely.
Now, shifting gears slightly, but this is equally important. Since this is a highly publicized future potential payment, it immediately raises the risk of financial scams and fraud targeting this vulnerable population.
Oh, absolutely.
Scammers are already preparing to exploit the hope and confusion surrounding this $2,000 check.
The risk is immediate and serious. We have to provide the critical warning based on standard government practices. Let's make this absolutely clear for everyone listening. Neither the SSA, the VA, the IRS, nor any official agency will ever call, text, or email you asking you to pay money, confirm your personal banking information, or purchase gift cards in order to receive this $2,000 payment.
Scammers rely on fear and urgency. They might claim your Direct Express card is blocked and needs a small fee to reactivate it.
Right.
They might text you a link that looks like a government website asking you to verify your income. These are sophisticated attempts to steal your identity and your money.
If the payment is eventually approved and disbursed, you should trust only official letters delivered by the U.S. mail or verified government websites ending in a .gov. If you receive suspicious contact about this $2,000 check, someone claiming you need to pay a fee or verify your account details, it is a scam.
100%.
Report it immediately to the SSA Office of the Inspector General and hang up the phone. Protect your finances because the government will never ask you to pay them to receive a benefit.
And on a positive, forward-looking note, if this proposal does move forward, managing your existing benefits through the official My Social Security portal is the most reliable and secure way to monitor for official communication.
And to ensure your direct deposit information is current.
Right, which mitigates the risk of payment delays. That portal is your verified, trusted source of information.
Okay, let's bring this deep dive together by summarizing the most important facts we've extracted from the source material today.
To summarize the core findings, the proposal is for at least $2,000 as a one-time distribution. It is explicitly aimed at low and middle-income USA citizens, which by definition includes the vast majority of those receiving fixed benefits like Social Security, SSI, and SSDI.
And the funding mechanism is proposed to be that massive tariff revenue collected on imported goods. And the key metric for eligibility will almost certainly be your annual income, based on past precedent, making anyone whose income falls below that likely $75,000 individual or $150,000 married couple threshold eligible. For most of our fixed income listeners, this means you qualify based on the current messaging.
While the enthusiasm and the political commitment are high, the financial math suggests this $568 billion proposal would have to be financed by taking on new debt in the short term, essentially fronting the cash to the recipients immediately and then repaying that debt over the next decade using the projected $3 trillion in tariff revenues.
And the most dangerous, unaddressed issue for our most vulnerable audience members is that critical missing language regarding SSI and Medicaid resource limit protections, without which the $2,000 could lead to temporary benefit loss.
So this political figure also stated that all money left over after the $2,000 payments would be used to pay down the national debt, We have to return to the numbers one final time because this raises a really important question regarding the economic justification. We established that the total cost is approximately $568 billion, while the annual revenue is only $350 billion.
Right. Given that massive $218 billion financial gap between the annual collection and the required payout, the claim that there will be leftover money for debt repayment is, well, it's highly problematic.
It just doesn't add up.
What level of income threshold would they need to set? What cutoff line? To realistically generate a substantial amount of leftover money for debt repayment after sending out a $2,000 payment to hundreds of millions of Americans.
The current numbers suggest that after covering the $2,000 payments, even if the eligibility pool is slightly restricted, there would be little, if any, money left over from the annual tariff stream to meaningfully reduce the existing multi-trillion-dollar national debt.
So they would actually be borrowing heavily.
In fact, they would be borrowing heavily against future revenues just to cover the initial payment. This is the economic reasoning that fundamentally challenges the secondary claim of the proposal, that it serves as both immediate stimulus and a method to reduce the national debt.
It's the complex, sometimes contradictory aspect of the plan that we must continue to watch closely as the political figure attempts to square the financial circle of debt repayment and massive immediate dividends.
We hope this deep dive brought you the critical clarity you needed and, maybe reduce the overwhelm of information overload regarding the significant financial possibility. We focus today not just on the promise, but on the practical realities of eligibility, funding, and the immediate risks to your existing benefits.
If this knowledge helped you understand the specifics of who qualifies, where the money comes from, and what critical details are still missing, please share this deep dive immediately with family or friends who rely on these financial updates. Like this deep dive and leave your questions in the comments so we know what to investigate next. Stay informed, stay vigilant against scams, and we will continue to monitor the legislative movement on this $2,000.
The deep dive is starting right now. We take the latest crucial financial updates, filter out all of that noise, and we hand you the precise information you need to stay financially informed and, of course, protected.
And today's deep dive is, well, it's absolutely critical. We're focusing on a major financial update that could directly affect millions of Americans living on fixed incomes. We're talking about retirees, seniors, and anyone relying heavily on Social Security, SSI, and SSDI benefits.
Yeah, and this is not, I repeat, not about routine COLA adjustments. The vehicle being discussed by the White House isn't just routine budgeting, This is a critical, high-stakes strategic maneuver. The specific legislative path they choose, well, that dictates whether this money has a swift path forward or if it just gets buried in Congress.
And understanding that strategies is essential.
Absolutely.
The stakes just couldn't be higher. We know the relentless pressure that rising costs are putting on household budgets, especially for those whose income is fixed. This update, it offers a potential lifeline.
And here it is, the immediate headline-grabbing reason we're diving into this right now. The White House proposal for a $2,000 stimulus check, or dividend payment as they're also calling it, is officially back on the table for early 2026.
And not just on the table. The administration is signaling a very aggressive intent to move on this.
Exactly.
So for you, the listener, the critical question becomes eligibility. If you receive Social Security, SSI, or SSDI, are you automatically included in this? And we have clear, authoritative indicators from the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and also the White House Economic Advisor Kevin Hassett. They're confirming that the proposed $100,000 annual household income limit is the sole determinant.
The sole determinant. That's the key. So we need to unpack this entire situation, what this $2,000 means for your eligibility, the unexpected economic conditions that even made this possible, and the critical legislative deadline that determines when we'll actually see an official plan. Welcome, everyone, to the deep dive crafted just for you. We know that navigating all these updates about potential federal payments can be overwhelmingly confusing. It really can, especially when those payments involve benefits like Social Security or SSDI. When you're constantly trying to balance your monthly budget against this persistent, grinding inflation, just separating rumor from reality is exhausting.
And that is precisely our mission today. We are going to cut through that complexity. We're using the latest authoritative statements coming directly from the White House, specifically recent remarks from the economic advisor Kevin Hassett. And as we'll discuss, he is a really critical figure in the administration's economic strategy.
Right, and his comments build on previous statements from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, especially regarding those eligibility criteria.
Exactly.
Our goal today is razor-focused. We want to provide absolute clarity on this proposed $2,000 payment. So we need to answer the crucial questions based on these sources. Who exactly is this for? And we want to focus on how non-filers and fixed income beneficiaries are included.
And why now? Why is the administration choosing to push this discussion right now after months of, well, relative silence on the topic?
And finally, when? When on the legislative calendar can we realistically expect the official plan to be delivered to Congress?
We're going to merge the economic reality with the political playbook to show you exactly how this impacts your wallet. We'll show you how an improved economic outlook, and this is a genuine, measurable shift in federal finances, is suddenly creating the space, as they call it, for a payment that just seemed completely improbable a few months ago.
And what that signals about the administration's priorities heading into 2026. Okay, let's jump right into the core of this proposal. We're talking about a significant one-time financial event, a $2,000 payment. And the terminology the administration is using I find it fascinating.
It is.
They're using stimulus check and dividend payment almost interchangeably.
Right. And while the end result, money in your hand, is the same, that distinction really hints at the economic philosophy that's underpinning this whole move.
How so? What's the difference?
Well, a dividend suggests returning excess government revenue. It's like a profit-sharing check from a company. And that's a key part of the economic justification that Kevin Hassett is providing.
So it's less about stimulating a failing economy and more about sharing the success of a strong one.
Precisely. And that framing is critical because Hassett is the source of this new confidence. He's the White House economic advisor, and it's worth noting his influence runs deep. He is currently on the short list of individuals the president is interviewing for the next Federal Reserve Chairman position.
Wow. Okay, so when a figure of that stature makes definitive statements about the financial feasibility of a $2,000 payment...
His comments are not speculative.
Right.
They are backed by the administration's deep analysis of current tax receipts and budget forecasts. This isn't just wishful thinking.
Let's dig into that a little bit more, because when we hear stimulus, like you said, we remember the pandemic, massive cash injections designed to jumpstart a stalled economy. But a dividend feels different. It implies a payout based on profitable returns.
It does.
So if Hassett was skeptical over the summer, what were his specific concerns then? Was it just a numbers game, or was he worried about inflation?
His earlier skepticism, according to his own statements, was a pure numbers game. It was all about the budget. He openly stated there just was not enough space in the budget or the economic environment to confidently move forward with a payment of this size without, resorting entirely to debt financing.
Which is always a tough sell, politically and economically.
Always. And it indicates a really rigorous internal calculation. The administration wasn't just floating a political idea for headlines. They were waiting for the fiscal reality to align.
So the concern over inflation is always there, but his focus was really on the revenue side.
It shifted entirely. Once the revenue numbers started coming in and dramatically exceeding expectations, the entire conversation changed internally.
So what exactly changed? What were the specific, measurable economic factors that suddenly created this space for a $2,000 dividend payment for millions of Americans?
Hassett cited three highly specific and, frankly, very compelling economic factors that have just drastically improved the outlook.
Yeah.
And they really validate that dividend framing.
Okay, what's the first one?
First, we've seen a couple quarters of almost 4% economic growth.
Which is a powerful indicator. Historically, 4% is considered really robust growth.
It's huge. And achieving that rate usually signifies higher consumer spending, greater business activity, and, crucially for this conversation, increased tax receipts.
So more people working, wages are hopefully growing, and then government naturally collects more revenue from payroll and income taxes.
Exactly. That growth directly fuels the government's available revenue pool. It's the engine behind the surplus.
Okay, so that's factor one, strong growth. What's number two?
Second, the government is running a significant financial surplus for a few months in a row.
And a surplus, just to be clear, means the government is taking in more money than it's spending on its day-to-day mandatory obligations.
That's right. And when you have sustained periods of surplus, the conversation fundamentally shifts. It goes from one of, cutting costs and tightening belts to one of discussing the appropriation of excess funds.
Which the administration can then brand as returning a dividend to the taxpayers. It's a much more positive message.
A much more positive message.
All right, and the third factor.
And third, this is the most concrete and quantifiable factor that Hassett raised. The deficit, relative to the previous year's forecast, is down by a remarkable $600 billion.
$600 billion. I mean, that's a colossal number, but we
Wow.
need some context. That reduction is often relative to what were probably some pretty grim forecasts to begin with, right?
That's an essential critical analysis, yes. While the overall federal deficit is still immense, a $600 billion reduction in the annual shortfall, that provides genuine, tangible relief on the immediate fiscal health metrics.
So to put it into perspective, what does that figure represent? How much room does that really give them?
Well, let's think about the cost. The estimated cost of a targeted $2,000 payment to households under that $100,000 limit would likely be in the range of, say, $200 billion to $300 billion.
Okay.
That depends on the precise eligibility counts, of course. But the fact that the deficit reduction is double the potential cost of the payment, that's what gave Hassett the confidence to say the space is there.
I see. So it suggests they can fund this payment entirely through the current surplus and these savings without adding significant pressure to the national debt.
Exactly. And that allows them to bypass the usual political arguments about fiscal responsibility that would normally bog down a proposal like this.
So if you take them all together, robust growth, a current surplus, and this massive deficit reduction, it paints a picture of fiscal stability. And that stability allows for this large, non-emergency, revenue-driven spending.
And that's why Hassett's confidence shifted from, I wasn't so sure to, now I'm pretty sure that there is space.
It's an endorsement based on data, which makes the whole proposal much harder for opponents to dismiss purely on budgetary grounds.
Precisely. This isn't being framed as emergency spending that requires massive new debt. This is being presented as using the fruits of a strong economy to directly benefit those who need it most.
Which brings us to the funding mechanism, and you mentioned this key legislative term, appropriation. The discussion, I remember, initially involved using tariff revenue. Is that still the sole source of money for this, or is it just coming out of general revenue?
Hassett clarified this point very clearly. While tariff revenue is part of the overall government income stream, the funding for this comes from general revenue. As he put it, the government gets taxes, we get tariffs, we get all revenue from lots of places. All of that money just flows into the central government accounts.
So the source of the money isn't as important as the mechanism for actually releasing it?
That's the key.
And that mechanism is appropriation.
Exactly. Hassett stressed that the critical step is that Congress has to decide how to spend that money. The payment must be an appropriation.
And that's a crucial distinction. It takes us out of the world of economics and squarely into the legislative realm.
It does.
An appropriation means Congress has to pass a specific bill explicitly authorizing the Treasury to spend $2,000 per eligible household.
Yes.
So how does that differ from, say, mandatory spending, like Social Security or Medicare payments? People might get those confused.
That's a great question. Mandatory spending is automatic. It's dictated by existing permanent laws. Social Security benefits are mandatory. They happen every single month, unless Congress passes a new law to change the underlying structure.
Right.
An appropriation, however, is discretionary. It requires Congress to actively vote and pass a bill to spend the money now.
Which means this $2,000 payment won't be permanent. It's a one-time measure.
A one-time measure, completely dependent on the political will and the legislative capacity of Congress in 2026. And this dependency on an appropriation is what sets the stage for the crucial legislative strategy we're going to discuss in a bit.
That makes perfect sense. So the economy has provided the money, but Congress still has to approve the spending. But before we look at how they plan to pass it, we have to address the single most urgent question we hear from our community. Am I actually eligible for this $2,000 if I am on a fixed income? Let's move to the most critical detail for you listening right now. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent first indicated this threshold, and Hassett's interviewer consistently reiterated it during their conversation. The payment is strictly targeted at households making less than a specific threshold.
And that threshold is the linchpin of the whole proposal. The payment is targeted at households making less than $100,000 per year.
Right.
And we want to emphasize this because if your household income is above that line, you are likely excluded from this specific dividend proposal.
Okay, let's define household income here, just to be sure. This is the confirmed eligibility threshold under $100,000 annual household income. Does that include all sources of income?
It does. It should include all taxable and non-taxable income sources combined. So your Social Security benefits, any pensions you have, limited earnings from a part-time job, or even investment income.
So everything added together for everyone in the household.
Yes. The $100,000 figure is the administration's clean marker for defining low to middle income families and individuals who, in their view, need this financial relief the most.
And the focus on the ceiling is very intentional, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. The administration wants to ensure the funds are distributed as targeted financial relief. It's designed to benefit those who feel the pressures of inflation most acutely. And by choosing $100,000, they encompass a huge swath of the working class, retirees, and the disabled community.
Okay, so now we need to speak directly to the massive community of the people who are listening right now who are retired or living on disability benefits. We hear constant concerns from people in this community. Social Security retirees, SSI recipients, SSDI recipients, seniors who aren't working, and individuals who may not even file a traditional federal tax return.
Right, because their income is exclusively non-taxable benefits.
Exactly. And the common anxious question is always, I don't file taxes, so I won't be included.
Or, past stimulus payments required me to have filed in a previous year, and that was a headache. We hear that all the time.
So how exactly did the White House source material address the status of these non-filers? This is so important.
This is where we could offer that critical clarification based directly on the source's discussion. The interviewer brought up this exact concern, and the response was definitive. Eligibility has nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Nothing to do with that whatsoever.
Let's break down what that means for you, the fixed income listener. It means whether you file a traditional tax return or are currently working is not the primary factor for inclusion or exclusion.
So it's a different system than before.
Well, in previous stimulus rounds, the IRS used tax filings as the default fast track for payment. But the government learned a hard lesson. They learned that relying solely on tax filings complicated distribution immensely for the millions of people who receive automatic monthly federal benefits but just don't meet the filing threshold.
Okay, so if they aren't relying on tax filings as the primary method, how do they know my income is under $100,000? How does the government identify and send payments automatically to these groups?
This relies on the synergy between the Social Security Administration, the SSA, and the Treasury Department. It's a system they've been refining. The SSA has robust, verified databases containing the income information and direct deposit details for every single person receiving Social Security, SSI, or SSDI.
So they already have the data they need.
They have it. If your only income is your SSA benefit, let's say it's $22,000 a year, the SSA already knows your income is well below the $100,000 limit. They don't need a tax return to prove that.
So this is a system they've used before.
It's one they refined during the previous stimulus rounds. The government should be able to cross-reference their benefit recipient lists with that $100,000 income criteria. As long as your total household income, including all your sources, whether it's retirement, disability, small pensions, is under the limit, you should be included.
And the payment process should be automatic.
It should be automatic using your existing direct deposit or direct express information. No extra steps needed for most people.
That is the core takeaway. The source of that income is secondary to the amount. Let's use a specific example just to make this really tangible for people.
Good idea.
Let's consider a retired couple. Their only income is, say, $45,000 a year from their combined Social Security benefits, plus maybe another $10,000 they take from a small 401k withdrawal.
Okay.
So their total household income is $55,000.
Which is safely under the $100,000 threshold. That makes them eligible under this proposal.
No question.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or now consider the SSI recipient who is getting, say, $1,000 a month, which is $12,000 a year, and nothing else. They are undeniably low income and need this aid. If $100,000 threshold ensures they are not excluded based on some administrative technicality like their filing status.
Right. So this proposal, by focusing solely on that income ceiling, it really is designed to be highly inclusive of the fixed income community.
That's the clear intention.
And this clarification provides, well, it provides dignity and necessary relief. For someone living solely on disability or Social Security, $2,000 is not just a little help.
No, it's life-changing.
It can be. Covering crucial vehicle repairs, replacing an aging appliance, or just providing some breathing room against the constantly rising price of essential groceries and prescription copays.
It connects emotionally with the listener because it's their reality. The administration, by framing eligibility this way, is signaling that they understand the economic pain of the last few years is concentrated among households whose incomes just have not kept pace with recent price increases.
So we can be confident, based on Hassett's commentary, that the intent is to include virtually all fixed income beneficiaries who meet that income cap.
That is the message they are sending, yes.
Let's spend a moment on the rationale for the $100,000 figure itself. It's a clean, round number. Is there any historical precedent for using this specific ceiling for targeted relief, or is this figure chosen purely for, political expediency?
Well, it's a bit of both. The $100,000 marker is often used because it roughly captures the upper bounds of the middle-income tax bracket, especially when you consider household income, not just in individuals.
Okay, that makes sense.
During previous economic relief discussions, you saw the concept of a means-tested benefit, often centering around figures between $75,000 and under $20,000. By choosing $100,000, the administration strikes a balance.
What's the balance?
They are able to say this is targeted relief, it's not universal, while also ensuring the vast majority of seniors and low-income families are included.
So it makes the spending more efficient and also more politically defensible. They can call it genuine aid for those who need it, not just a giveaway.
Exactly.
So the message is clear. If you are relying on federal benefits and your household income is under 6 figures, you are squarely in the target demographic for this proposed $2,000 dividend.
That is the crucial takeaway for our community listening today.
Okay, so understanding the eligibility is only half the battle. Now we need to look at the legislative clock. If the economy has created the space for this payment, as Hassett claims, what's the timeline for the political reality?
Right.
We know appropriations are necessary, but if the money is there, why wait until 2026?
Kevin Hassett was specific on the expected official announcement timeline. He anticipates the president will bring forth the official proposal to Congress in the new year, so early 2026.
And the delay until the new year is tactical, I assume.
It's completely tactical. They want the proposal to drop when the new legislative session starts to maximize its visibility and impact.
But early 2026 is inherently vague. I mean, if people are trying to plan their finances, especially for unexpected costs, they need to know the realistic deadline for this proposal to emerge.
And that's why we have to analyze the political calendar. Hassett's own uncertainty was telling. He said, is it like early 2026, like the first week of 2026? Is it February? Is it April? We don't really know, right?
And that forces us to look beyond his words and examine the political urgency behind this.
It does.
Which leads us directly to the core incentive of the midterm election.
That is the driving force behind the timing. Hassett anticipates that if the administration is serious about making this a key piece of their legislative and campaign platform, which all signs indicate they are, then the official proposal must come out before the national political messaging window really closes for the midterm election cycle.
Okay, so what specific deadline does that suggest? When does the focus truly shift to full-on campaigning?
Realistically, the proposal needs to be delivered to Congress sometime before mid-February, or certainly before the end of February.
Why that window specifically?
The logic is tactical. By February or March, the political dialogue of the entire country shifts overwhelmingly to campaign pitches, fundraising, and defining the stakes of the election. The administration wants this $2,000 payment to be a key, aggressive messaging point that they can point to as evidence of successful economic policy and direct relief delivered to the middle and lower classes.
Right. If they wait too long, say, until April or May, the political narrative will already be crystallized around other issues, and this potential financial boon will lose its impact as a campaign tool. It just becomes a late-breaking announcement, not a defining legislative achievement.
Exactly. This proposal is driven by economic feasibility, but its specific timing is dictated by political necessity. The administration knows that tangible relief, a $2,000 check that directly addresses cost of living concerns, is an incredibly powerful narrative to carry into a competitive midterm cycle.
So to maximize that benefit, they need the proposal introduced, the debate started, and the mechanism for passage clearly defined early in the year.
That's the playbook.
Okay, let's zoom in on that mechanism for passage, because this is where the policy meets the probability. We established Congress needs to appropriate the funds, but major spending bills normally face the 60-vote requirement in the Senate to overcome a filibuster.
Right, which is a very high bar.
This is where the magic word reconciliation comes in.
This is where it gets really interesting. This specific legislative vehicle is crucial. Lawmakers have already indicated they are likely planning at least 2 more reconciliation bills between now and early 2027.
Which makes reconciliation the expected route for any major appropriations bill that doesn't have broad bipartisan support.
It's the only path, really.
Okay, let's explain the significance of reconciliation in plain language for our listeners. Why is it considered a floodgate that can bypass all that gridlock in Washington?
Well, reconciliation is a special, powerful legislative tool, and it's designed to fast-track certain budget-related items. Under normal Senate procedure, like you said, you need 60 senators to agree to end debate, to break the filibuster before you can even vote on the bill itself.
And that often kills legislation that doesn't have that broad bipartisan support. We see it all the time.
We do. But reconciliation fundamentally changes those rules of engagement.
How so?
It allows the controlling party, assuming they hold a simple majority in the Senate, which is currently 51 votes, to pass key legislation, like a massive $2,000 targeted payment with only a simple majority vote.
So just 51 votes.
Just 51 votes.
Yeah.
It bypasses that 60-vote hurdle entirely, making bipartisan buy-in completely unnecessary for passage.
That dramatically increases the probability of this payment becoming law, assuming the administration chooses to attach it to one of those bills.
It does, but reconciliation has strict limits, right? They can't just put anything they want in there. We should probably talk about the Byrd rule.
Yes, that's the essential technical detail, isn't it?
It is. Reconciliation is governed by the Byrd rule, named after Senator Robert Byrd. And this rule dictates that any provision included in a reconciliation bill must have a direct impact on the federal budget. It must be about spending, revenue, or the debt limit.
So it has to be a budgetary matter.
It does. And furthermore, it must not increase the deficit beyond a certain window, which is often 10 years.
So how does this proposed $2,000 payment fit so perfectly within the confines of the Byrd rule?
Well, the $2,000 payment is a direct appropriation of funds. It's pure spending, so it's clearly budgetary. That's the first test. And since Hassett confirmed they have the economic space and the projected surplus, the administration can argue that this one-time dividend does not significantly increase the long-term deficit.
I see.
It is the perfect candidate for a reconciliation bill because it is a direct spending item aimed at specific income groups. It's budget relevant and therefore protected from being struck down under the Byrd rule by the Senate parliamentarian.
So if they use reconciliation, they don't have to convince the opposition. They just have to keep their own party in line and adhere to those strict budgetary rules.
That's the challenge.
And that offers a clear, high-probability path to getting checks into people's hands before the election.
That is the key analysis. The fact that the leadership is already planning 2 more reconciliation packages between now and early 2027 makes this the logical place to attach the $2,000 dividend. It shifts the focus from will it pass to a high-level internal question. Will the administration prioritize this dividend over other spending priorities within that same bill?
And given the messaging benefit for the midterms, that prioritization seems highly likely.
It seems very likely.
This gives us a concrete roadmap then. The economic conditions are favorable due to strong tax receipts, the official proposal is coming in early 2026, and the legislative strategy using a simple majority reconciliation bill is already in place to maximize the chances of passage. Now that we've covered the economic why, the eligibility who, and the legislative when, let's contextualize this payment and detail the next steps for you, the listener. First, is this $2,000 something permanent, like an increased cost of living adjustment, or is it a one-time event?
Based on everything we know from the source material, Hassett's comments on using current economic surplus, and the necessity of using an appropriation bill, we have to stress this is a one-time measure.
Not a permanent change.
Not at all. This $2,000 dividend is fundamentally distinct from the annual cost of living adjustments, or COLAs. Those are formulaic increases built right into Social Security law based on inflation metrics. This is separate.
And it's also separate from any discussions about long-term structural Social Security reforms, right? The ones aimed at ensuring the program's solvency over decades.
Completely separate. This is a snapshot solution that's leveraging current revenue. It's a short-term fix.
And for our listeners, especially those on fixed incomes who rely on every single dollar, understanding that distinction is crucial for financial planning.
It is.
It's $2,000 of necessary breathing room. It offers temporary relief and dignity. But it's not a permanent increase in your monthly income.
And we have to temper the excitement with that reality. However, the fact that the administration is even discussing using government surpluses for direct household payments, rather than, say, paying down debt immediately, that is a significant political and economic trend worth watching.
It says a lot about priorities.
It prioritizes immediate tangible relief for the low and middle income populace.
That leads us to the next steps. What should people be doing right now to prepare, and what should they look out for, knowing the payment is likely going to be automatic?
The first thing is to reiterate the critical fact. We are waiting for the official proposal from the president in early 2026, probably before the end of February. That official proposal will contain the exact final language defining eligibility and the administrative process for payment.
Right. And since no application process is mentioned or implied, and past payments to SS and SSI recipients were largely automatic, the focus for you should remain squarely on monitoring the legislative movement, not scrambling to fill out paperwork.
That's right. There should be nothing for you to do right now. The administration has proven its capability to use existing government databases for direct deposit and mailing information for Social Security, SSI, and SSDI recipients.
So they would almost certainly use those same mechanisms again.
It's highly probable, which means the payment should simply appear in your bank account or on your Direct Express card, just like your monthly benefit.
But what is the next step for the listener? What can they do to be ready?
The next step for you is to prepare to verify your information once the announcement is official. You should watch for official letters in the mail or check verified government websites from the SSA or the agency tasked with payment, which is often the IRS confirming the process.
And crucially confirming that your income falls under that $100,000 limit.
Exactly. And if you have moved or changed banks recently, now is the time to make sure your official SSA records are up to date. You can do that through the My Social Security portal online.
That's a great practical tip. We must also anticipate the common pitfalls. We are talking directly to a vulnerable population that is frequently targeted by scammers.
Yes.
Whenever major federal payments are discussed, scam artists materialize instantly, and we need to provide a visceral, strong warning.
This is paramount. We need to be specific about the tactics they use. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the VA, they will never, ever call, text, or email you asking for money, gift cards, or critical personal information like your bank account number to process this payment.
Never. If someone calls you claiming to be from the SSA and says you need to pay a $20 processing fee with a gift card to get your check,
That is a 100% guaranteed scam. Hang up immediately.
if they text you a link and ask you to confirm your details for the $2,000 payment,
Do not click that link. It's malware designed to steal your identity. Delete the message.
so what should people trust?
You should only trust verified, official government communication. Look for a letter in the mail from a U.S. government agency, or check information posted directly on the Social Security Administration's official website, ssa.gov, or the White House Economic Briefing page.
And if you're ever in doubt,
Hang up. Delete the text. And you call the official, verified government line published on their website, never the number that the caller give you or the one in the text message. Staying informed is your best defense against these predatory schemes.
absolutely. Finally, let's look at the financial protections for this potential payment. If this $2,000 arrives, will it be taxable? And maybe more importantly for our low-income listeners, will it affect their eligibility for other means-tested benefits like SNMP, Medicaid, or housing assistance?
That's a critical question. And while the official bill language is still pending, we can look at previous stimulus payments for guidance. Typically, these funds are classified as tax-free disaster or relief payments. That means they won't be subject to income tax.
So you get to keep the full $2,000.
You should. And furthermore, and this is critically important for SSI and Medicaid recipients, Congress usually includes specific language ensuring the payment is excluded from being counted as income or resources,
For how long?
usually for a period of time, often 12 months, for the purpose of determining eligibility for federal means-tested programs.
And that protection is essential to prevent people from losing their housing assistance or SNAP benefits just because of this one-time aid.
It's vital. It would be a catastrophe if this help ended up hurting people by kicking them off other essential programs. So we'll be watching for that specific language in the bill.
That protection is vital for maintaining the economic stability of the lowest income recipients. It has to be in there.
It does. And if we connect this whole discussion to the bigger picture, the administration's focus on leveraging this short-term growth for a one-time targeted payment. It raises a fundamental long-term question for you, the learner. This is something profound to mull over as you watch this legislation unfold.
Okay, what's the question this dividend proposal forces us to ask about the future?
The question is this: will future economic surpluses, as they occur, be consistently treated as opportunities for similar short-term dividend payments to boost household finances immediately? Or will political priorities shift, and will those surplus funds instead be channeled toward addressing the profound, multi-trillion-dollar long-term funding challenges for massive entitlement programs like Social Security and Medicare?
That's a powerful distinction. It really speaks to two competing philosophies of governance.
It does.
One philosophy prioritizes immediate, tangible relief, a dividend, to prove the economy is working for the middle class right now.
And the other prioritizes generational solvency, using current economic success to shore up the financial foundations of the programs that millions of people will depend on for decades to come.
It's the difference between fixing a leak in the roof today versus reinforcing the entire foundation for the future.
That's a great way to put it. And the decision to use a temporary surplus for a dividend is a policy choice that says a lot about current priorities, particularly leading into an election year. It defines the current administration's approach to fiscal success, distributing the gains directly rather than locking them away for future trust fund needs.
And this $2,000 proposal puts that choice into sharp, immediate focus. It offers crucial breathing room today, but it completely avoids that larger structural policy debate.
It kicks that can down the road.
Okay, let's bring it home and make sure you walk away with the 3 critical facts you need to remember about this White House proposal and what you need to do next.
Yes, we've distilled this complex update into the absolute essentials, empowering you with clear, actionable knowledge.
Fact number 1. The proposed payment amount is $2,000. It's being framed as a dividend payment, and it's driven by current strong economic performance, specifically that $600 billion deficit reduction.
Fact number 2. Eligibility is tied strictly to a $100,000 annual household income limit. Crucially, this includes Social Security retirees, SSI and SSDI recipients. And the payment should be automatic via existing federal payment systems, regardless of whether you file a traditional tax return.
And fact number 3. The official proposal is expected in early 2026, most likely sometime before the end of February. This aggressive timeline is driven by the need to position it for the midterm elections, and the likely legislative vehicle for passage is a simple majority reconciliation bill, which bypasses that 60-vote filibuster threat.
So what does this all mean?
It means we are on high alert for the official announcement in the next few weeks, and you need to keep a close eye on your household income numbers once the official bill is drafted to make sure you fall under that line.
We understand that for those of you on fixed incomes, these potential financial updates can provide crucial breathing room. They can alleviate anxiety and restore dignity. Just knowing that the conversation has shifted from economic feasibility to the legislative timeline is a major step forward for those who desperately need the support.
And we want you to stay informed and protected against scams. Please stay with us so you don't miss any critical follow-up details on specific eligibility rules, payment dates, or final payment methods once the official proposal is released in early 2026. This is the moment to verify your facts and prepare your household finances.
Please share this deep dive with others, your friends, your family, or anyone in the retiree or fixed income community who relies on this information. Knowledge is your greatest defense in these situations.
And drop your comments and your questions down below. We'll be tracking all the developments around this $2,000 payment, the use of reconciliation, and any specific language added to protect those on means-tested benefits. Until next time, stay well informed. $2,000. It's a specific number. It's a round number. And right now, for millions of Americans, staring at a stack of bills on the kitchen table, it might be the only number that matters.
It's the number that has completely hijacked the news cycle. And for good reason, I think. We aren't just talking about some vague rumor anymore, something circulating on an obscure message board.
No.
We are seeing a very distinct, almost calculated shift in how the government is talking to us about this stuff.
Exactly. I mean, a week ago, this was all just whisper and speculation. Today, we've gone from, I heard this might happen, to seeing the White House, the Treasury Secretary, and the top economic advisor all doubling down. They're all using the same language.
And they are insisting on calling it a dividend payment.
Right, a dividend. And that language choice dividend is, I think, incredibly important. It's not accidental.
No, not at all. But before we get lost in, the terminology, we have to acknowledge the stakes here.
Yeah.
You have an administration that has, well, they've effectively painted themselves into a corner. They've made a very public commitment.
And when you make a commitment that loud, specifically attaching a dollar amount like $2,000 to it, you absolutely have to deliver. If you don't, the fallout is just catastrophic. So, welcome to the deep dive. Today, we are on a mission. We know inflation is still biting. We know budgets are tight, especially for you listening right now. If you're a retiree, a veteran, or on a fixed income like Social Security or disability, you need to know if this relief is real or if it's just more political theater.
Precisely. Our goal today is to strip away all the noise. We aren't guessing here. We've aggregated a pretty comprehensive update based on 5 distinct pieces of evidence that have emerged just in the last few days.
5 pieces.
5. We're going to treat this like a detective story. We had the clues, we had the officials making the statements, and we need to see if the whole story holds water.
And we're talking about 3 specific video clips from high-ranking officials and 2 direct social media posts from the president himself. We are going to consolidate all this evidence to answer that core question. Is this actually happening? And, if so, when?
Yeah, we're really looking at that transition from a campaign promise to what we call governance reality. We need to analyze the specific language being used by the administration to determine how close we actually are to seeing money in bank accounts.
Because there is a massive difference between a tweet and a treasury deposit.
A world of difference.
So let's unpack this. We have to start at the source of all this buzz. The president didn't just drop a hint, right? He made a formal announcement on a Sunday via Truth Social, and then he came back on Monday and said it again.
Right, the double down.
But he used a word that, I have to say, it stopped me in my tracks.
You're talking about the word dividend.
Yes, exactly. In 2020 and 2021, all we heard was stimulus. We heard relief. Stimulus implies we're trying to, jumpstart a dead battery. It feels like an emergency measure.
It does.
Dividend sounds corporate. It sounds like something from Wall Street. Why the change? What's going on there?
That is the crucial question, isn't it? Stimulus is, it's classic Keynesian economics. It means the government is either printing money or borrowing money to inject cash into the system to juice demand. It's a sugar rush for the economy.
Okay.
A dividend is completely different. A dividend is a share of profits that's paid out to shareholders.
So if the U.S. government is the corporation in this analogy,
Then you, the citizen, are the shareholder. By using that specific word, the president is framing this payment not as a handout, not as a form of welfare, but as a return on investment for the American citizen.
wow.
He is trying to completely change the psychology of the payment.
That is a fascinating psychological shift. It makes it feel earned, not given. And he's tying it specifically to tariffs, correct?
He is. The whole implication is that the government is collecting revenue profits, essentially from these tariffs on imported goods. And instead of that money just disappearing into the black hole of the general treasury,
Which is what usually happens.
it's what always happens. But here, he wants to distribute a share of that profit back to the owners of the country.
It's almost like the Alaska Permanent Fund. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but residents there get a check every year from oil revenues.
That is a perfect analogy. It's the exact same concept. But here, the oil is trade tariffs. He's treating the country's trade policy as a direct revenue generator for households.
So on Monday, he doubles down. He reiterates the plan. But what stood out to me in the source material is who he says this is for. The posts explicitly mention the money is for everyone except high-income people.
Which is, it's a classic populist move,
Yeah.
but it leaves a massive amount of room for interpretation.
Okay, but that's the part that makes me nervous. Room for interpretation in Washington usually means loopholes or delays. If they don't have a hard number for what high income even means yet, are we just, engaging in wishful thinking here?
It's a risk.
High income in New York City or San Francisco is completely different from high income in rural Alabama.
It is. And that ambiguity is where the political risk lies. I mean, it sounds great on paper. Everyone except the rich gets paid. But we need to dig into the details to see who actually qualifies. Because for a senior on Social Security or a young family struggling with rent, that definition of high income matters a whole lot.
A whole lot.
If they set that bar too low, millions of middle-class people who really need the help, could get cut out completely.
Exactly. And to get any kind of clarity on that, we have to look away from the social media posts. I mean, tweets are easy, math is hard, and so we need to talk about the man who's supposedly holding the calculator, Kevin Hassett.
Kevin Hassett, yes. He is the economic advisor within the administration. He's the numbers guy. And in the source material, there's a very, very telling clip of him being, grilled by a reporter. This wasn't a friendly chat. This was a press interrogation.
I watched that clip. The reporter asks the question that I think every single economist in the country is probably screaming at their television set. He asks, is this like paying off a credit card using an overdraft?
And that analogy just cuts right to the heart of the fear that people have, right? Are we just borrowing money from one pocket to put it in another?
Yeah.
Are we just driving up the national debt to send out these checks, which at the end of the day just causes more inflation?
Right. If you give me $2,000, but inflation goes up by 10% because of it, I haven't actually won anything. I've probably lost ground.
Exactly. But Hassett, he pushes back hard. His rebuttal is fascinating. He argues that if you look at how much tariff revenue is actually coming in, there's specific room created by that revenue. He's arguing there's enough money to cover these checks without digging into the existing budget or printing new money.
Okay, I want to pause the tape right here and do some napkin math because trust me, the math works is something politicians say right before we find out the math definitely does not work.
Let's do it.
So we have roughly 330 million people in the U.S. Let's say, after we remove children and the so-called high earners, we're talking about paying maybe 200 million adults. Does that sound right?
That's a reasonable estimate. It might be slightly less if the income cap is pretty strict, but yeah, let's use 200 million as a working round number.
Okay, so 200 million people times $2,000. That is $400 billion.
Correct. 400 billion. And that is a massive amount of money. Just for context, the entire U.S. military budget for a year is around $800 billion. So we are talking about finding half a military budget in the couch cushion somewhere.
So the big question is, can tariffs actually cover $400 billion?
Well, let's look at the numbers. The U.S. imports roughly $3 trillion worth of goods every year, give or take.
Okay, $3 trillion.
So if you were to slap let's say, a uniform 10% tariff on everything, that raises about $300 billion. So we're short.
We're short.
But if you were to slap a 20% tariff on everything, that raises $600 billion. Then we have a surplus.
So mathematically, it is possible. It's not crazy talk. Yeah.
It is mathematically possible if, and this is a huge, huge if, the administration is willing to maintain high tariffs across the board on almost everything coming into the country.
And that probably explains why the source material calls the math optimistic. It relies on those tariffs sticking around and, I guess, on import volumes not crashing because of the high tariffs.
Optimistic is a very polite word. Usually these things are far more complicated than money in, money out. However, and this is the key point for you listening, the source notes that if the economic advisor says it works, they are proceeding on that basis. The administration is operating under the assumption that the money is there.
I see.
They aren't acting like they need to find it. They're acting like they already have it.
But Hassett said something else, and I think this is probably the most important reality check in this whole deep dive. He admitted, quote, it will require legislation.
This is the hurdle. This is the big one. The president cannot just sign a check tomorrow. We live in a democracy with a separation of powers. Appropriating funds, spending money, is the sole job of Congress.
So there's no way he can just do an executive order for this.
Highly, highly unlikely. I mean, there are some emergency powers, but for a dividend based on trade policy, that needs a bill. Hassett confirms they are actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight to give the president choices, but he explicitly states it requires legislation.
Which means?
That means a bill has to be written, it has to be introduced in the House, it has to go to the Senate, and it has to pass both.
And we all know how fast Congress moves. Sometimes it feels like they're moving in reverse.
Sometimes it does.
Which brings us to this question of momentum. Because you can have the best idea in the world, but if the key players in Washington aren't on board, it just dies in committee. But that's not what we're seeing here, is it? We're seeing what looks like a full court press.
We really are. And this is where we bring in the other two major players from the source material, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and the Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
Let's start with Scott Bessent. Why does what he says matter more than, say, what the Press Secretary says?
Well, because the Press Secretary's job is to sell the message. The Treasury Secretary's job is to actually move the money.
Okay.
If the Press Secretary promises you a check, that's nice. It's good PR. If the Treasury Secretary promises you a check, that's banking policy. That's when the gears start turning.
And Bessent was asked directly about this. And he's the one who gave us our first real clue about eligibility, about who might get this money.
Who did? He mentioned a potential threshold. He said they're discussing families making less than $100,000.
Okay, let's pause on that. Less than $100,000 for a family. That is a massive chunk of the country. That's not just a small program.
It's huge. It would target the middle class, the working class, low-income earners, and significantly, it would cover almost every single retiree on a fixed income.
Right.
If you are on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or you're receiving VA benefits, unless you have some massive external investment income you're hiding, you are going to fall under that $100,000 cap very, very easily.
That is exactly what our listeners need to hear. If that number holds, and again, Bessent did say it is in discussion, it means this isn't just a poverty relief measure. It's a broad economic injection. It's designed to hit the majority of American households.
And when Bessent was asked the million-dollar question, or I guess the $400 billion question, is the White House committed to making this happen? His answer was as definitive as you can get. He said yes.
No waffle. No, we'll see, or we're looking into it.
No waffle whatsoever. He said the White House is committed to making that happen. When a Treasury Secretary uses the word committed, that sends a huge signal to the markets and, more importantly, to Congress that this is a top priority.
And then you have Carolyn Leavitt, the press secretary, backing him up, right?
Right. Her role is all about messaging discipline. And she was right on message.
Yeah.
She reiterated that the president wants to make it happen, and then she confirmed that the team is looking into all legal options.
So let's just connect all the dots here. You have the president tweeting it, not once but twice. You have the economic advisor saying the math works, even if you have to squint a little. You have the Treasury Secretary defining a potential income limit. And then you have the press secretary confirming the commitment.
This is what we call a coordinated rollout. It's not just the president firing off a tweet late at night and his staff scrambling to figure out what he meant.
We've seen that before.
We have.
Yeah.
This is different. The Treasury, the press office, the economic advisors, they're all singing from the exact same song sheet. And that suggests a very serious policy push, not just an off-the-cuff remark.
But I want to play devil's advocate here for a second. There is a real danger in this level of coordination. The source narrator kept bringing up this idea of them painting themselves into a corner. What exactly does that mean in this context?
It's what I call the tight corner theory, and it's a real thing in politics. Think about the political history of the U.S. Think about George H.W. Bush saying, "Read my lips, no new taxes." When you make a promise that specific and you break it, it can end careers.
Right, and by having multiple high-profile officials all promise a specific number, $2,000, not $600, not some relief, but $2,000, they have raised hopes to a fever pitch.
Exactly. If you tell a family that's struggling with grocery bills or a senior who's deciding between medicine and heat that $2,000 is coming, they start mentally spending that money, they plan on it, it becomes real to them long before the check is even printed.
And so if the administration fails to deliver after this level of hype,
the political backlash would be absolutely severe. You create a deep sense of betrayal. In a lot of ways, it's worse than never having promised it at all.
So in a weird way, the fact that they're hyping it this much actually makes it more likely to happen because the political cost of failure is just too high for them to bear.
That is the logic. Yes. They are burning the boats. They're removing the option of backing out gracefully. The source even mentions that lawmakers are potentially warming up to the idea. And that's because public pressure acts as a catalyst for legislation.
How so?
Well, when constituents start calling their representatives and their senators asking, "Hey, where's my dividend check?" It becomes very, very hard for Congress to ignore, regardless of their party affiliation.
Okay, so the momentum is there. The commitment seems to be there. But let's get down to brass tacks, logistics. Our listener is sitting there, I'm sure, thinking, okay, this all sounds great, but when do I get the money? Is it next week? Is it next month? Before the holidays?
And this is where we have to take a deep breath and just manage expectations. We have to address the hard truth that was found in the sources. Both Leavitt and Hassett were very, very clear on this specific point.
They said they don't have a timeline.
Correct. The quotes were, "I don't have a timeline, and we haven't decided yet." They are still very much in the studying phase.
That is just tough to hear when bills are due today. You know, it feels like a stall tactic to some people.
It feels that way, I understand, but it's the reality of the legislative process. Even if they introduce the bill in Congress today, it takes time to debate, time to vote, and then time for the IRS and Treasury to actually set up the distribution system. So while the commitment is there, the date is not.
Not even close.
We are not at the stage where the IRS is queuing up direct deposits.
And we should probably clarify eligibility again, just to be absolutely safe. We heard the $100,000 number for families. What about individuals? Any word on that?
The source material focuses almost exclusively on the family number, but historically in the previous stimulus rounds, the individual number was usually half of the family number, or sometimes a bit more, like 75%.
So what would that be?
If the family cap is 100,000, we might expect an individual cap somewhere around 50,000, maybe up to 75,000. But again, the key takeaway from what Besson said is that high-income earners are explicitly out. This is targeted relief.
So let's speak directly to the people who need this the most. If you are a senior on a fixed income Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or a veteran living on your benefits,
you are almost certainly in the target audience for this policy. The administration is looking to help those who feel the immediate impact of inflation the most. If you're on a fixed income, you don't get a cost of living raise from an employer when prices go up. This dividend is designed to be that raise.
Now, I need to pivot to something that is extremely important. We have to do a serious public service announcement here because whenever there is talk of, free money from the government, the vultures start circling.
This is critical. So please listen closely to this part. Because nothing is approved yet, remember what Hassan said, legislation is required. That means there is currently no mechanism to send this money. There is no list to sign up for. There is no portal to enter your information.
Which means if you get a phone call, a text message, or an email saying, click here to claim your $2,000 dividend, or pay this small fee to expedite your check.
It is a scam 100% of the time. Without exception, the White House, the IRS, the Social Security Administration, none of them will ever call you or text you asking for personal information for a check that hasn't even passed Congress yet. They already have your information from your taxes or your benefits.
Please tell your parents, tell your grandparents, tell your neighbors. Scammers absolutely love this kind of news cycle because it creates confusion and it creates hope, and they prey on that hope. The rule is simple. Wait for official legislation. If a bill hasn't passed Congress, the money doesn't exist yet.
Exactly. Keep your guard up. If someone asks for a processing fee to get your dividend or for your bank account number over the phone, hang up immediately.
Okay, let's zoom out a bit. We've covered the what, the who, and the when, or the lack of a when, but I want to ask about the why. Why are they pushing for this right now? Is it just to be nice?
In economics, and especially in Washington, it's rarely just about being nice. It connects back to the broader economic strategy. We talked about the tariffs. Tariffs are, by their nature, controversial. Critics say they raise prices on imported goods, that toaster or TV we buy at the store.
Right. So if tariffs make my Walmart run more expensive, I'm going to be angry at the administration that put them in place. Unless I get a $2,000 check in the mail.
Exactly. The administration wants to show an immediate, tangible benefit from those trade policies to the average citizen. If you pay, say, $10 more for an imported toaster, but you get a $2,000 check in the mail that's funded by those tariffs, the policy feels a lot more successful to you personally. You feel like you came out ahead in the deal.
So it's an attempt to redistribute the revenue from trade policy directly to households. It's creating a direct line between an America First trade policy and your actual bank account.
Precisely. It's about getting public buy-in. They need the public to support the overall tariff strategy. And the best way to do that is to share the profits, so to speak. It turns the abstract concept of international trade into a tangible benefit that you can see on your kitchen table.
So what is the path forward from here? What needs to happen next for our listeners to actually see this money? We don't want to leave them hanging with just theory and hypotheticals.
We can break it down into 3 clear steps based on what Hassett and the others have said. Step 1, the administration finishes studying the numbers.
Yeah.
They need to finalize their math so they can present a solid, defensible plan that doesn't get laughed out of Congress.
Okay, so they need to prove on paper that the tariffs can really pay for it.
Step 2, a bill goes to Congress. The president's team will likely draft the language, but a member of the House or Senate has to actually introduce it. So you should keep an eye on the news for a specific bill number. That's when it gets real.
And step 3, of course.
Lawmakers vote. It has to pass the House and it has to pass the Senate. That's the process.
And based on the source material, what's our feeling on the probability here? Are we talking a long shot or something that could actually happen?
The source is surprisingly optimistic. They cite a high likelihood, based purely on the volume of talk. The thinking is, when you have this many high-level officials coordinating this loudly, it usually means they are going to push until something breaks.
They're putting their own credibility on the line?
They are. But we have to balance that optimism against the procedural reality. Congress can be slow. It can be unpredictable.
It can be agonizingly slow, but the pressure is on.
The pressure is definitely on.
So let's summarize the key takeaways for everyone listening right now. We want you to walk away from this with clear, actionable facts.
Okay. First, the proposal. It's for a $2,000 dividend check. Remember that word, dividend. It's distinct from a stimulus, and the plan is to fund it with tariff revenue.
Second, the status. The White House appears to be fully committed. We heard it directly from the Treasury Secretary and the Press Secretary. They are exploring all the legal options, but, and this is the big one, legislation is required.
And third, the timeline. There is no official date yet. I can't stress this enough. So please, do not spend the money before you have it, and please do not give your credit card number or any personal information to anyone claiming they can get it for you early.
That is the golden rule. We want to encourage you to stay informed, but also to be patient. Watch for official announcements from verified government sources only. Don't fall for the rumors, and definitely don't fall for the scams.
And maybe ask yourself this question. What would a $2,000 check actually mean for your budget right now? That is the question the administration is banking on. They know that for most people, the answer is a lot.
It would be a game changer for so many people. It would clear debts, it would fill pantries, fix cars, pay for medicine. It's not a small amount of money. Before we sign off, I want to leave you with one final thought. We talked a lot about this shift from stimulus to dividend.
Yeah, and it raises a really provocative question, I think, about economic philosophy. If the government can successfully fund direct checks through tariffs, rather than through traditional income taxes or by going into debt, does this fundamentally change how we think about the federal budget?
What do you mean?
Well, are we moving toward a model where the citizen is treated more like a shareholder in America Incorporated, where you get a payout based on the country's economic performance on the world stage? It's a shift that could redefine the entire relationship between the government and the taxpayer.
So it's not just about this one check.
It's not just about this one check. It's about how the government funds itself and you in the future.
That is definitely something to chew on. We will keep watching the numbers so you don't have to.
We'll be watching.
Thanks for listening to The Deep Dive. Stay safe, stay skeptical, and we'll...
A major financial update has just hit the airwaves, and it's causing, well, a ripple of both hope and, frankly, a lot of confusion across the country. We are talking about a proposed $2,000 dividend payment.
A huge amount.
And it's aimed squarely at those on fixed and lower incomes.
And that amount, $2,000, it really is transformative for households living, paycheck to paycheck or relying solely on their fixed benefits.
Oh, absolutely.
If it materializes, it provides some critical breathing room. But we've actually gone beyond just vague promises this time. The sources we've analyzed, they offer new, really crucial information clarifying who exactly is the target audience.
We're going to be diving deep into the specifics of this $2,000 proposed check for you. But, and here's the immediate financial twist that complicates everything.
Right.
The money is proposed to come from massive, newly generated tariff revenues, which means this is not a traditional tax proposal at all.
And this specific funding mechanism, it's fascinating, but it immediately raises some pretty serious questions about the immediate feasibility. We're going to break down the cold, hard numbers for you.
Great.
We're talking hundreds of billions in revenues collected so far, the projected $568 billion cost, and this massive long-term financing plan that links this immediate relief to a staggering 10-year trade projection.
So if you are a listener who relies on Social Security, SSI, disability, or maybe VA benefits, or if you're just struggling with the relentless pressure of inflation, you need to stick with us. We are going to unpack the critical details about who qualifies, how this money is supposed to move from, tariff collection into your bank account, and the very serious political risks involved when a promise of this size is made over and over again. Welcome to the Deep Dive. Our mission today is, let's say, laser-focused. We are performing a serious analytical review of these recent statements about a proposed $2,000 financial distribution.
A deep dive.
And this is specifically for low and middle income Americans. We're drawing solely from the source materials we've been provided just to cut through all the speculation and give you the facts, the figures, and most importantly, the financial implications for your household.
And the urgency of this discussion, it really can't be overstated. For the millions of you who rely on a fixed income, whether that's Social Security retirement, SSI, disability benefits, or low-income veterans benefits, the central pressing question is just, will I get this $2,000 payment?
That's the question everyone's asking.
Exactly. Previous statements were, they were pretty vague. They painted the picture a little too broadly. But this new information we have, it clarifies the critical recipient base.
And that clarification is honestly the biggest piece of news to come out of this proposal yet. But before we get deeper into eligibility, we have to confront the funding reality.
We have to.
We need to move past the sort of immediate hope that the headlines generate and look at the financial mechanics. Before we even talked about income thresholds, we have to ask, is the current plan mathematically feasible for an immediate rollout? Or does it require some significant financial engineering? Because that's where the numbers get extremely complicated.
It absolutely forces us to analyze the stark difference between a political proposal that relies on these massive future revenue projections and the immediate financial reality of a multi-hundred-billion-dollar distribution.
Right.
The sources are very specific that the funding source is tariffs. And if the money isn't there right now, today, the government has to employ a very specific type of financial strategy to bridge that gap. We have to dissect that revenue stream against the potential cost and do it rigorously.
Okay, let's do that. Let's unpack this, starting with the initial announcement, just so we can understand how this idea has evolved. This whole concept really exploded with the first post, which talked about a dividend of at least $2,000 a person. The initial, very broad caveat was that it would be paid to everyone, but explicitly, not including high-income people.
And that initial statement, while it was exciting, it was also strategically vague.
Of course.
It was designed to generate maximum broad-based interest, a large amount, available to almost everyone except the very wealthy. But that generality, it left the most vulnerable groups, the people on fixed benefits, the low-income retirees, feeling uncertain.
Because they're used to rules.
They're accustomed to very specific regulated eligibility rules, not broad, optimistic promises. They needed to know, does my fixed income count as not high income?
Okay, so here's where it gets really interesting for our listeners. Almost immediately after that first post, the proponent essentially doubled down on the promise, but, and this is key, significantly tightened the language in a follow-up post.
Yes.
This is the key clarification that is driving our deep dive today. The language shifted to state clearly that the money would go to low and middle income USA citizens.
And that language shift is absolutely critical. We have to emphasize this for our listener base. When the proponent moves from this general idea of everyone but the high income to explicitly naming low and middle income people,
It's a signal.
it's a huge signal. They're signaling their intent directly toward the very audience segment that includes the vast majority of Social Security recipients, fixed income retirees, beneficiaries, and others who are really struggling with rising costs. This moves the proposal from just a general populist idea to a targeted relief measure focused on economic distress.
We should also take a quick moment just to clarify the name game being played here in the source materials.
Good point.
The documents use several different terms for this proposed money. Stimulus check, dividend distribution, a rebate, or just a payment. Functionally, based on the description, it's intended to be a one-time lump sum direct financial transfer.
Right.
It's a distribution of collected tariff revenue. But the terminology itself, especially the use of dividend, I think that reflects the political framing of the whole proposal.
Precisely. The goal is the function, putting money into the hands of citizens, and quickly. However, the intentional use of dividend is vital because it attempts to link the payment directly to that specific tariff revenue stream.
Right.
It frames the payment as citizens receiving a share of government-collected income, rather than just deficit spending or a traditional stimulus, which is the mechanism we're going to scrutinize later when we get into the borrowing part of this.
Okay, so now we transition directly to the most personal question for everyone listening. Who qualifies? Section 2 is all about defining low and middle income, especially for those of you receiving fixed government benefits. The source confirms that the primary factor used to distribute previous large federal payments, and the anticipated factor here is simply income. That's the most straightforward and, frankly, the fastest metric for the government to use.
Income is the central metric because it's the simplest and most verifiable for a rapid federal distribution. The IRS already has those records. The Social Security Administration has income data on file. What's truly crucial here is how that in-kind definition intersects with fixed benefits like Social Security and SSI.
Okay.
The proponent's specific mention of low and middle income strongly suggests that groups receiving these benefits would almost certainly be included.
And why can we say that so confidently?
Because the entire premise of the Social Security and SSI systems is built around supporting individuals who have either retired or who can't earn substantial income because of a disability. By definition, if you're a sole Social Security recipient with no other significant income, you fall squarely into that low or fixed income bracket.
Right.
SSI, in particular, is a means-tested program designed specifically for the lowest income individuals. The source materials themselves acknowledge the huge volume of questions from these exact communities, people collecting Social Security or living on a low income asking, will we get it?
Yeah.
The inclusion of low income is their strongest signal yet that they are the intended recipients of this targeted relief.
So, with that being established, we move to the crucial unanswered question. What specific income level defines high income that would be excluded?
The line in the sand.
Exactly. If they're targeting low and middle income, where exactly is the line drawn to determine who is high income and therefore ineligible? We don't have a definitive number yet, but we can look at some powerful precedents.
We really have to rely on established federal mechanisms for comparison here. The source suggests a high-income cutoff might land somewhere around $75,000 for an individual.
$75,000.
Or $150,000 for a married couple. And this isn't just arbitrary speculation. These are the precise thresholds that were used during previous large federal stimulus distributions, like the CARES Act checks and the 2021 American Rescue Plan payments.
Right, so if the goal is speed, which it usually is in these situations, the government will likely just adopt these pre-existing legally vetted figures. But let's contextualize this for our audience. If I'm an individual getting, say, $2,200 a month in Social Security benefits, my annual income is just over $26,000.
Exactly.
That's way below that potential $75,000 threshold.
It is. For fixed income recipients, the key is understanding your total adjusted gross income, or AGI. For most retirees, that AGI is primarily their Social Security benefits and maybe a small pension or some investment return. If your AGI falls well below that potential $75,000 mark, the proposed policy language points directly to your eligibility. This is a massive reassurance for those communities.
It just sort of anchored this to the broader economy. The source materials bring in the average household income figure from last year, which was approximately $83,000.
And that figure provides really crucial context. If the cutoff for high income was set too low, say 50,000, that would exclude a significant portion of the middle class.
It would.
And it would violate the stated goal of providing relief to both low and middle income citizens. They need a line that maximizes inclusion for the vast majority of working and retired Americans while excluding the truly affluent. Therefore, setting the individual threshold near 75,000, consistent with past practice, seems like the most logical and politically defensible path.
So just to reiterate for everyone listening,
Yeah.
if you are collecting Social Security, retirement, SSI, disability benefits, or living on a low income, and your annual income is significantly below that potential $75,000 threshold, the current messaging points directly at your inclusion. The clarity of that low and middle income description is a tremendous step forward for these communities, even without a definitive cutoff line attached just yet.
This is a promising signal, absolutely. But this is the moment we have to transition from the eligibility promises to the financial reality. We now have to shift our focus entirely to Section 3, context and funding. Specifically, the tariff revenue mechanism, because promises are easy. Paying $2,000 to hundreds of millions of people is a colossal challenge.
That's right. The $2,000 payments are proposed to be funded by massive tariff income. This ties the stimulus not to traditional tax hikes or, creating new money, but to a specific, recently generated revenue stream from trade policy. And this sounds appealing, but we have to see if the math actually holds up.
Okay, let's break down the specific tariff revenue data that's cited in the source materials. The U.S. government has brought in about $195 billion in tariff revenues so far this year.
$195 billion.
Now, if we look at the pace of collection, this averages out to roughly $1 billion a day.
$1 billion a day. What?
Or $30 billion a month in revenues. Based on this trajectory, the source projects that the government is on track to collect about $350 billion over a 12-month period.
Okay, $350 billion is a staggering amount of money. But is it enough to fund $2,000 checks for the vast majority of Americans? This brings us to the feasibility math, where we discover the immediate gaping shortfall.
Yes.
We have to compare the maximum projected cost of this payment to the current collected and projected revenue.
So let's use the maximum kind of worst-case cost scenario that's cited in the source. This scenario is based on the precedent set by the $1,400 stimulus check back in 2021.
I remember that.
That one reached approximately 85% of the total population, and that included dependents. That figure translates to about 284 million people in the country who would potentially receive this payment.
So if we take that huge group, 284 million eligible Americans, and we multiply it by the proposed $2,000 amount,
Okay.
the total cost for the full rollout would be a staggering $568 billion.
And here is the immediate non-negotiable logistical gap that we have to confront. We have 195 billion collected so far this year versus 568 billion potentially needed for the full rollout.
That's a huge gap.
It is. And even if we use the full year projected revenue of 350 billion, that figure is still only slightly more than 50% of the maximum estimated cost. Logically, mathematically, the source clearly notes that this shortfall makes an immediate full distribution relying only on cash-on-hand tariff revenues impossible.
So this is the central financial puzzle. If the government doesn't currently have the $568 billion sitting in a tariff savings account, how can they confidently promise $2,000 checks in the near future? This requires looking at the long-term financing solution proposed in the source materials.
And the entire plan, it relies on leveraging massive future projections. The government is projecting that it will bring in over $3 trillion in tariff revenues over the next 10 years.
$3 trillion.
The proposal is fundamentally hinged on the belief that this $3 trillion will materialize. So, to send the money out today, say in the next 6 to 12 months, they would essentially have to borrow or front the money against this expected revenue stream.
This is a really critical distinction for you to understand. It's not about having the money today. It's about having confidence in future income. It's sort of like taking out a mortgage on a new house.
Analogy.
You don't have the $400,000 today, but the bank lends it to you because they are confident you'll earn enough salary over the next 30 years to pay it back.
Exactly. The source clarifies that this borrowing mechanism means the cost of the payment, even if it came down to a more conservative $400 billion, which is still a massive amount, is a small fraction of that projected $3 trillion in 10-year tariff income. They're essentially saying, we have a secure, multi-trillion-dollar revenue stream projected over the next decade that can cover this short-term debt.
And the implication here is vital for understanding fiscal responsibility and political messaging. This proposal, if it were enacted today, would technically add to the national debt in the short term, just like a massive loan.
It would.
The government would incur debt today to finance the $2,000 payments, with the promise that the future stream of $3 trillion in tariff revenue, their future salary, to use the analogy, would then pay that short-term debt back over time.
This is, standard governmental financing, borrowing against predictable revenue, but it's crucial for listeners to understand that the payment isn't necessarily debt-free at the moment of issue. It requires a high level of confidence in sustained economic conditions and, frankly, political stability over the next decade to guarantee that that $3 trillion flows in as expected.
Right.
If that $3 trillion forecast is flawed, the entire financial proposition begins to wobble.
So we've established the money isn't immediately available, and that the payment relies entirely on a massive 10-year revenue commitment. This brings us to Section 4, the historical context and credibility concerns. Because this isn't the first time this proponent has publicly floated the idea of a major financial relief package.
Not at all.
And this repetition is creating a significant political tension.
The political reality is that this is, in fact, the fourth time the president has endorsed the idea of sending money directly to Americans in less than a year, specifically since January. That frequency, regardless of the merits of the policy, creates a severe messaging risk that the source materials flag very, very clearly.
Let's just detail those previous proposals, ones cited in the sources, to emphasize the pattern. First, back in February, there was a proposal for a $5,000 dividend. It was framed a bit differently, but it was a large one-time distribution idea. Second, in August, came the endorsement of a $600 rebate check, which was formalized under the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025.
And third, most recently, on October 2nd, the president indicated a further distribution or dividend, placing the expected amount somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000 in a separate interview. So that means in under a year, we've seen 4 separate endorsements for direct payments ranging from $600 up to $5,000.
With the newest and most specific language now landing on $2,000 for low and middle income citizens?
Correct.
And that frequency brings us directly to the credibility risk, which the source materials strongly warn about. The messaging is, it's undeniably powerful and incredibly exciting, especially for those who are financially struggling.
Of course.
The very low and fixed income people we're discussing today who desperately need relief.
And the source describes the political risk clearly and bluntly. If the administration does not follow through on this promise, after repeating the idea 4 times, it is described as A really, really bad idea and a bad messaging campaign. This isn't an attack on the policy itself, but a critique of the political strategy. When you raise the hopes of the economically vulnerable this high, the disappointment and resentment are equally intense if you fail to deliver the money.
They use a strong analogy here, saying the proponents are effectively painting themselves into a corner. They risk turning into the kid who cried wolf regarding financial aid.
And the risk is real. For you, the listener, failure to deliver on such a frequently repeated promise could lead to a significant, possibly irreversible, loss of trust and credibility. For someone on $1,000 a month in SSI, a $2,000 payment represents 2 full months of crucial financial breathing room.
It's life-changing.
It is. And to offer that hope repeatedly without executing the plan undermines the government's ability to communicate future legitimate relief efforts. The stakes are simply too high for this to just remain a talking point. Action is now required to validate the message.
Okay, so far we've covered the recipient, explicitly low and middle income, and the funding mechanism, which is future tariff borrowing. Now let's address the most practical questions under Section 5, anticipating listener questions and addressing implementation gaps.
Right.
We have to stress that because this is currently only a proposal, the official working structure for the $2,000 payment, it doesn't exist yet.
And that lack of structure is where most of the listener anxiety comes from. The most common confusion is around the nature of the money. Is this a permanent change, like an increase to your monthly benefit, or is it a one-time fix?
Yeah, that's a big question.
And based on the source, the proposal is framed as a distribution of current or projected tariff income, a dividend. This strongly suggests it is a one-time lump sum payment rather than a permanent increase to monthly benefits like the cost of living adjustment or COL that Social Security recipients are used to.
And because this is currently just a proposal, everyone listening should understand there are no official dates, no payment schedules, and crucially, no application requirements.
That's a vital point.
It is. Historically, for major federal stimulus payments based on income, no application was needed. The payment was distributed automatically using tax filing or benefit information that's already on file with the IRS and the SSA.
We also have to anticipate and address the critical financial protections, even without specific details for this proposed bill. For our low-income audience, the major worry is how this money might affect their other benefits.
Like SNAP or Medicaid.
Exactly. While the source lacks current legislative details on taxability or how this payment might affect eligibility for means-tested benefits, we can look to past stimulus efforts for some very strong guidance.
And what do those do?
Previous large relief payments were structured specifically to be non-taxable income for recipients. And critically, they were generally excluded from counting against asset or income tests for benefits like SNAP and Medicaid, at least for a certain period of time. The intent behind this proposed $2,000 payment is emergency relief for low income, so it is highly probable that the final legislation would include these same protections. If it didn't, the payment would kind of defeat its own purpose by potentially disqualifying vulnerable citizens from essential health care or food aid.
That makes sense. What about debt collectors? Garnishment.
Another huge concern. For fixed income recipients, particularly those on Social Security or veterans benefits, there are federal protections against private garnishment. A true relief package would need to clearly designate this $2,000 payment as a protected federal benefit to shield it from creditors.
I see.
While we wait for official bill language, this is an area where advocates will demand strict protection to make sure the money provides genuine relief, not just a temporary stopgap before it gets seized.
And this lack of official structure leads directly to our most urgent warning. Scams.
Oh, absolutely.
Since there are no official dates or applications, listeners are targets. We have to be emphatic about this. The SSA, the VA, the IRS, any official government agency will never call, text, or email you asking for money, personal information, or bank details related to this potential payment.
Any communication claiming you need to pay a processing fee or verify your account number to receive the $2,000 is a scam 100% of the time. The only trustworthy sources for information will be official letters sent to your address or verified, secure government websites like the My Social Security portal.
So be vigilant. Use those portals for official updates when they arrive and just hang up on suspicious calls.
And report them.
And report anything that feels like a scam immediately. If and when a structure is established, details on payment dates, methods like direct deposit, paper checks, direct express cards, and those protections against garnishment will all be released. But for now, we're in a holding pattern.
We are. So we've established that the funding mechanism relies on borrowing against future tariff revenue. Now let's tackle a fascinating secondary claim under Section 6. Broader insight. The politically powerful promise of paying down the national debt.
Right. The secondary claim made in the proponent's post was that any money left over after sending out the $2,000 payments would be spent to pay down the national debt.
And this is a bold and, I would argue, an optimistic claim, especially when we go back to that massive gap in the numbers we established earlier.
It's a $568 billion cost.
Exactly. We estimated a potential maximum cost of $568 billion for the full rollout. Given that the current yearly projection for tariff collection is only $350 billion, and the government has to borrow to fund the difference, the suggestion that there will be money left over seems mathematically difficult, bordering on impossible based on current collections.
So how does the claim even exist? How can they say that?
Well, this claim only works if the cost is significantly less than that $568 billion maximum estimate. This would happen if the high-income cutoff is set extremely low, which would reduce the number of eligible recipients far below that 85% participation we saw in prior stimulus programs.
So, for example, if the government were to limit the payments strictly to those on Social Security, SSI, and the truly low-income bracket, a far smaller, though still large, group, the total cost might drop to, say, $300 billion.
In that hypothetical case, the $350 billion in yearly tariff revenue would cover the payment, leaving $50 billion potentially for debt reduction. But remember that $50 billion has to first be applied to paying off the initial short-term debt the government took on to send the checks out immediately.
Ah, I see.
However, politically speaking, it ties the immediate relief, the $2,000 for low and middle-income citizens, to a larger, more fiscally conservative narrative of reducing the national debt.
It's an incredibly clever political strategy, then.
It is.
It allows the proponents to argue that the tariff policy isn't just generating revenue to benefit the average American, but that it's simultaneously addressing the massive national debt. It creates a complete, self-contained financial narrative around the tariff policy that appeals to multiple political demographics.
It connects immediate, tangible relief, a $2,000 check that could pay for groceries or rent, with the abstract, long-term